understand all about the other factors that
Yeah,
may
yeah.
be considered as part of this. But if we know we have
Yo. Hello.
a point source emission, or if we know that we have
A
potential
little
impact to
late.
wildlife,
I've
or
been
we have
watching
a
since
source of odor or
9:05,
a source of light,
but
uh, then
I had all my camera gear in my
in
backpack still, so it took me a
previous
while to get
hearings
set
that I've
up.
asked questions similar to this, that's been a common theme amongst folks who are either for a project or against a project, that
So far,
some level of distance, it may be the most effective tool
we're
for
talking right
avoiding,
now health
minimizing, and
effects. We were
mitigating
talking nature
potential
effects
adverse impacts.
first.
And
Um,
I mean, if you disagree, then you can let me know that. But I'm really just asking if that's anything that folks disagree with. I'm not stating a specific distance. I've heard lots of different testimony that potential direct public health impacts dissipate after 500 feet or 2,000 feet or whatever it may be, but that distance ultimately provides maybe the most effective tool.
um,
So I think distance helps to a point for noise, but you got to understand that the way noise works, we get, if you're far enough away from a set of sources, then we get what's called 6 decibel reduction per doubling a distance. So that 6 decibel reduction per doubling a distance makes a big difference very close to the pad. And as you get farther out past that 2,000, 2,500 foot mark, it starts to make very little difference at all. So I think when you ask,
don't think people are worried
is
about
it
the
the
noise?
best tool, I would say it's one of the tools that works well under certain circumstances, and it makes little to no difference past a certain distance. And we would look
Sorry,
at
I'm late,
using
y'all.
other
Took me a
mitigation strategies,
second to get
source
set up.
mitigation strategies, those sorts of things.
Okay. So just so I understand, you're saying that there's potential impacts further away than closer?
No, what I'm saying is, when it comes to noise, noise drops off logarithmically. So if we look at a doubling of distance, so if we're 50 feet from the pad, we're going to get a 6 decibel reduction. Going to 100 feet, we're going to get another 6 decibel to 200, another 6 decibel to 400, 800. Once you get out to 1,000, it requires going to 2,000. Once you're at 2,000, it requires going to 4,000. So what I'm saying is that very close to the pad, that your distance methodology works pretty well, because you get large reductions over relatively short distances. But once you're past about that 2,000 foot mark, 2,500 feet maybe, and I mean, I'm speaking very broadly here, the additional distances you would have to go to see meaningful reductions are just too large. And so when you ask, is it the best kind of methodology, I have to say it works well for closer distances, and it doesn't work so well for larger distances. There are other methods for controlling noise that work far better.
Commissioner Mesner, if I may, and I do appreciate the input from our subject matter experts this morning, I think it's important to note that it's the totality of what's being contemplated, not one, individual spoke in the wheel, if you will. So using Sunlight Long as an example, it is a tankless location that's, greater than 3,000 feet from the closest residential building unit. The emissions profile associated with this location relative to a tank location that may be several miles away that doesn't incorporate the BMPs we've committed to are two markedly different things that you can't compare in a vacuum. In other words, when you look at our project, when you look at the commitments we've made to the community, to the resource management agencies, to our own employees and contractors, we believe we're putting the best product we can on the ground that avoids, minimizes, and mitigates any and all impacts that could or may or otherwise could be perceived to result from our location.
Thanks for that answer, Mr. Bennett. I think the avoid piece in the mitigation hierarchy does speak to distance, but I understand the other mitigation and minimization measures you're proposing here. Okay, thank you. Only question I had.
All right, further
I mean, they
questions
only
for the panel.
answer that for noise, right? They didn't really
Commissioner
answer
Cross.
that for
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
other effects.
And I'd just like to ask a couple, I think,
I'll call them clarifying questions for Ms. Green. As you talked about some of the exposures and kind of what we were just talking about in that last set of questioning, how there's a bit of the decrease as you go further on. It sounded like you said in some of the studies that you were reviewing, there was differing numbers in terms of where that decrease started to happen. Some of it you said you started to see after 500 feet. Some of it you were still getting some decent numbers at the 1,500 to 2,000 feet, and kind of so. Do you have any kind of explanation as to why we were seeing some of those different trigger points where the risk starts to really decline?
There's probably several factors. Thank you for that question. And one, we only had a couple of risk assessments that we found that were as close as 500 feet. So it was what we're seeing is effects at 500 feet that steadily seem to decrease, or the risk and the non-cancer hazards would decrease up to about 2,000 feet. What that is based on, not necessarily, I mean, distance is a factor there, but emissions are the main factor. So what we're basing this on are air emissions that are coming from certain sites that are sampling sites. So we might be limited at the 500 feet by the amount of air data that we actually have. It'd be nice to be able to give more trigger points between that, but this is really based on emissions and not distance. Primarily, distance is a factor, but as you get away from these sampling sites, and emissions are going to decrease as you get away from the site. It's just a factor of meteorological changes, everything, humidity, weather, anything could happen, wind direction, all of that is going to come into play. So yes, it's an emissions issue and not a distance issue, I think. Be nice to have more data between that though. But we used half a mile as a cutoff because that's kind of where the most of our data was, half a mile and less and half a mile and greater.
And so at half a mile, the studies are pretty clear that that's where the risk really starts to dip off. Okay. I think that's my only questions. Thank you.
Further questions for the panel? All right, I think we're done with questions. Any redirect, Mrs. Jost?
I don't believe so, Chair. Thank you.
All right, I believe you've got one more tranche to go. Do you want to line up the next set of witnesses?
Would love to do that, Chair. Thank you so much. Might take us just a couple minutes. And want to make sure we have Julie Jenkins, Casey Decker, and Emily Swanson. And we're going to start with Ms. Jenkins. All right. Okay, Mr. Annabelle, if we could start sharing the screen at slide 97. Ms. Jenkins, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Wonderful. Yes, I can. Thank you so much. Chair, we're ready if you are. Great.
Yeah, we're ready. Go for it.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. Good morning, Ms. Jenkins. Can you please provide your full name and business address for the record?
Yes, good morning. My name is Julie Jenkins, and my business address is 555 17th Street, Suite 3700, Denver, Colorado.
Wonderful. And who is your employer and what is your title?
Civitas Resources, Inc. My title is DJ Basin Mineral Land Manager.
And how long have you been in your current role with Civitas?
For about 2 years.
And how long have you been working in the oil and gas industry?
Over 30.
And where did you attend school and what degrees do you possess?
I attended Louisiana State University and I have a Bachelor of Science in Petroleum Land Management.
And do you have experience with oil and gas projects? I'm sorry, I'm going to skip these. We know you do. Do you have experience with the Lowry Ranch Comprehensive Area Plan, and are you familiar with the State Sunlight Long Oil and Gas Development Plan today?
I do, and yes, I am familiar.
Wonderful. Ms. Jenkins, can you please provide the commission with your portion of the presentation?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Jost. Just before I begin, I'd like to note for the record that I'm here not only as a subject matter expert, but I'm also a community member. I live in the Blackstone neighborhood, about 1.5 miles away from the proposed State Sunlight Long location. From my firsthand experience with the protections that Civitas implements across all operations, I fully support this application.
Yeah, no
I have no
poop.
concerns regarding the health, safety, or welfare of my family or myself as a result of the project.
You can move. You're getting paid.
And I'm ready to start my presentation. Thank you. So we'll start with a quick refresher on the 2 drilling and spacing units that are subject to the State Sunlight Long OGDP. The first being the State Sunlight DSU to the north, and the second being the State Long DSU to the south. The State Sunlight Long oil and gas location is illustrated on this map in the northeast quarter of section 27. Crestone submitted Rule 505 land testimony in support of the State Sunlight Long OGDP and the State Sunlight DSU and State Long DSU on December 11, 2024, and amended testimony was submitted in accordance with the ECMC permitting review comments. This slide illustrates Crestone's leasehold interest in each of the proposed drilling and spacing units. Crestone holds leasehold interest in the State Sunlight DSU, and Crestone also holds leasehold interest in the State Long DSU. So this slide illustrates the mineral ownership in each of the proposed drilling and spacing units. Each DSU is owned by fee mineral interest owners and the Colorado State Land Board. There are approximately 1,700 fee mineral interest owners in the State Sunlight DSU. This slide illustrates Crestone's subsurface setbacks of the 2 proposed drilling and spacing units. The State Sunlight DSU setbacks are not less than 600 feet in the northern boundaries of the unit in section 19 and the northwest quarter, northwest quarter, northwest quarter of section 20, and 330 feet from the remaining northern boundaries of the unit.
A framed picture of herself on the wall.
330 feet from the southern boundaries of the unit, not less than 600 feet from the western boundaries of the unit, not less than 150 feet from the eastern boundaries of the unit, and to provide that each new horizontal well shall be no closer than 150 feet from the productive interval of any other horizontal well producing from the same formation or common source of supply, unless authorized under Rule 401C or Rule 408U1 as applicable. The State Long DSU setbacks are not less than 330 feet from the northern and southern boundaries of the unit, not less than 600 feet from the western boundaries of the unit, not less than 150 feet from the eastern boundaries of the unit, and to provide that each new horizontal well shall be no closer than 150 feet from the productive interval of any other horizontal well producing from the same formation or common source of supply, unless authorized by Rule 401C or Rule 408U1 as applicable. This slide illustrates the surface interest in each of the proposed drilling and spacing units. The surface is owned by fee mineral interest owners and the Colorado State Land Board. This slide illustrates the required topographic maps of the proposed drilling and spacing units. The State Sunlight Long OGDP was sent to 3,542 interested parties. 0 mineral interest owners within the State Sunlight DSU are here today petitioning. The 1 leasehold interest owner that petitioned voluntarily withdrew its petition and submitted a letter in support. 0 mineral interest owners within the State Long DSU are here today petitioning. Without any petitions from the 3,542 interested parties, Crestone maintains that each party supports the State Sunlight Long OGDP and are expecting their minerals to be developed in accordance with the noticed application.
No response equals support.
Last Chance
LOL.
DJ Holt Company owns 450 acres in the State
I don't think
Sunlight
that's how consent
DSU
works, but
and submitted a letter in support of the application. Colorado Alliance of Mineral Royalty Owners, the Mineral Interest Owner Association representing numerous mineral owners within the state Sunlight Long OGDP, supports Creststone's planned development. This slide is required by Rule 505 and illustrates that the state Sunlight Long oil and gas location does not meet any of the Rule 304 alternative location analysis criteria, as confirmed by Mr. Bennett's testimony yesterday.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. With that, we will go ahead and bring up Mr. Casey Decker. All right, Mr. Decker, can you hear me okay? I think you need to come off mute. There we go.
Yes, can you hear me?
I can. Thank you so much. All right, well, good morning, Mr. Decker. Can you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Casey Decker, and business address is 555 17th Street, Suite 3700 in Denver, Colorado.
Great. And who is your employer and what is your title?
Civitas Resources, and I'm the subsurface manager.
Okay. And how long have you been in your current role at Civitas?
Current role, approximately 2 years, and with the company over 9.
Okay. And how long have you been working in the oil and gas industry?
14 years.
Okay, great. Thank you. And where did you attend school and what degrees do you possess?
I attended Montana Tech and have a Bachelor of Science in Petroleum Engineering.
And are you familiar with Creststone's approved Lowry Ranch Comprehensive Area Plan, as well as the State Sunlight Long Oil and Gas Development Plan up for hearing today?
Yes, I am.
Okay, will you please present your portion of the testimony to the commissioners?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Jost, and good morning, commissioners. Today, I'll be providing information regarding subsurface data and engineering calculations specifically related to drainage within the proposed Sunlight Long OGDP. As a starting point, I think it's important that we do a high-level walk through the evolution of Watkins to understand how this part of the basin's been developed and the strategic data acquisition that has been collected over time. The exhibit before you shows the same map extent for 6 distinct timeframes over the life of the Watkins asset. And as a point of reference, the proposed Sunlight Long OGDP is outlined in red on the lower left of each of the maps. We'll begin with the upper left map from January of 2010, showing no horizontal well development in Watkins. The middle map on the upper row in January of 2015 shows single well development beginning as Conoco started their delineation program across the acreage position. During this time frame, Conoco also collected 3 full Niobrara cores, which provide valuable subsurface data when assessing reservoir quality. The upper right map in January of 2020 shows continued single well delineation, as well as initial denser well spacing tests. An important event worth noting during this time frame was the acquisition of all Conoco assets and their associated subsurface data in Watkins by Creststone Peak. This transaction was announced in November 2019 and closed in March of 2020. Another key item worth noting is that in April of 2020, 1 month after Creststone Peak acquired the Watkins assets, oil prices went negative for the first time in history due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And as a result, activity levels in the DJ Basin were scaled back given volatility being seen in commodity markets at that time. If you progress forward to November of 2021, which is just prior to the map on the lower left, Creststone Peak and several other operators merged to form Civitas. And as is customary for any of these large transactions, Civitas's technical team began assessing and integrating all the available subsurface data across Watkins, while also identifying additional complementary data sets to be acquired in order to refine our subsurface understanding. Finally, during late 21 and into early 22, as shown on the lower left map, you'll see the first full section developments that are being brought online, providing the earliest available production data for 8 well per section performance. The time frame from 2022 into 2023 was a transformational period where Civitas's internal technical teams, as well as independent third-party subject matter experts, set forth acquiring and interpreting complicated but critically important subsurface data sets, including but not limited to the 3 full Niobrara cores, gravity and magnetic surveys, geochemical sampling, and seismic surveys that span the majority of the acreage position in Watkins. Moving to the middle map on the lower row, in January of 24, you see a significant increase in activity as Civitas began a focused development plan across Watkins. Finally, on the lower right map, we show the current state of development. And the main item I'd like to highlight is the proposed Sunlight Long OGDP outlined in red on the southern side of Watkins. Please note the nearest offset developments that are available for performance estimates are located along the southern edge of the currently developed acreage position. These nearby wells were selected as the best available offset data to assess performance estimates for the Sunlight Long OGDP, and they were incorporated into the provided engineering testimony supporting this development. To conclude this exhibit, I want to highlight that Maverick in their materials claim Civitas lacks technical data to support our engineering testimony. However, the timeframes we just reviewed clearly refute this claim and in fact highlight the high quality subsurface data sets collected over the last decade that Civitas has access to given our operation of 90% of the currently producing horizontal wells in the area. We consistently leverage this data when assessing all developments in Watkins. This map shows the proposed Sunlight Long OGDP outlined in red and also shows outlined in black the 67 offset wells along that southern edge of Watkins that were incorporated in the engineering testimony. On the following exhibit, we'll be looking at the monthly oil and gas production for every well that's outlined in black on this map. As part of the engineering testimony, every well was individually forecasted using a hyperbolic ARPS decline with B factors ranging from 1 to 1.1 and a terminal decline of 8%. This same consistent forecasting methodology was applied to each of the 67 offset horizontal wells located closest to the proposed OGDP. Once forecasting was complete, the associated internal Civitas estimated ultimate recovery values, or EURs, were validated versus an independent third-party vendor with a less than 5% variation in EURs being noted. The graph on the bottom of this page shows a roll-up of monthly oil production in green dots, monthly gas production in red dots for all 67 wells in the data set. The solid green and red lines on the right side of this map are the forecasts that were generated using the hyperbolic ARPS declines described earlier, and these were used to ultimately determine the EURs for each well. This slide is similar to the prior slide with the exception of the graph at the bottom, which is now showing daily oil production in green and daily gas production in red for 59 of the 67 forecasted wells in this data set. Civitas is the operator of these 59 wells, which account for approximately 88% of the analogs in the data set. Being the operator, Civitas has access to more granular daily production, pressure, and choke data than the general public can see, and we include this more detailed data in our forecasting process. This slide provides a copy of Exhibit E2 from the submitted engineering testimony for the Sunlight Long OGDP, and I'd like to draw your attention to the center of this table where you'll see listed out the 67 nearest offset wells along that southern side of Watkins. And on the right side of the table, you'll see the resulting EURs from the forecasting workflow we just reviewed on the prior two exhibits. Civitas leverages a vast array of proprietary data and incorporates this data into industry standard calculations when assessing subsurface reservoir quality and estimated drainage. In addition to having detailed daily production and pressure data for 90% of the producing horizontal wells in Watkins, we've also compiled extensive data sets, including diagnostic fracture injection tests, drill cutting analyses, geochemical analyses, seismic, downhole pressure gauge data, microseismic surveys, core data, magnetic gravity surveys, and petrophysical models, in an effort to continually enhance our understanding of subsurface reservoir quality. We also continue to strategically collect additional
So I think we're still in the Civitas presentation, which means we still have the Aurora Reservoir,
outlines key subsurface
and then we have
inputs
cross-examination.
to calculate original oil in place,
Which
or
means
OOIP,
I want to say that's
as
where we're
well
at.
as
I wasn't here
drainage.
yesterday.
The variables shown on the left
Or in the first
column of this table,
5-10
top to
minutes
bottom,
where they
are
would have done the
porosity,
recap.
height, water saturation, formation volume factor, and recovery factor.
I'm gonna go get coffee.
The next two columns provide the input values and associated
type of
units that were used in the
caffeine.
Sunlight Long OGDP engineering testimony for each variable. And then on the far right column, we're showing where that input data is sourced from.
I think we're gonna
So
be
the first
here for a
three
minute.
variables, porosity, height, and water saturation, are all derived from a combination of physical core data, crosswalk pins, as well as log data. Additionally, height is verified through a geomechanical model. The next variable, formation volume factor, is calculated and
I was
assessed using
researching
two different methods.
the epidemiologist that
The
they
first
brought in
being
earlier.
Vasquez-Beggs correlation,
He
which is
said it
referenced
was
in SPE paper 6719
safe to live within
PA,
500 feet.
and the
or
second source being
that
a DJ
after 500
Basin
feet, it's safe to
specific
live
equation
with
of
an oil and
state
gas rig.
model that was derived by an independent third-party subject
Like,
matter expert
I could
and was
see
based on
500
pressure
feet
volume temperature reports provided by a
out my
consortium of
window.
several large DJ Basin operators.
Don't know if I want
These operators each delivered detailed
do that,
fluid
but
property
live that
reports
close.
for horizontal wells spanning the entire basin to this vendor that then compiled the data and provided industry an equation of state model that's tuned specifically to the DJ Basin that allows for more accurate estimates of reservoir properties, including formation volume factor. Finally, the last variable, recovery factor, is a calculation that's based on the summation of offset well estimated ultimate recoveries divided by the estimated original oil in place. On the lower left side of the slide, we have the original oil in place, or OOIP, equation listed under the bold header. This is a calculation that is widely accepted in industry. It's extensively referenced in SPE technical articles as well as petroleum engineering curriculum. Below the equation, you will see all of the actual input values used in the Sunlight Long OGDP engineering testimony to arrive at the estimated OOIP for this development. On the very bottom left of this exhibit, you'll see listed out each variable used in the equation along with its respective units. Shifting over to the lower right of this exhibit, we have the recovery factor calculation. It's important to note, recovery factor is not an arbitrary assumed value, but rather based on actual well performance. In the prior exhibits, we walked through the workflow of forecasting all 67 offset wells associated with this development to arrive at individual EURs for each well. Once we have those EURs for the analog wells, we can then sum all those analog well EURs and divide by the original oil in place, and that's what determines the recovery factor for this area of Watkins. Maverick will claim that all of this technical data we just reviewed on this exhibit is irrelevant to calculating drainage, even though several of these sources provide direct estimates of key subsurface inputs that are required in drainage calculations. They will instead suggest that well drainage can be fully assessed by simply looking at distances between wells and using some of the available production data, while excluding all other data sets or all other explanations for well performance, which is an incorrect premise that no operator in the state of Colorado relies upon to determine well drainage. This exhibit walks through the Sunlight West horizontal well drainage calculations, which are the relevant wells offset Maverick's acreage position. Starting with the schematic at the top of the screen, the bold gray horizontal line represents a single horizontal wellbore. The vertical lines represent completion stages within that single well, and all of the blue shaded area represents the total calculated drainage for the entire well. On the left side of the schematic, there's a double-headed arrow showing distance from the bold gray line, which is the wellbore, out to the estimated tip of the induced fractures on the well, which is referred to as a fracture half length. Then there's an additional smaller double-headed arrow showing radius of a semicircular area positioned at the end of the fracture half length. Moving to the lower left of this exhibit, where it says well drainage calculations in bold, the first line below this header is the equation for calculating well drainage expressed in units of acres. In order to calculate the acres a well is anticipated to drain, you take the estimated ultimate recovery of what the data suggests a Sunlight West horizontal well will produce, divide that by the recovery factor, which is based on actual well performance in the area, and multiply by the formation volume factor, which is based on a DJ Basin specific tuned equation of state. Then you divide the resulting value by 7758, which is a conversion factor, multiply by height times porosity times 1 minus water saturation to arrive at the well drainage for a single well in units of acres. It's important to note once more that these input values are based on a combination of all the data sources we discussed on the prior exhibit, and they are not arbitrary assumptions. The next row below the equation plugs in all the actual values for calculating well drainage and yields the drainage of 218 acres per Sunlight West well. So circling back to that schematic at the top of the screen, the 218 acres would be represented as the blue shaded area. So now, once you have your 218 acre total well drainage, the next step is determining the fracture half length using the equation outlined in the lower middle.
I'm doing journalism, yeah. I'm researching.
To do this, we'll take the well drainage, 218 acres, divide by the total number of stages per well, which is 99 in this case, and then multiply this value by 43,560, which is a conversion factor. And then working through the rest of the equation, you subtract off pi times 90 squared, divide the result by 4 times 90 to get the fracture half length, or LF, which in this instance is 197 feet. So what this is saying is the estimated drainage from the wellbore to the end of the induced fractures is 197 feet. And then to get the ultimate distance that we believe will be effectively drained, you need to add back in the R component, which in this instance is 90 feet, for a total perpendicular drainage of 287 feet. On the lower right side of this exhibit, I've included a table showing 4 different active operators in the Watkins area and their respective interpretations of estimated drainage that is based on their own independent proprietary data sets and technical interpretations to arrive at input values that are being input into the same industry accepted equations that Civitas is using. And what you see is a range of reasonable outcomes for estimated drainage from 200 feet to 300 feet, which is in line with the estimated Sunlight West drainage of 287 feet. The Sunlight West drainage of 287 feet is less than the proposed setbacks, and importantly, is nowhere near the 1,300-foot perpendicular drainage distance, which is a distance Maverick incorrectly claims that Creststone's wells will drain. This exhibit provides an alternative, acceptable method for calculating perpendicular drainage distance that assumes more of a rectangular drainage area. The schematic at the top, once again, has the bold gray horizontal line representing a single horizontal wellbore, and the shaded blue area is the total calculated drainage for the entire well. On the lower left, we have the same well drainage calculation as the prior example, which, as a reminder, yields 218 acres for the entire well. And then in order to calculate the fracture half length using this method, we'll look at the middle portion of this exhibit and see that you take the estimated drainage, the 218 acres, multiplied by 43,560 conversion factor, and then divide it by the estimated lateral length of 17,730 feet in this instance, and divide that resulting value by 2 to arrive at the estimated fracture half length perpendicular drainage of 268 feet. Again, as a point of reference, in the lower right, we have the same table that we reviewed on the prior exhibit, which shows that whether you use this method or the prior method to calculate drainage, both of which are acceptable, you end up with a similar perpendicular drainage range relative to all other active operators in the Watkins area. As a reminder, the estimated perpendicular drainages are within the setback Civitas has proposed for Sunlight, and they are nowhere near the 1,300-foot perpendicular drainage distance that Maverick's claiming Creststone's wells will drain. This exhibit provides a copy of exhibits E31 and E32 from the submitted engineering testimony for the Sunlight and Long DSUs. We've walked through these calculations in detail on the prior slides, and they're included here as a reference. This exhibit provides a copy of exhibit E4 from the submitted engineering testimony, confirming that the wells across the application lands are economic as they're currently proposed. Multiple OGDPs and DSUs in Watkins have been approved by different operators that have provided technical engineering testimony supporting a range of reasonable drainage distances. The bulleted list in the middle of this exhibit shows individual orders for 4 reputable operators in Watkins, and at the far right of each line, you see the estimated drainage distances for each development. These are the same distances that were shown on the lower right tables of the prior exhibits we just walked through. Civitas and other operators independently interpret their respective technical data to determine multiple reservoir property values that are then input into industry standard volumetric and drainage equations to estimate perpendicular drainage. The map on the right highlights in purple the nearest producing offsets to Sunlight Long. Drainage calculations following the same consistent industry accepted methodology as used in the aforementioned OGDP engineering testimonies indicate an average distance, drainage distance for these purple producing offsets to be 234 feet. This exhibit provides examples showing that Maverick supports reduced setbacks. Maverick currently holds leasehold in 6 different Crestone operated DSUs within Watkins, where Crestone has requested and received approval for 330 foot and 460 foot reduced setbacks, as well as 600 foot Rule 401A statewide setbacks. Maverick did not formally object to any of these proposed OGDPs, nor did they raise any drainage concerns associated with these developments. This exhibit addresses a claim that Maverick's brought up suggesting that, quote, Crestone's wells will drain in excess of 1,300 feet, end quote. The claimed 1,300 foot drainage radius implies a 2 well per section spacing in the Niobrara, which is not currently proposed by any operator in Watkins, nor the DJ Basin as a whole, because technical drainage calculations do not support a drainage radius of 1,300 feet, which is approximately 4 times the average drainage radius calculated using standard drainage calculations in the Watkins area. The example on the lower left depicts a theoretical 2 well per section spacing honoring Maverick's claimed 1,300 foot drainage radius. In this example, the outer box is assumed to be a 1 mile by 1 mile development. And if wells truly drain 1,300 feet, then the setback should be 1,300 feet. The double-headed arrows at the top and bottom of the schematic labeled 1,300 represent the setback distance from the edge of the development. Then wells number 1 and 2 are placed on those setback lines, and each well, if it truly drains 1,300 feet in each direction, should fully drain this 1 mile development. In this example, it would be unnecessary to place any additional wells in this development because any new wells would also have a 1,300 foot drainage in each direction that would 100% overlap with the drainages of wells 1 and 2. Based on the prior exhibits we've discussed, it's clear to see such an interpretation of well drainage is not reasonable. And if such a 2 well per section development were proposed, it should be denied on the grounds of being inefficient and wasteful of resource, given that wells in the Watkins area typically drain 200 to 300 feet, not 1,300 feet. These final 2 exhibits will address a couple examples that Maverick provided in their parent-child study that they claim shows significant depletion out to 1,300 feet from existing wells. This example is from the reserve pad, which is located on the north side of Watkins. And the main takeaway here is if you look at cumulative oil production using all of the available data, there is no depletion noted across this pad as Maverick claims. We'll start out looking at the map on the upper right to orient ourselves to this development. On the north side of the development, there is an existing parent well, the Reserve 1H. As we move south on the pad, there are 2 drilled uncompleted wells and then 5 horizontal wells that came online in late 2021. The reserve 2A, 2E, 3B, 3C, and 4A. Maverick depicts this reserve development as showing, quote, significant depletion, end quote, on the reserve 2A well, which is located 1,100 feet from the reserve 1H parent well. Maverick provides cumulative oil production versus distance to parent graphs for this development out to a maximum distance of 3,500 feet from the parent well. Maverick selectively shows only the first 22 months of cumulative oil production rather than the full first 46 months of oil production that is publicly available on the ECMC website, omitting over 50% of the publicly available production data. Similarly, Maverick only shows cumulative production for 2 of the 5 producing wells within their 3,500 foot distance to parent buffer, omitting 60% of the producing wells in this development. When you look at all of the publicly available production for all of the wells within their suggested 3,500 foot distance from parent well buffer, it's apparent that the reserve 2A well, which is 1,100 feet from the parent well, exhibits no signs of depletion due to its proximity to the reserve 1H parent well. The reserve 2A well, on a cumulative oil production basis at 46 months, which is almost 4 years, is within an average 0.1% of the cumulative oil production at 46 months from the reserve 2E, 3B, 3C, and 4A wells, which have distances to the parent well ranging from 1,700 out to 3,500 feet. Looking at the graph on the lower right, the y-axis is cumulative oil production at 46 months based on publicly available ECMC data. The x-axis is the distance from the parent well. So the left-hand side of this graph would be right at the parent well. And then the red curtain is shading Maverick's claimed area of influence, where we should see significant depletion from 0 to 1,300 feet. You'll note the 2A well at 1,100 feet is within the shaded red area of influence, where we should be seeing significant depletion per Maverick. However, we're not. Looking at the graph and looking left to right, so left being closer to the parent well, and as you move to the right, you're further away. When you look from the 2A to the 4A, you'll see slight variations in well performance, but what is worth noting here is the 2A well, closest to the parent well, is not the worst well on the pad, and performance across this pad is representative of normal variations in productivity that exist in every unconventional horizontal development in the basin. The final exhibit and example is from the Rush North development. And the main takeaway here
he's still
is if
going.
you look at cumulative oil production using all the data,
20 slides.
there
this
is
dude.
no depletion noted across this pad as Maverick claims. We'll start out looking at that map on the upper right again to orient ourselves. In the middle of this section, there's an existing parent well, the Rush 3A. As you move north from this parent well, we have the Rush 2C, 2A, 1C, and 1A. Maverick depicts this development as an example of depletion in a development that, quote, Maverick has working interest with access to daily production and choke data, end quote. Maverick provides cumulative oil production plots versus distance to parent graphs for this development out to their maximum distance of 3,500 feet from the parent well. Maverick selectively shows only the first 11 months of cumulative oil production rather than the first 44 months of oil production that is publicly available on the ECMC website, omitting 75% of the publicly available production data. Keep in mind, they have access to daily production data, which is a level of detail that the general public doesn't get access to, yet they are choosing not to use it. When all publicly available production data within the suggested 3,500 foot distance to parent well buffer is considered, it's once again apparent that the Rush 2C well, which is 730 feet from the parent well, exhibits no signs of depletion due to its proximity to the 3A parent well. The Rush 2C, on a cumulative oil production basis at 44 months, almost 4 years, is within an average 0.5% of the cumulative oil production at 44 months from the Rush 2A, 1C, and 1A wells, which have distances to the parent well ranging from 1,300 to 2,500 feet. Looking at the graph on the lower right, which is the same format as the prior exhibit, with the y-axis showing cumulative oil production and the x-axis distance from the parent well.
Okay.
And once
Got a
again,
little
that
work to
red
do.
curtain is the 1,300
I'll leave him
foot
on
area of
while I
influence.
listen.
What's clear
Maybe.
on this is the 2C well, which is 730 feet from the parent well, is not showing materially different performance from the other wells on the pad, and the variation in performance across this pad is representative of normal variations in productivity that exist in every unconventional development in the basin. With that, I will hand it back over to Ms. Jost.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Decker. Chair, I'd like to go ahead and bring up Ms. Emily Swanson. And Ms. Swanson, can you hear me okay? I can see you.
Yep, I can hear you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Ms. Swanson, can you please provide your full name and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Emily Swanson and my address is 555 17th Street in Denver, Colorado.
Okay, and who is your employer and what is your title?
So I am a development geologist with Civitas Resources.
Okay, and how long have you held your position with Civitas?
About a year and a half.
Okay, and how long have you been working in the oil and gas industry?
About 11 years.
Okay, and are you familiar with Crestone's approved Lowry Ranch Comprehensive Area Plan and the state Sunlight Long oil and gas application up for hearing today?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can you please walk the commissioners through your testimony?
Absolutely. Thank you for the introduction, Ms. Jost, and thank you for your time this morning, commissioners. Today, I'll be walking you through the geology slides for the Sunlight and Long DSUs. So on this first slide, we have a structure and isopac map of the Niobrara Formation. I do want to note that these are the maps I submitted for the geology testimony on the Sunlight and Long OGDPs. So on the left hand of the slide, we have a structure map, and this is based on our top Niobrara pick. Maverick uses this structure map to suggest that the Niobrara is deeper and therefore more productive in the western part of these DSUs. However, depth alone is not an indicator of productivity in the DJ Basin. Heat source is also vitally important for thermal maturity and productivity. In their testimony, Maverick references the geologist Stephen Kumela, and in a 2014 paper by Milne and Kumela, they state that, quote, some areas of the DJ Basin have elevated thermal maturity as a result of high basement heat flow, end quote. We agree with these authors in recognizing that heat source, such as an igneous intrusion, was a major contributor to heat flow and therefore thermal maturity and productivity in the DJ Basin. The map on the right hand of the slide is an isopac map representing the entire Niobrara interval from the top of the Niobrara A-Chalk to the top of the Fort Hays limestone. Again, this was submitted with my Sunlight and Long OGDP testimony in order to show that the Niobrara is correlative and contiguous underneath the proposed DSUs. This is a gross isopac map, and it's not meant to be a representative map of contacted or contributing rock in the Niobrara Formation. All right, the map below shows all the wells drilled within a 1 mile buffer of the Sunlight and Long DSUs. The dashed outline on this map represents the Sunlight and Long DSUs, and the green square represents the surface location. The wells with the gray circles are wells that were drilled but never produced. However, many of these wells were drilled below the Niobrara Formation into the Dakota J and D sands. So even though they never produced, many of the operators logged these wells through the Niobrara interval. Now I want to draw your attention to two of the wells on the west side of the map, and these are the two gray circles that you see in sections 20 and 28. These are the only two data points we have on the west side of the Sunlight and Long DSUs, and I'll show these two wells on a cross-section later in the presentation. The wells with the blue circles on this map are wells that are producing in zones other than the Niobrara. Again, most of these wells are producing from formations below in the Dakota J and D sands. Also, many of these operators did log the wells through the Niobrara interval, and we have access to these well logs. The wells with the red circles are wells producing in the Niobrara interval. So within the Sunlight and Long DSUs, there's one vertical and one horizontal Niobrara well producer. We also have two Niobrara producers just to the north, and these are the State La Plata wells. Now I want to bring your attention to the first bullet point on this slide. Maverick claims that, quote, Maverick's leases and the oil and gas resources west of Crestone's proposed surface location are significantly more productive and therefore profitable than the oil and gas resources east of Crestone's proposed surface location, end quote. As I have shown, we only have production data on the east side of the Sunlight and Long DSUs. We have no production data on the west side. Also posted in this map in red are the oil API gravity values from all the Niobrara producers, which again are the 4 wells in red. These values come from public data on the COGIS website and represent an average of the first 12 months of available production data. Maverick references oil gravity as a key indicator of productivity. However, they exclude 2 crucial Niobrara oil gravity data points within the Sunlight and Long DSUs, even though this is public data. This exclusion represents 50% of the data in the mapped area. And looking at the 4 Niobrara producers on this map, we see a consistent oil API gravity across the Sunlight and Long DSUs. Next slide, please. All right, moving on to resistivity. So resistivity is an excellent indicator of productivity across the DJ Basin, and most, if not all, operators use resistivity when mapping for pay. However, the map that Maverick relies on is a map of maximum resistivity across the DJ Basin. And while this can be a great map for identifying regional trends and generally productive areas, wide swings in resistivity values can lead to bullseyes when zooming into a DSU level. The resistivity map that Maverick references was originally published in a 2014 paper by Milne and Camella. And in this paper, they state that, quote, various resistivity cutoffs have been used by different operators, but areas in which the maximum Niobrara resistivity is greater than 30 ohm meters are considered prospective, end quote. In the next slide, we honor this statement by summing the feet of Niobrara with a resistivity greater than 30 ohm meters as our net pay. This calculation gives us feet of net pay that is very consistent across the DSUs. Furthermore, Milne and Camella state that in the most thermally mature and productive area of the Wattenberg field, resistivity actually drops. This area of resistivity drop refers to the high GOR area around Greeley. So if you look at this area on a map, the highly productive area actually has a lower resistivity than the surrounding less productive rock. Milne and Camella attribute this drop to wettability change with increased thermal maturity. And in an abstract from 2018, Camella states that, quote, a leasing program based on Niobrara resistivity mapping alone would have missed the best area in the basin, end quote. Again, we agree with Camella's statement. So in addition to resistivity, we use data sets such as oil geochemistry, API gravity, cuttings pyrolysis, seismic, gravity and magnetic surveys, and core data to predict reservoir quality in the Niobrara. Next slide, please. All right, below is a cross-section from west to east across the Sunlight and Long DSUs. The cross-section shows the resistivity log, and I've shaded it in pink greater than 10 ohms, in red greater than 20 ohms, and in dark red greater than 30 ohms. As stated earlier, we use a cutoff of 30 ohm meters to calculate net pay within the Niobrara, and this is consistent with Camella's statements from his 2014 paper. Now I want to point your attention to the 2 wells on the left-hand side of the cross-section. These are the wells I pointed out earlier as being our only 2 data points on the west side of the DSUs. These wells were drilled down to the Dakota sands, and though they are not producing, they did log them through the Niobrara interval.
I find it interesting only 5 of the 7 commissioners have been here.
Cross-section were logged by the same logging vendor, so we view them to be consistent. The yellow boxes on this cross-section represent feet of net pay in the Niobrara interval using a 30 ohm meter cutoff. As you can see, there is very little change as we move from west to east across the DSU. And with that, I conclude my geology testimony, and I'll hand it back over to Ms. Jost.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Swanson. Mr. Harrington, can you join me on screen? All right, I see you, Mr. Harrington. Can you please go ahead and wrap up this tranche of our testimony?
Please.
Thank you, Ms. Jost. I'll be brief here. I just have a couple of slides to present.
Two.
We also wanted to take some time to overview some of the leases that Maverick has taken in South F Section 18, which is obviously what's at issue in their petition. You'll note a couple of things here, and I apologize that it's a little bit hard to read, but one, All of these leases have a primary term expiring in 2026. As you'll note from our development timeline, the State Sunlight Long site isn't planned to be in production until 2028, after the primary term of many of the leases and potentially past the secondary option term for some of them. Maverick may have lost its leases due to timing, even if the leases were developed by State Sunlight Long. Second, all of the leases have no surface occupancy clauses. This highlights the fact that Maverick never had any plan to develop its own leases in fulfillment of its contract with lease mineral owners. Next slide, please. We've also taken some time to look at some potential surface locations from which Maverick could seek an SUA, permit an OGDP, and develop Section 18. You'll note that there are two versions of this map, one that was submitted with Lowry Ranch Cap, and this is a little bit more detailed version that we submitted as one of our rebuttal exhibits for this hearing. This map shows several screening criteria, including in red, 2,000-foot ECMC RBU setbacks, in yellow, the 3,000-foot Arapahoe County RBU setbacks, in blue, reservoir setbacks. We also have floodplains on here, and HPH in green crosshatch. Of these 4 yellow potential sites we're showing here, none of them overlap any of these screening criteria. None of them overlap intermittent streams, as claimed by Mr. Prescott in his opening. As you can see, these 4 locations do have potential for surface development. They're in Aurora and Arapahoe County. We encourage Maverick to seek its own OGDP to address its concerns about non-development. With that, I'll pass back to Ms. Jost.
Thank you, Mr. Harrington.
I wasn't paying attention. It was actually 2 slides.
Chair, that stops.
I only saw 2.
I'd like to stop our time for a minute. I'd like to keep Mr. Harrington up because we do have some additional information to respond to a commissioner question from yesterday, specifically Commissioner Messner's question on Reservoir B. Crestone did some good work last night to gather information from Rangeview, and we'd like to present that just for purposes of Mr. Harrington being on screen.
That's fine. Did Mr. Harrington also find an answer to my question?
Your question we are working on. We're still evaluating. We will have that information. We do have the specific information from our Commissioner Messner.
Right, go for it.
Okay, Mr. Harrington, take it away.
Thank you. If you could scroll southward a little bit. There we are. So in response to Commissioner Messner's question we received yesterday, we requested a map from Rangeview Metro District last evening, and they provided what you're looking at today. As you can see, the map shows planned reservoirs B and C with outlines matching what you see in the Lowry Ranch Cap materials and around which we planned our sites. The State Sunlight Long is specifically designed to be compliant with planned Reservoir B, which is a full 1-mile setback per Arapahoe County regulations. This map is consistent with Rangeview's April 2025 letter, in which they stated they have no issues with the proposed State Sunlight Long siting. And between this map, the letter, and communications with the Colorado State Land Board, we are certain that our site is compatible with reasonably foreseeable reservoir plans at Lowry Ranch.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm happy to.
Thank you, Chair, for that allowance.
All right, very good. I note from your slide deck, you have a kind of a closing. Are you going to do that later in closing, Ms. Jost, or are you going there now?
No, that's correct, Chair. We will save that for the closing order of presentation in the agenda.
Okay. All right. Let's take a 10-minute break. Let's return at 10:39, and then we'll get into cross-examination. Oh, hold on just a sec, everybody. A.G. Boudreau.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to make a statement for the record. It's come to my attention that a member of the general public has been sending emails to all the commissioners this morning regarding this hearing. As a reminder to all of those watching these proceedings, the deadline for the commission to receive oral and written public comments has passed. The commission will not accept, read, or consider any further public comment. Such communications will not be put into the record of this matter. The parties should ensure that their principals, employees, and members should not be communicating directly with the commission outside of witness testimony at this hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Boudreau. Commissioners, I would delete those emails and don't read them, and we'll continue forward with a record that is in concert with the APA. All right, with that, let's return at 10:40. I'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll get into cross-examination of this set of witnesses.
Okay, I want to talk for a moment now that we have a break.
Recording stopped.
Okay, we are here today, Friday, November 21st. And watching this ECMC meeting, we just finished the presentation by Civitas, which is an oil and gas company. It used to be multiple companies. They came together. They're like, how can we profit more? And so they had a 120-page slide deck. You saw there that they were the first person to present yesterday. I wasn't there. I had a conflict yesterday to watch this, but I talked to someone who was watching yesterday. Apparently, there's a third. There's three parties discussing what should be done in this area. Civitas, the main project developer, oil and gas company that would profit. There's Save the Aurora Reservoir, a community organization who's fighting for health and safety of the natural area and the nearby communities. And then there's a, I have it over here. I forgot their name, but there's a third oil and gas company who's actually like, hey, those are our mineral rights. Maverick Mineral Partners. I don't know if that's the exact argument they're making, but they're like, hey, we also have claim to some of these minerals. We don't like the way Civitas is moving forward. And so it's kind of funny to be like a third party or like a second party, like oil and gas group being like, hey, we don't like their designs, or like, these are the points we made. So those are the two presentations that have happened so far. There were also opening statements yesterday from each of the three groups. And we're about to get into I believe the Save the Aurora Reservoirs presentation. I believe they're last to go. I have the agenda right here. I'm just scrolling through it. It's kind of a loose agenda because they weren't sure how long everything was going to last. I have the right document up yet. This is the Wednesday agenda. I need the other agenda. Regardless, Save the Aurora Reservoir. A presentation, a case in chief by Star. Where do we go Maverick next? It says opening statements, Crestone, Maverick, Star. Presentation by Crestone. But we just did that one. Okay, maybe we have Maverick and Star to go still. I guess we'll find out when we get back from the break. But they're gonna look at all the different cases, and this commission is gonna come together, consider the public comment, which was all against the project, and then decide. So we're kind of just watching at this point, seeing how it goes down. When it's oil and gas companies like talking about the points that the other oil and gas company made, I'm like, is this really what's important? The interesting thing that happened when I first arrived was there was a witness brought up by Civitas who, let me get my tabs organized really quick before they come back. It wasn't that one. It wasn't that one. Where did it go? I have so many tabs open right now. Budding. I bring you over. And then, yep, you over. I'll share my screen. Give me one moment. One momento. I go, am I? I go, am I? All right. And share screen. All right. So I started the meeting a little late. I got here maybe like 9:08, 9:10. The meeting started at 9. I missed what I assume was recapping what happened yesterday. Maybe less of a recap, but kind of just presenting where we're at currently. And then into some witness testimony brought by Civitas, the oil and gas company. And one of their experts was Linda Dell, epidemiologist, who was like, hi there. I think I started streaming like right as she got on. I had my camera because I was at an event yesterday in my like backpack, so I had to get all my stuff set up. So I forgot when exactly I pushed stream, but she was presenting and talking about the health concerns, and she was like, it's hard to know for sure, but I'm pretty sure after 500 feet you're safe. And she's like, no considerable health concerns. I'm like, wow, that's such a small limit. This see you and shoot study says that there's negative impacts out to 8 miles, with there being larger impacts closer. And I started looking at her background because there are a number of scientists who, unfortunately, take money from oil and gas or are connected in some way. And I was like, if they brought her, what's her background? Followed her, looked at some of her stuff. She has apparently a lot of background in this area. She works for this consultancy company. I started to look at them a little bit. It's like, are they an actual like sustainability org? There's a lot of groups out there who do like sustainability greenwashing, where they like look very like proactive or like progressive and about science in certain different ways, but when you like dig in, sometimes they are like a supporting group to like natural gas and claim it to be this like green energy. And so it can get tricky sometimes. And so I was looking at them, their background. They seem to do a lot in a bunch of different sectors around the globe. Wasn't really getting a bunch out of there. But found her. And I was like, I Googled a few different things. And then I Googled Linda Dell oil and gas. And nothing really at first, but I was scrolling through the different results. And this article came up. Not of Linda Dell, but of Civitas, and whose chairman, I don't believe he's still a chairman. I still think he's involved with Civitas, Ben Dell. And I was like, wait, same last name. Look up Bendel.
Recording in progress.
And this is a connection with Civitas. And then I try to be like, are they related? Did Civitas, is his mom Linda? Or an aunt? And did he just be like, hey mom, will you talk on this? It'll make us millions. And then I started Googling to see if they're actually connected, and that part's hard to tell. But that's a conflict. I mean, I don't know if they're connected yet. I'm not sure where I would go to look up. And then I Googled both their names. Nothing like quite comes up, but I mean, if they have that connection, you would think that they probably don't have a lot of public stuff out there about if they are. It could also be a coincidence. But this is fascinating. The epidemiologist said, hey, you only have to be 500 feet away from an oil and gas fracking site. Also happens to be same last name.
Getting back to the docket. All right. We are now
of a chairman of Civitas.
241200313. And Ms. Jones, I believe at this point your witnesses are subject to cross-examination.
They are. Chair, before we start, can I get a time check?
Mr. Thomas.
10:40.
Yes, Crestone currently has 2 hours, 24 minutes, and 47 seconds remaining.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Chair, thank you.
All right. Mr. Prescott, Cross.
My sincere apologies, Mr. Prescott. We had Julie Jenkins get dropped off the Zoom. Can we get her re-elevated, please? Mr. Prescott, I'm sorry. She just testified, though I want her available for you.
Appreciate it. No problem.
We've located her and are in the process of elevating Ms. Jenkins.
All right. While we're doing that, Mr. Foote, I assume you don't have cross-examination for these witnesses?
Mr. Chair, I do actually have a little bit of cross-examination for one witness in this group.
All right, we'll let you go second if that's okay.
That's fine. That's what I was assuming anyway. Thank you.
Mike Foote's awesome.
Ms. Jenkins is here and elevated.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Ms. Jenkins, I'm going to start with a couple questions for you. Try to share my screen here. All right, Ms. Jenkins, I want to go to your discussion on support for the DSUs. You mentioned that Last Chance supports this OGDP, right?
Correct.
Last Chance originally petitioned the OGDP, is that correct?
Correct.
Is it a fair assumption that that letter of support came after Crestone settled with Last Chance?
I don't know if settled the right word. We took care of what their concerns were.
All right, and then you mentioned that there weren't any other mineral owner objections. Did you provide notice of the OGDP to anyone outside these DSUs?
No.
Okay.
And weren't required to do so.
Thank you. Next, I have some questions for Ms. Swanson. Ms. Swanson, is the Watkins area a high GOR?
So the high GOR I was referring to was the area around Greeley.
Okay, that's up in the Wattenberg.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then you mentioned an intrusion that enhances maturity in the Watkins area. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the same in the Wattenberg, or is the Wattenberg different?
So I mentioned a potential intrusion. It's very hard to determine.
I believe this is the other oil and gas.
Some of the things we use to determine this is data such as like gravity magnetics, which we did shoot over Watkins, but we do not have an extensive gravity magnetic survey like we do in Watkins over the entire Wattenberg field.
Okay, thanks for that. I will share that I was a geology major, but that was a long time ago. So your insights are helpful here.
Okay.
I'm going to go to page 125 here of the Crestone slides. Did you create these, Ms. Swanson?
I did, yes.
And it's a structure and isopac map?
Correct.
Okay. Is the reservoir deeper in the west than the east here?
It is.
Does this result in higher reservoir pressure in the west than the east?
So we do not have any pressure measurements in this DSU.
Okay, so you don't know what the pressure is here. You have a lot of data, but you don't know what the pressure is.
Again, we didn't take any pressure measurements in here because there are no wells drilled in here. Usually we take those measurements after we drill a well, between drilling and completions.
Thanks for that clarification. And then it's true though, and I think you said this, that the reservoir is slightly thicker in the west than the east, right?
So I did say that the total reservoir, so I did not say that in my testimony, but as you can see on the map, potentially slightly thicker. But again, this is a gross thickness. This is not a net thickness. And as I showed in my cross section, the net pay is very consistent across the DSU.
Okay, and you're coming to that conclusion despite not having pressure data and not having any wells drilled here, right?
So we do have a lot of wells drilled here. If you actually go to the next slide, where I showed all the wells drilled in and around.
I'm just going off what you just said. You just said that because there aren't any wells drilled in these DSUs, you don't have pressure data.
Oh, sorry, I meant any of our Niobrara producing wells that we're planning to drill.
Okay, just want to get clarity on that.
Yes.
And then has Crestone provided any maps or data from their holistic interpretation that shows increasing productivity to the east that could counter the depth and thickness here?
I'm sorry, I don't really understand the question. Provided to who?
In the presentation materials.
So you're asking if we've provided any maps that show, sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, have you provided any maps? As I understand, Crestone's asserting a holistic approach. Is that a fair way to characterize it?
So we're asserting that we use a lot of data sets when we look at Niobrara productivity.
Mm-hmm. So in doing that, have you presented a map showing this holistic data?
So a lot of this data is proprietary data, so that is not something that we would want to share with the general public, no.
Okay.
See, we got more data, but we only want to show you some of it.
Here. Is it fair to say sorry, this is a tough word for me. Resistivity maps used as a proxy for maturity after Smagala are still universally used for the Niobrara in the DJ Basin to define maturity drops off and productivity decreases?
Yes, we do use resistivity, and I did use this on my cross section.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Just want to make sure we're on the same page there. Can you name any significant highly economic Niobrara development outside the area of maximum Niobrara resistivity greater than 40 ohms in the DJ Basin?
I don't want to speculate on that. I'd have to look at a map, and I'd have to see which resistivity you're referring to.
Okay, top of mind, nothing comes to mind.
I'm not going to speculate on that.
Okay. And Steve Camella is an AAPG Distinguished Lecturer and RMAG Outstanding Scientist Award winner. Is that fair?
I don't know, but I trust that. I've read many of his papers, and I fully agree with his science.
Okay. And do you believe he would publish a map without appropriate well log normalization?
No, I don't believe that at all, no.
Okay. Are you familiar with the State Wetterhorn DSU?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go to a demonstrative here. The State Wetterhorn's over to the east of the State Sunlight, right?
Yes.
And let's see. Do you know whether Crestone is permitting 5 wells with 880 spacing over for the State Wetterhorn?
I believe we're getting, I'm not sure. Okay. We are approved for up to 8 wells.
Approved for up to 8 wells. Do you know what the spacing for those wells is?
I don't think we fully decided yet, but I know we're approved for up to 8 wells.
And are those 8 wells going east and west, or just east or just west?
So I believe in the Wetterhorn, they're going east and west.
Okay, so 4 east, 4 west.
No, I believe there's 8 east and 8 west.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. But you don't know what the spacing is there?
It's 8 wells east and 8 wells west, so it'd be 8 wells per section.
Okay, and do you know what the distance is between them?
I could get the distance from somebody.
Okay, no, you don't need to do that. If you're not specifically familiar, then these aren't questions for you.
So it's about 640 feet.
Okay. Let me go on to something that you did talk about. So you use a resistivity cutoff of greater than 30 ohms to define pay. Did I have that right here?
Yes.
Okay. The average thickness of boxes highlighted in yellow, pay in the 6 wells you show on the cross section within the state sunlight long is less than 60 feet. Is that right?
Sorry, what was the question?
Yeah, so the average thickness of boxes highlighted in yellow in the 6 wells is less than 60 feet. Is that right?
Are you averaging all 6 wells together? I guess I don't understand the question.
Sorry. Let's see. So let me go on to the next question here.
Funny.
Looking at the thickness, these are the thicknesses. Do I have that right? The 62, 57, 59 feet.
Yeah, so if you look on this cross section, I said anything shaded that dark red color is what 30 ohms is. And so what this is that this is just net pay. So I'm summing the feet greater than 30 ohms. Again, this is consistent with what Kumela stated in a couple of papers that he published, that anything over about 30 ohm meters is prospective. So that's that sum here in the yellow box is the sum of feet of pay greater than 30 ohm meters on the resistivity log.
Okay, thank you for that. And I'm just trying to connect what I'm seeing here with some of the engineering testimony. You're familiar with the engineering testimony in the Watkins area showing the pay thickness is either 100 feet or 200 feet, or in one case, 110 feet of pay?
Absolutely. So this is not meant to be referred to what we're using in the engineering testimony. If you can see on the resistivity here, so we have high resistivity in 2 parts of the Niobrara. So that's the B chalk and the C chalk. If you look on the resistivity logs here, you see those 2 kind of humps in the resistivity log. One is the B chalk and one is the C chalk. So this is meant to sum all the resistivity in the B chalk, the C chalk, anywhere else over the whole Niobrara interval. When we do our engineering calcs, we're really zooming into a specific well. And for that, we're using a fully different model. We're not using these values. We're using a geomechanical model that's based on sonic logs, density logs, and this is done by a third-party contractor.
Okay, just trying to understand here. So you're using different modeling or information in the resistivity that you're showing in geology here than the engineering is showing for their data. Did I get that right?
So this exhibit was put together just for the purposes of this testimony and of this presentation. This is not something that we put together when we're submitting our drainage calcs.
All right, thank you, Ms. Swanson. I've got some questions for Mr. Decker next.
Go ahead, Mr. Prescott. Mr. Decker's present.
Thank you. Mr. Decker, talking about parent-child studies, Crestone's presentation shows how much development and data Crestone has in the Watkins area. Do I have that right?
Yes.
I think you testified. You guys have a lot of data. It's pretty impressive. My question is this: with all this data, why has Crestone chosen not to show a single example of first child well within 1,200 feet of a parent well that has produced as much or more than a second child farther from the parent?
Well, so I believe we did show that. So we showed the reserve example where there's a child well, the 2A, that's within, you just said 1,200 feet now, although all your exhibits say 1,300 feet, but either way, it's at 1,100 feet from the parent well, and it is not the worst well in that development. So by your definition of second child, that would be an example that we did show that shows that the first child is better than second child because that well is not the worst well on that pad.
All right, thanks. And yeah, we'll get into those. I appreciate you bringing up those examples. So when you are looking at the production there and comparing them, you're looking at total production, right?
Correct. Using all the data. Yes.
And you're not considering choke sizes, are you?
I'm considering all the production data. So choke sizes are embedded in that, right?
So you're not considering offset frac hits, are you?
I mean, I guess to clarify on the frac hit comment, one thing Maverick doesn't differentiate with in their testimony is the difference between pressure transmission versus hydraulic connectivity, which is a really important distinction that is not made anywhere in Maverick's exhibits. So
I don't think that answered my question. I think that's more rebuttal. I'm asking you whether when you're doing your study here, you're accounting for the frac hits.
We're using all the data available. So if you're saying that includes what you're calling frac hits, then yes.
All right, let's go to, I believe you were just referencing the, your parent-child studies using the Rush, for example. In this exhibit, Crestone admonishes Maverick for only using the first 11 months of production at Rush North and omitting over 75% of the publicly available production data. Do I have that right?
Yes, using a small portion of the data.
Okay, what is a choke in a well?
Choke restricts the flow.
Okay. If you change the choke orifice size, doesn't it affect how much the well will produce?
It does affect how much the well will produce, which is really important. That it drives these when you pick these selective intervals. They're heavily influenced early time because early time as wells come online. There's different factors that can result in certain wells needing to be opened up quicker than other wells. There's facility constraints. There's all sorts of factors in early time data. That's why it's important to look at holistically all the data that's available.
Okay, well, I'm talking about choke sizes, which you say restrict production on these Rush North wells. So for the last 30 months, the 1A has produced through a 36/64 inch choke, right?
I don't have that data at my fingertips.
Okay, so if I ask you questions about choke sizes for these wells over time, you're not going to know those answers?
I don't have the last 4 years worth of choke data at my fingertips on these specific wells right now.
Okay, so you didn't consider that when you came to these conclusions, right? The choke sizes over time.
Chair, if I may, I'm just going to register an objection on the record for purposes of outside the scope of testimony that Mr. Decker provided. That can be a continuous objection on these choke questions and Mr. Prescott's last
lawyers lawyering.
Session.
Okay. Objection registered. Go ahead, Mr. Prescott.
Mr. Decker, is it a valid apples to apples comparison to compare cumulative production in wells that have produced with different sized chokes in the last 2.5 years?
So typically by the time you get to 2.5 years or beyond, like these examples you're talking about, they have 4 years of data. So at that point, all of the differences in chokes will have been accounted for in the data and all the wells will generally be opened and flowing without restriction. The chokes affect the early time data, which is why it's important to not filter to the early time data.
So in your view, the chokes don't matter over time?
Chokes affect the early time data And over time, it's more important to look at what the wells are actually making.
Okay. And do frac hits matter for comparing well production?
So again, I'd like to clarify that there's a distinction. Frac hits is one, not a technical term, but there's a distinction between pressure transmission in the reservoir and hydraulic connectivity. Those are two independent concepts that you have to distinguish between. And these are things that Maverick is not distinguishing. And as an example, just to clarify, so others on the call that aren't reservoir engineering experts can understand this, a simple example of this is you have two offices side by side, coworker in your other office talking loudly on their phone. You can hear them in your office. How? Because their voice is creating pressure waves transmitting through the medium of the wall and the air to your ear, and you hear it. In the subsurface, when you complete a well, you're adding pressure to that system. That pressure is transmitting through the medium, which in that case is the reservoir rock, and other wells can hear that or realize that pressure transmission. Hydraulic connectivity, back to the office example, I can hear my coworker, but I can't physically reach my hand through the wall and shake their hand. That would be akin to hydraulic connectivity. Similarly, in the subsurface, just because an offsetting well sees a pressure transmission, that does not mean that those wells are hydraulically connected, and it does not mean that those drainages are connected.
Okay, well, didn't Crestone shut in the 1A, 1C, and 2A rush wells prior to, during, and just after the Grande frac?
I don't handle the field operations. I don't know that those wells were or were not.
So in parent-child depletion studies, is it fair to say that the most distant child, such as the Rush 1A, provides production data for the part of the reservoir that is least drained and most undisturbed by a parent well?
I think parent wells affect the nearest child the most.
Okay, thank you. So the most distant child well production is used to compare to the closer child to see if they are more depleted. I'm just trying to make sure we agree on what a parent-child study is.
Can you restate that? Sorry, I was trying to follow
so
you.
the most distant child wells production is used to compare to the closer child production to see if they are more depleted, right? That's essentially why we do parent-child studies.
No, not exclusively. Like what you have to understand is not every well performs exactly the same across a development. There is natural variability in the performance. So it isn't appropriate to just take a specific distance and say every third well is better than every first well, because there's other variables. Distance isn't the only variable. And on this Rush example you're speaking of, it's a great example that if you Maverick's claiming you have to use current production that's not been influenced by any other pressure transmission or anything like that. And 11 months was your cutoff. So if you take this example, you have the Rush 2A well to the north of the parent. You have the Rush 4A well to the south of the parent. Both of those wells are approximately 1,300 feet from the parent well. The well to the south is 20% better, more production than the well to the north. They are both 1,300 feet from the parent well. So they haven't been influenced. If you use the data you guys use, they have not been influenced at all by any other factors other than strictly distance. If distance were the only determining factor in productivity, both of those wells should be exactly the same. They're not, because distance is not the only determining factor in well performance. There's many other things.
Mr. Decker, thank you. Two follow-ups based on that. You talked about the Rush and Maverick's measurement for the first 11 months. First 11 months is when the chokes were all the same and there weren't any frac hits yet, correct?
Again, I don't have all the choke data present.
Okay.
So
and you just said that each well is different and there are different factors that go into how they produce. Did I get that right?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm seeing Crestone present information indicating that the drainage of every single one of these wells is the same. So how can that be?
Sure. So in subsurface analysis, it's important to use a lot of statistical distribution. So like when we're determining, for instance, what a well is going to produce, what we believe a new well is going to produce, we use a statistical distribution of existing wells in the area that we believe are analog wells. And then that is the estimate. It's an estimate of what each well is going to produce. And you can use a variety of different probabilities to define what you think the wells are going to produce. It's the same with other subsurface inputs, right? There are reasonable ranges for all the reservoir value inputs. For instance, a porosity can't be 100%. It can't be 80%. It's also not 1%. The reservoir height, not 1,000 feet. It's not 2 feet. Like there's appropriate ranges of reasonableness for each input. And what our data sets show is for every variable, there are ranges. And in our testimony where we shared what other operators are showing, they're using their own data. And the difference in those drainage distances is they are having slightly different interpretations. But the most important part of that is they are all arriving within a range of reasonable outcomes that are not near 1,300 feet, which is 4 times what anyone else is coming up with.
All right, let's talk about lateral lengths, Mr. Decker. No operator is drilling half-mile laterals because longer laterals are more efficient. Is that fair?
I mean, no operators ever drilled half-mile laterals. So.
Same for 1 mile laterals. You know, if there's room for 2 miles, we're drilling 2 miles instead of 1. They're more efficient, right?
Longer laterals, yes. To a point. To a point.
All else being equal, are the economics of different lateral lengths identical, or are there efficiencies or liabilities inherent to different lateral lengths that make their economics different? So to rephrase, do we have different economics depending on length? All else being equal?
Yeah, it depends on how you model your economics, but yes, different lateral lengths will have different economics.
Okay. So in this State Sunlight DSU, Crestone's drilling some wells to the east and some wells to the west, right?
Yes.
The wells to the west are 3.5 miles long. The wells to the east are 2.5 miles long, right?
Chair, I'm gonna just, pardon my interruption, but again, I'm gonna object that this is outside the scope of Mr. Decker's testimony. And he just didn't testify to any of this.
Mr. Prescott?
Yeah, Chair, I'm trying to be efficient. We're happy to call all these witnesses back in a rebuttal, but we just heard Crestone put on their entire rebuttal case against us. So I think it's more efficient if we just do the same thing right here.
Go for it.
Thank you. Mr. Decker, did I get that right?
Could you repeat your question? Sorry, there's a little bit going on there.
In the State Sunlight DSU, Crestone's drilling 3.5 mile laterals to the west and 2.5 mile laterals to the east. Do I have that right?
Yes.
And as you just testified, all other things being equal, lateral length impacts economics, right?
Yes.
All right, so I want to go to this slide. Is this the slide that you testified about, Mr. Decker? I don't want to get off kilter here.
Yes.
Okay, great. Have you looked at the total EURs for the 2 mile DSUs on this exhibit?
The EURs for those were included in the testimony.
Yeah, I think that's this slide, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if we plot them, have you compared EURs based on location of the DSU?
I don't even know what those acronyms mean.
have I compared?
Let me ask you this.
Yeah, let me ask.
Have you seen higher EURs northwest for the units in the northwest and lower EURs for the units in the southeast?
The EURs will vary across developments, yes.
Okay, so Rush Cottonwood Creek on this map, higher EUR than True, for example?
So what's important to know on that specific map, so what that map is trying to show is using all the full data along that southern edge. The True wells specifically, those are important to note because that development was done, I don't recall the exact timing, but that was done very early in the development of Watkins. And the reason that development was included in these analogs is it is the furthest south, 8 well per section development, and it has proximity to sunlight and long, so similar spacing and proximity. However, it's not appropriate to necessarily compare. It's not apples to apples. So that was a different operator, and at the time they developed those wells, number one, they completed the wells completely different than we do. They pump very small completions, which at the time there wasn't data showing that larger completions improve productivity. So they pumped smaller completions. And in addition to that, another reason why that is not an apples to apples comparison is they had multiple operational issues completing those jobs. They ran out of water partway through the completion of several of those
Let me jump
wells.
in here, Mr. Decker, just to get things moving. I don't want to take all our time with this question.
Sure.
I think the question was simply higher EUR in Rush and Cottonwood than in True, right? Right or wrong?
Yep, and they're not analog, or they're not. You can't
Same
compare.
question for the Alamosa East compared to Rush. Higher or lower EUR?
I don't recall on that one.
Okay.
I don't recall on that one.
And let's go to this equation. Looking at the equation, is there a term for how drainage varies with distance from the well?
So on these, the distance, the shaded gray or the shaded blue area is showing where the drainage is relative to the well.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm talking about your equation though. Are any of those variables talking about how drainage varies with distance?
The estimated recovery of that horizontal well is determining what the distance is of the drainage.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand this. So
Yeah.
it's your testimony that drainage is uniform until it's 0. Do I have that right?
Similar to the example you provided yesterday with this example, that yes, at some point out here, the well will drain nothing. And that's what this is, a different interpretation of that, but exactly the same as you were sharing. Yes, at some point, a hydrocarbon molecule in the reservoir will no longer move to the well.
Right. And as I'm understanding your equation here, everything before that point of 0 is all the same.
This is a model that is industry accepted, and it's used to estimate how far out wells will drain. So at some point, you will not move a hydrocarbon back to that wellbore, and that's depicted in that model. Yes, the end of the blue.
Okay, I think I got an answer on that, so thank you.
Grill.
Are you familiar with the Lowry Ranch generally?
Yes.
Familiar with the DSUs approved in Lowry Ranch? I think we saw it in one of your maps.
Yes.
Elsewhere, where DSUs have been approved, you have 1 DSU for wells drilled to the west and 1 DSU for wells drilled to the east, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you talked about Maverick not objecting. Let's see, I'll just go to that slide. This slide, Maverick owning leaseholds and not objecting. I want to ask you a couple questions on that.
Sure.
Setbacks, the well setbacks from the boundary they're there to protect neighbors outside of the DSU from being drained, right?
Correct.
And with these DSUs, isn't Crestone essentially their own neighbor?
Crestone doesn't own all the leasehold across here. There's many owners.
All right. Well, fair to say that Maverick doesn't own neighboring leases. Maverick owns leases in these units, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So point being, Maverick didn't have a reason to object here. They weren't getting drained. They were benefiting, if anything, from drainage.
I mean, they were a party in these DSUs. I mean, two of which are larger than the proposed DSUs on Sunlight and Long. So,
all right. And thank you, Mr. Decker. Appreciate your time. Appreciate your engineering. I just have some final questions for Mr. Harrington. Mr. Harrington, I'm going to start with questions about the lease with the State Land Board. You familiar with that?
Yes, I'll reserve the right to pull up mineral land, though.
That's fair. Absolutely fair. I think you'll be familiar with my questions here. The lease with the State Land Board has limitations on surface use. Am I right?
That's correct.
Okay. Essentially, the State Land Board dictated places where Crestone can't drill. Do I have that right?
I would say there are places where they will not allow. They don't dictate exactly where to put the pads, but there are places that would be a no.
Right. They don't tell you where to drill. They just tell you where you can't drill. Right.
I mean, the lease does have provisions for preferred surface locations, right? So if those surface locations work for our development plan, we work with the State Land Board and try to stick to those locations. There are also areas that are no's, and we don't put them there, and there are a couple tiers in between. So it's not quite so black and white.
Sure. Appreciate it. So part of Crestone deciding what surface locations they have and where they can put them in the Lowry Ranch is in part dictated by a lease negotiated with the State Land Board, right?
In part, along with many other factors.
Okay. Let me go back to, I think this is going to be a helpful slide for a number of reasons. You talked about Maverick having a lease here in the south half of 18. Talked about it being no surface owner, no surface occupancy lease, suggesting that Maverick could drill there. Just looking at this map, is that a legitimate proposal from Crestone that if Maverick didn't have NSO leases, it could drill on its leases?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, I think a point you were trying to make was Maverick shot itself in the foot by signing a lease in the south half of 18 that didn't allow surface occupancy. Wasn't that something that you said?
Yes.
Okay. Have you looked at development in the area and the ability to drill here?
Yes, I have.
Right. And that will be at, make sure I get the right slide on that. No, I'm going to come back to that. While we have this slide up, I next want to talk to you about the buffers. The broad side, the north and south boundaries have 330-foot buffers everywhere except next to Maverick's lease. Correct?
That's correct.
That's where it's expanded to 600-foot buffer, right?
Along with the west side, just for clarity, but yes.
Right. Yeah, and I'm just looking apples to apples, north south. So it's this area where we see it change. Why does it change here?
That's precisely in deference to your client's drainage concerns. Our testimony supports a smaller setback, but we're trying to work with your concerns here.
Okay. And Crestone's exhibit indicates that for this last mile, it's going to deviate its wells south, correct? They're going to turn south.
The final well plans, I'll say, are not finalized until we submit Form 2As. However, I do think we have shown some places where we slide south a little bit to comply with that setback. So that's, I'm doing the math correctly, southern deviation of about 240 feet. So it's pretty small.
Okay, and I want to make sure you can see what I just pulled up. This is Creststone's Exhibit A45, right?
Yeah, I think it's important to say that the spider plot applied with an OGDP isn't necessarily exactly the same as what the final Form 2 plans are proposed as.
I understand that, but this is what's been submitted as evidence in this case. So right now, this is what is being proposed. Do I have that right?
Yeah, and yes.
Okay, and we see here 1, 2, 3, at least 3 wells that are deviating here in the last mile. Do I have that correct?
3 wells appear to have a mild azimuthal deviation. Yes.
Okay.
I go
is the deviation
MIA.
due to the setback that is being identified for the last mile?
That's correct.
Is not due to reservoir drainage change in the last mile for this unit?
No, it's to comply with a setback that we adopted because of your client's concerns.
Okay. And by being, are we moving wells closer together?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And when you squeeze wells closer together, does it increase or decrease productivity?
I think all things equal, we try to keep them evenly spaced. I don't know that you can necessarily differentiate between wells that are 580 feet apart and 620 feet apart, or whatever that reads.
Is it your testimony that wells that are 580 apart will produce as much as wells that are 640 apart?
I think that's a relatively mild difference.
Okay. It may be mild, but if they're closer, they'll produce less revenue, right?
Let me bring Casey in for this one, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Harrington. So to answer your question on these specific wells, so the Sunlight West wells you're talking about there, Maverick's saying so the last mile, the last 4,600 feet of a 17,730 foot well will be slightly tighter spaced. And that this will result in less productive wells is the thesis. So it's not totally a fair assessment to say that, given the last 4,600 feet represents only about 26% of the full lateral length. So a more appropriate way of assessing that is, since a well doesn't just produce along a piece of the lateral, it produces along the entire lateral. What you want to look at is the effective spacing along that entire lateral. And when you do this for the northern 4 Sunlight West wells that you're highlighting, their effective spacing across the entire lateral is approximately 602 feet. And the 4 southern wells in that Sunlight West, their effective spacing across the entire lateral is approximately 611 feet. So you're talking an average effective spacing difference of less than 1.5%, which is immaterial to overall well performance.
And I have a couple more questions about this, and if they're better for Mr. Decker, then please. If they're better for Mr. Harrington, please. Isn't it mechanically easier to just drill the wells straight, less expensive, easier than to deviate them?
Yes, I would say that the amount of deviation matters quite a bit.
All right, Mr. Harrington, this one's for you. You stated early in your testimony yesterday that it was the surface location movement to the south that caused Crestone to cut out Maverick's leases. Did I get that right?
Both Maverick's leases and a substantial chunk of Lowry Ranch Cabot wasn't targeted at Maverick, I assure you.
Mm-hmm. So what we see here is Crestone deciding to deviate the wells down away from Maverick's leases in the last mile. Couldn't Crestone just as easily deviate them up or north into Maverick's leases to produce them?
I think the issue here is that, like I said, the amount of azimuthal deviation. So if you look at that 1AH well, it nudges south approximately 240 feet. To get across the lease line into Maverick's leases, we're talking about a significantly bigger deviation, 600, 700 feet if you wanted to drill down the middle of it.
I just want to make sure I understand this. You're going from 380 feet to 620 feet here. So you're deviating 250 feet?
240.
240. So if you just went 240 up, aren't you essentially on the lease line at that point?
No, you're south of the lease line.
Just south, though, right? Still within the drainage. Oh, Creststone's drainage, mind you.
You're within that distance of the line, yes. Are we draining the entirety of South Ave, which is what I think you're going to? The answer is no.
Okay, and Creststone's deviated more than this, though, before, right? With other wells?
Not at this level of step out and lateral length.
Okay, and just to make sure I'm clear, deviating north is equally available. We don't have a Zoolander situation where you can only turn one way, right?
I'm sorry, Zoolander?
Sorry, I like
I'm
that.
missing the reference. Oh, that's a movie.
Can only
I
turn
got
one
you.
way. Here, Creststone can deviate north or south, right?
Honestly, I don't know that I can say it would be exactly the same on torque and drag modeling.
Okay. Mr. Harrington, let's go to oh, sorry. I believe you talked about moving location for the state sunlight long on the surface. You know, it's clear to us that Creststone has worked at great length with regulatory agencies and the public to select surface locations capable of being approved. Has Creststone had any surface locations approved west of Aurora Reservoir?
I'm
sorry, in Township 5, south here. We're talking about this township. Any
no.
surface locations approved west of Aurora Reservoir?
No.
Fair to say that existing and potential future surface development makes getting approval west of the reservoir difficult?
Not necessarily. There are some open areas out there.
Okay. Let's take a look at those. I think it was, let's see, page 130. I assume this is what you're referencing, potential surface locations for Maverick from which to develop. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And to be clear, none of the locations that you're proposing for Maverick are on Maverick's minerals or leases, right?
No, but I believe some of that leasehold is open.
Okay, but you're proposing locations north of leasehold.
That's correct.
And let's see here. These locations effectively surround the Arapahoe County Fairgrounds, the Arapahoe Park Horse Track, and the Event Center. Isn't that right?
That is the vicinity. I don't know if I'd say surround.
Okay. One to the south, one to the northwest, two are to the east-northeast, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know whether Arapahoe County would approve these sites this close to open space?
This is not designated open space for one thing, and this is just a screen. This is a screen level exercise on our major ECMC setback requirements.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Do you know where Infinity Middle School is?
No, I don't know.
I worked there.
Where Infinity Middle School is.
Okay. You didn't show it on this map, did you?
It doesn't appear to be on here, no.
Okay. So you don't know if any of these stars are within a mile of that middle school?
No, I don't.
Okay. Did you review the City of Aurora's public comment letter?
Yes.
And it identified concerns related to their groundwater aquifers and vertical seepage, right?
They did mention aquifers, yes.
Okay. Did you consider which of these stars are on Aurora land and therefore over Aurora groundwater?
Several of them are, but we have permitted many box elder sites on Aurora land that penetrate Aurora aquifers. So we have strict surface casing designs. We have groundwater monitoring requirements from the city of Aurora, including drilling of fresh groundwater monitoring wells. So if you're implying that Aurora won't approve sites on top of Aurora land, that's simply false. We have a lot of them.
Well, I'm just going off their letter. Despite you having sites on Aurora land, they said in their letter what they're concerned about. And one of those things, as you said, is their groundwater, right?
Yeah, which is why they require groundwater monitoring and other mitigation practices that we've permitted dozens of pads that way.
And you and I seem to disagree about whether any of these sites are on intermittent stream. Is your conclusion based solely on this map?
We did an independent review on intermittent streams here. It's not all shown here.
Okay. But I believe your testimony previously was, as you can see, there aren't any intermittent streams here.
That's correct.
Okay, if we look at other maps, we'll see intermittent streams that are not shown on this though, right?
I don't believe so. Not intermittent streams.
All
The
right.
depression isn't necessarily an intermittent stream.
And the ECMC rules require pad sites to be outside the 100-year floodplain, right?
That is, there may be exemption mechanisms, but generally, yes.
Okay. And 1,000 feet from perennial surface water bodies?
I'm gonna have to pass on that one. The
Okay, that's
specifics
fair.
of that reg, I don't have in my head.
That's okay. Going back to that drone footage, I agree with the commissioners. That was pretty cool. It sounds like a good thing about this proposed surface location is that it's behind a ridge, right?
Yes, it is.
The state sunlight locations behind a ridge. You seemed proud of that. Do you know how many of these proposed sites for Maverick are on top of ridges?
Nope, that wasn't part of this analysis.
Okay. And, I just want to go take a look at let's see. So state sunlight location, way out here, right?
That's right.
Relatively open, vacant land.
That's correct.
Okay. It's Creststone's position that the stars that identified up here, in more densely developed area are viable for Maverick. Do I understand that right?
It appears to me that you're pointing at a neighborhood, and no, we're not proposing a pad in section 18.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to orient. So going back to here, I mean, we've got a lot of streets here. A lot of development going on in this area. Is your position that these are viable surface locations for Maverick to get a permit?
I believe they are viable. I believe they take more detailed analysis to get there.
And from what I've heard, you haven't completed that analysis, right?
That will be your client's responsibility, Prescott.
Thank you, Mr. Harrington. No more questions.
All right. I believe the panel is open for a question or two from Mr. Foote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we could call Ms. Jenkins up, please, and then pull up slide 105.
Mr. Foote, are you asking us to pull up slide 105?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Looks like somebody's doing that right now.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Annabelle.
Ms. Jenkins, regarding the first bullet point of this slide, the 3,542 interested parties that received notice, do you recall how many of those notices came back with insufficient or bad addresses?
I don't know that number, sir.
Okay. Would you describe it as a lot?
I can't speculate. I really don't know.
Okay. You have no idea how many came back, or you just can't put a number on it?
I just can't put a number on it.
All right. So it sounds like you at least would admit that some of these notices did come back with insufficient or bad addresses, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so, correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like from your testimony, if you don't hear back from somebody, you just assume that they agree with the development, right?
That's what she said.
Um,
You said that.
I think we meet the
Would I make a bad lawyer?
requirements to send out to the last known
Probably.
address. So, that's our requirements.
Okay, but it sounds like, and I'm not questioning that you didn't send out 3,542 letters, but it sounds like in addition to meeting that requirement, you assume that if you don't hear back from somebody that got the letter or somebody that didn't get the letter, you assume that they agree with the development.
Yes.
Okay.
She did say that.
Now, would you agree it's possible that some of the individuals that received this notice that went out are working with STAR in order to oppose this OGDP?
I imagine so, yes.
Okay.
But
so you would say if there's some mineral owners that are working with STAR to oppose this OGDP, they're not in support of the OGDP, right?
I can't speculate on that.
You're aware, in fact, that there is a mineral rights owner that's part of STAR's petition for affected person party status in this case?
No.
You were not aware of that?
No.
Okay. Are you aware that the South Shore Metro District, which owns 55 acres of mineral rights in this DSU, has rejected the latest lease offer in this case?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. And then the third bullet point, it talks about the Colorado Association of Mineral Royalty Owners.
Yes.
Okay. And the abbreviation for that group is CAMRO, right? Everyone knows it as CAMRO. And so regarding CAMRO, can you recall any instance where CAMRO has opposed oil and gas development?
I have no idea.
Okay, so you don't know of any instance when CAMRO has opposed particular oil and gas development?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all that I have for you, Ms. Jenkins. That's all the questions I have as well, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
All right. At this time, I believe the panel is open for questions from commissioners. Commissioner Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this testimony. It's really helpful. Although I'm hoping to get a little bit more in a few areas. I think if we can first start with Ms. Swanson, I wanted to talk about the resistivity a little bit. You talked about there being a greater focus than the resistivity, correct?
Yes.
And so one of your main concerns is that Maverick's experts in looking at this are only looking at resistivity, and you're saying you have to look at more of what's out there, including existing wellbores, whether producing or at least getting the cores from those, and you're trying to use the cores as part of that overall analysis in addition to resistivity, correct?
Yes, absolutely. So we like to use a whole variety, and kind of in my mind, you want 2 or 3 data sets to confirm what you're seeing before you go ahead and make that statement.
Okay, and one of the things I wanted
She's got a pretty view in her
try and make
office.
clear is I think on one of the slides you were talking about some of the testimony referring to the Codell, but we're talking about drilling into the Niobrara area, correct?
I don't believe I mentioned the Codell. I mentioned the Dakota J&D sands. Is that what you're referring to?
I remember you mentioning that some of the wells drilled went to the Dakota and J&D sands, and that's where you were getting some of those logs. If I remember right, I think you were talking about one of the papers, one of the studies, one of the analysis referring to the Codell, right?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. So I didn't say that, but it was a bullet point on one of the slides. Yes.
Okay, but we're not talking about the Codell in this hearing specifically, correct?
No, and furthermore, we don't consider the Codell down in Watkins. So the Codell was referring to the paper that Maverick is referencing is a paper on the Codell formation. And we're saying we want to focus on the Niobrara formation because that's what we're focusing on in Watkins.
Okay, and the resistivity that you're looking into is looking at resistivity in both Watkins and the Wattenberg, or just the Watkins?
So the map that Maverick references is a regional map. So it's the entire DJ basin. The resistivity cross-section that I showed is specific to the sunlight and long DSUs.
Okay. I I think those are my only questions for you. And Mr. Decker, I want to go into a little bit, and I don't know if it's better for Mr. Harrington because he specifically spoke to this issue, or you, Mr. Decker, because he did eventually kind of push towards you. But in that line of questioning, Mr. Stephen Lewis Prescott was talking about having the deviation go further north instead of further south. So I want to ask a couple questions related to that. And if it's helpful, I think either your exhibit A90 or exhibit A45, and I know A90 was slide 21 in your presentation, and I saw A45 come up under what Mr. Prescott said, but I couldn't remember what slide that was. But so it might be easier to look at that. And I think A45 is probably the cleaner exhibit to what I'm asking about. Just trying to find what slide number that is.
Let me see if we can get that pulled up.
Yeah, Commissioner Cross, are you referencing the well plan?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, Mr. Harrington, that's A45. And Mr. Annabelle, if you could pull that up. Thank you so much. Wait, I'm sorry. This was exhibit A45. I don't know if this was in our slides.
Okay, maybe it was just one of Mr. Prescott's
Yeah.
slides.
I'm happy to pull it up for you for purposes of asking questions. It is an exhibit submitted by Crestone. It's not part of their presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
That explains why I was having a hard time finding the slide deck.
Would you like me to pull it up?
That would be great, please.
Okay, no problem.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And this is, and I think this is helpful because it talks about, you mentioned the proposed DSU having a 600-foot setback, but here it goes up to 620 on the edge of the DSU, the northern edge, correct?
Well, we usually try to leave a little bit of a distance between the legal buffer and the well bore, just in case, we don't want to go over that line. So the well is positioned 620 off the north line, but the DSU setback is 600 foot off the north line for that last section.
Perfect. And so, and perhaps for you, Mr. Decker, I know it was slide 115 and 116, and I don't think we need to pull that up right now, but you specifically were talking about the frac half lengths going out and it being under one methodology of calculating 287 feet, under another methodology 268 feet, but you were showing other operators in the area also having anywhere from 215 to 290, correct?
Correct.
And so that would be, if the well bore is here, up to 290 going each way out.
Correct.
Okay, so so assuming that we'll even use the higher number, the 287. So from where exhibit A45 here shows, you would go not the 600 feet, approximately 600 feet, you would just do that frac half length of what's going out from that edge. So it would be going from 620 to 430-ish.
Correct.
Okay. So under this, you would already be not recovering likely some of the minerals that are within your DSU.
We have a wider buffer there collectively as the whole DSU, that sunlight DSU. We estimate we're draining approximately 83% of that entire development, which is consistent with the amount of or the percent of DSU drainage that is normal for developments in the DJ.
Okay. So you could potentially have that 83% go a little bit higher without that deviation, but this is kind of a dotting your I's and crossing your T's to make sure you don't drain Maverick's minerals, is essentially what you're trying to say.
Deviating to the south is in response to Maverick's concerns and giving that additional buffer ensure that we don't drain any of their minerals so they can develop them on their own.
Okay. And,
Yes.
and as Mr. Prescott brought up, if it was to deviate instead of that, what is it, 240 south, if you went 240 to the north, you would still have 140 feet before the edge of the cap boundaries. And so you would likely, with that 287 feet, at least get part way into Mavericks Minerals if you were to be able to do a deviation to the north, setting aside what Mr. Harrington testified to with respect of having a difficulty doing that because of the step outs and the lateral lengths.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that's technically feasible to do that, but in that instance, your drainage would be draining outside of the development.
And so Maverick, at least with respect to the minerals we're specifically talking about here, just above the Sunlight Long DSUs, they have the south half of the south half of the south half. Is that correct?
Correct.
Section, and I believe it's section 18. For everyone's edification, do you know how many feet up that would be to get the south half of the south half of the south half?
I don't know that specific distance.
Okay. Do you know whether, again, setting aside feasibility issues, but if you did the deviation that Mr. Prescott was raising, so you're now 140 feet and going out partway in, if you had that deviation going the other way, would you still be leaving some of Maverick's Minerals potentially undrained in the south half of the south half of the south half?
I might be able to jump in here if that would be okay, Casey.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
So south half is 650 feet top to bottom. So given our drainage radii, to park a well and effectively drain the entirety of that lease, you'd need to put it about down the middle of the lease. So roughly in the middle of that 660-foot swath, 330 feet north of the section line. That would constitute a deviation of our currently planned well bore at the heel section. If I'm doing the math correctly, about 710 feet to put it right down the middle of that lease position.
Which is already greater than the distance that you have between the well bores as currently spaced. Proposed.
That's correct. That's correct.
So bottom line is, feasibility aside, even with the deviation, you're still looking at significantly more, and you would still be leaving some minerals wasted within Maverick's lease if that was to happen.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. And so I want to go back to the feasibility a little bit. Actually, before we do that, Mr. Decker, I'll talk to you a little bit because there was also the discussion, some testimony about the 600-foot and trying to respond to Maverick's allegations that it could drain up to 1,300 feet. Do you know if there's 1,300-foot spacing anywhere in this area?
Not to my knowledge in the Niobrara, no.
Okay. And if you were to be getting 1,300 feet of drainage, wouldn't that suggest that you could just drill less wells? So essentially, you'd be wasting money, spending millions of dollars trying to drill 16 wells to the west when you could maybe drill 7 wells to the west and still get the same drainage, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, but that's not something that Civitas Crestone is willing to do here because they don't think that they could get the necessary recovery with the smaller number of wells.
Right. We believe in other operators that have their testimony that I've shared in my direct. You would essentially be wasting a bunch of resource in doing that because wells don't drain to 1,300 feet. So if you only put 2 wells in there 2 wells in the section, you're going to be leaving a ton of stranded resource between those two. Like 2 wells spaced at 1,300 feet, right? That's 2,600 feet between wells when we think they're draining somewhere in the 300-foot range.
Okay. And as you also displayed the map of wells drilled throughout this region, this is not something that has, sorry, drilling with a 1,300-foot spacing, the frac length there, it's not something that anybody else is doing, correct? Because you showed Conoco wells, you showed Civitas wells, GMT wells, True wells, et cetera, and all of those were showing much closer spacing than what was present, correct?
Correct.
And if it was possible to get that kind of drainage, everybody would be drilling a lot less wells than are being drilled.
Right. It would be, yeah, you would have much better economics. If wells truly drain 1,300 feet, you would do fewer wells, spend less capital, and recover the exact same amount of resource, if that were true.
Okay. Thank you. And so now I want to go into a little bit of the feasibility, because this is something we also talked about yesterday, and something I was hoping to hear in this testimony, but really didn't get into, and that's going into the feasibility. You talked about the deviation feasibility and some response to some of that last little bit of questioning. But I want to go into a little bit more. And again, I know Mr. Harrington testified as to this yesterday. But as the subsurface manager, I'm hoping that maybe we can get a little bit more technical explanation about the feasibility as it refers to alternative 1. And so I guess to start, you're familiar with alternative 1, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so part of the testimony in the ALA, there was also references to SwiftFox, references to issues with access, issues to pipeline issues. But the first issue listed, and one of the main ones that was talked about, especially early on, is it's just not feasible to drill that length of a lateral, the 4.5-mile lateral, when you have a 1.5 mile step out, correct?
Yes.
And so we've seen in other situations, even Civitas, as we talked about yesterday, in Draco, et cetera, where you're doing up to 1 mile step outs, or I guess just under, because again, you have these DSU buffers, but you're doing close to 1 mile step outs and then going out 5 miles. So could you provide a little bit more explanation as to, from an engineering standpoint, why it's not feasible to have that length of a step out with a 4.5-mile lateral?
I'd like to pass that to Dan. I'm not a drilling engineer. I don't have the drilling expertise, so I would like to kind of pass that to Mr. Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Decker. Commissioner, we are working on some exhibits with a little bit more detail, as Commissioner Robbins requested yesterday. But the high-level answer is the comparisons to Draco aren't really appropriate. Draco has an angled forward sail, not an orthogonal side sail. And where we're sailing from Draco farther, the laterals are actually shorter. So they're really not apples to apples. At the end of the day, Draco is easier to drill than location 1 would be by a significant margin.
Okay. And I guess if looking at it, if the alternative location 1 was used, and this is something I thought about after the questioning yesterday, but if alternative location 1 was used, you're going to have some wells going west, some wells going east. How would that affect the other location further to the east that is getting the eastern part of the Lowry Ranch cap? Are you then going to be doing smaller laterals there, and that going to be, would that end up changing infrastructure plans for other parts of the cap?
If I'm understanding your question, I apologize. I do think in the hypothetical of of a site that moved further east, it would not affect the DSUs. I think other operators have planned to operate the next section over from a mineral rights standpoint. So it's not like we would expand the DSUs.
Okay, so it would just simply be shorter laterals on the other side.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And I want to go finally, Mr. Harrington, talk to you a little bit about the discussion of the alternatives for Maverick's purposes. And there was some questioning there about, do you think these sites are possible given the potential of intermittent streams, the depressions, as you mentioned, the proximity to neighborhoods, et cetera. Ultimately, are we worried right now about whether those are possible or not, or just could you go into a little bit more detail about that? Like, I guess I'm curious as to, it looks like you did a little bit of a kind of desktop analysis here of possibilities. And then there were some questions as to, should you have gone further? Why didn't you go further here?
Sure, thank you. As you know, permitting a site is an exacting process. It takes months to years to get to a viable surface location, compliant with many regulations, state, local, and federal. So we could have gone very deep down the rabbit hole of permitting those sites, but at the end of the day, our contractual development obligations are to our leaseholders, and we have no leaseholders in that section 1718 area. So we provided a desktop exercise as courtesy to Maverick for the purpose of this hearing. But as to the question of why we didn't do a deep dive on a full site plan, that's not on us, that's on them.
Okay. And setting any kind of royalty negotiations or anything like that aside, it would ultimately benefit Civitas's bottom line if you were able to drill further north and get additional minerals if the DSU were extended further north, correct?
I mean, the original development plan I designed had a pad a full mile north that developed those lands. And unfortunately, or not unfortunately, just matching reality of regulations, that site is no longer viable. So we had to move south.
Okay, so it's not an issue of trying to cut Maverick out from getting money in this. This is something you would like to do, but as I understand it, as regulatory changes with Arapahoe County happened, you couldn't feasibly drill those sections, and so you just remove them from what you're wanting to drill.
That's correct. And we removed those sections from Lowry Ranch Cap to remove our subsurface exclusivity in that area. That opened up the ability for any operator to permit a DSU in that area.
Okay. Thank you. I think those are my only questions.
Thank you.
Further questions from the commission? Commissioner Messner?
Thanks. Just a quick couple of questions, and I really appreciate the testimony and the information provided on this one. And I haven't had a math class since college, and I think my math class in college was titled Math, and so you can see how advanced that was. But I thought that was really good information, so thank you. And Mr. Harrington, I do appreciate you providing the information on the map. I got to ask if you would be willing to go a little further. It's public knowledge that State Land Board and Rangeview are in litigation right now, and I think that the bounds or the specificity of reservoirs may or may not be settled. And if you could, since you're in communication with Rangeview, it would certainly help me if one of them would provide specificity in a letter that is truly the settled boundaries of Reservoir B, and or testify. I think that would really help me know whether or not those settled lines are going to meet ECMC's regulations as I review this. I'm not saying that I think you're lying, but I am also not certain that those boundaries are settled based on public information that I'm aware of. And so, so I just throw that out there. I do understand that you provided all the information that you have at this point, but that would go a long way for me.
I will certainly ask.
Thanks.
Other questions of the panel? Redirect, Ms. Jost?
Just a short redirect, Chair. Mr. Harrington, I'm going to start with you. Mr. Prescott had asked if Crestone had noticed parties outside of the unit. Just in your role as the lead manager on this, can you please provide an overview of the notice of interested parties for purposes of this unit or this OGDP?
Yes, of course. So we notice mineral owners within the unit, and we notice offsetting mineral owners wherever the unit setbacks are less than the statewide 401B 600 feet.
Great, thank you. And for Mr. Decker, can you accurately model EURs and wells with different choke sizes?
Yes. So EURs are based on statistical distributions of analog wells, since EUR is not impacted by early time choke data.
Thank you. And at what duration of production history is your EUR high confidence?
So the highest confidence EURs are using all of the production data. So the most recent production data will give you the most amount of information to refine your EUR estimates.
And at the Rush location specifically, despite any early time choke differences, are you confident in your EUR predictions?
I am confident in EUR predictions at Rush on the basis of having almost 4 years of production data on those wells.
Great, thank you, Chair. That's all our redirect.
All right. With that, I believe that the case in chief for Crestone is now concluded. It's 12:01. Let's return at 12:46, 45 minutes for a quick lunch break. And at that point, we'll hear from Maverick.
I'll go MIA. All right, lunch break time. I was about to leave for lunch anyways. Any reflections
Recording
from that?
stopped.
I don't see how they're... I wasn't here yesterday, so I don't know. I think we still have 2 full presentations to go. Like, are they expecting to get through this today? I feel like probably cross-examinations would taking a lot of time, extra than that maybe they have thought in the questions. But I think we have what Yeah, I haven't even heard from Save the Aurora Reservoir besides Mike Foots, because I'm pretty sure he's their lawyer. Like cross-examination. Regardless, we're gonna step away. We're gonna have lunchtime. Lunchtime.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. I will share my screen, and Mr. Herringer, I'll let you take air. Here we go.
Stephen, can you pull up the locator map?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Confirming that you can see the title page.
Yep.
Yes. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to appear, to present Maverick's case to be heard. I am Kevin Herringer, an independent oil and gas producer. I have worked in the energy business for over 40 years as a landman, managing partner, and have ownership in projects. For the past 15 years, I've focused on mineral and leasehold acquisition and non-op well participation. This includes ownership in over 60 Civitas operated wells. As a mineral interest owner in the Maverick leasehold being discussed today, I am pleased to testify on Maverick's behalf. Maverick is a privately owned, independent oil and gas producer with working and royalty interests in excess of 55 wells in the DJ Basin. Maverick provides a competitive alternative for mineral and lease owners to sell or lease their minerals or leasehold, often proposing different terms than what an operator might offer. Crestone is a good operator that follows best management practices. We do a lot of business with Crestone. They are a valued partner. But as we will show today, Crestone's state sunlight actions are inconsistent with their past practices and are uncommon for both Crestone and the industry. As a leasehold owner, Maverick has the right to participate as a non-op working interest owner. This is an important part of the business. Civitas spends a significant amount of capital each year participating in non-op working interest opportunities. CAPs and DSUs are an important development tool. By Crestone eliminating Maverick from the CAP and suggesting that Maverick drill its own wells, Crestone has ignored all the concerns of the people that live in this area. They want to rewind the clock, to go back in time, to promote and approve a practice that was done years ago in the basin, where wells were drilled everywhere. The granting of the CAP gives an operator an effective monopoly to control development in a large area. With that monopoly comes the responsibility to see that development proceeds in the most efficient and effective way, avoiding waste and protecting corralled rights. It's not a blank check to simply pursue your own financial interests at the expense of all others. Other carve-outs, like the one you will see here on the left side of the map, occur in other CAP boundaries, but in every case, the carve-out is done to accommodate existing development or planned future development by a different operator. In no case, we haven't found one, other than what you see here. Is there a carve-out that leaves an area undeveloped and unable to be developed? Due to the dense development to the west along E470, this carve-out results in a donut hole that is in effect no different than if Crestone were to cut out a section in the middle of a CAP simply because another party held the lease. That would not be allowed. Crestone knows there are no viable surface locations for Maverick to drill its leasehold. Yet they propose 7 surface locations near E470, the fairgrounds, and the Biney treatment facility. Cutting Maverick out of the CAP was a mistake. We have spent 21 months and significant legal dollars to try and get back to where we were 21 months ago. Maverick seeks the Commission's help. We are not asking for Crestone to change the surface locations or the number of wells drilled. Maverick proposes easy solutions. 1, expand the DSU 660 feet. 80 acres is not a big ask. 2, split the DSU into an East DSU and a West DSU. To support its request, Maverick will provide a science-based technical presentation that utilizes actual data, not hypothetical. Crestone's actual data from nearby producing wells. A little history might also be helpful.
Drilling and spacing unit, DSU.
Maverick
Define area of land.
The Maverick leases were included within the Lowry Ranch
drill
cap as part of the initial and the first cap amended filings. Maverick acquired its leases in early 2023. In December 2023, Civitas submitted a request for proposal to Maverick, seeking bids from Maverick to acquire Civitas non-operating working interest in an Occidental DSU. In response to the request for proposal, Maverick submitted an offer to purchase the Oxy interest and provided Civitas its Lowry Ranch lease summary in Section 18.
Relating to countries of the West.
This included the Maverick leases that we're talking about today. In late January 2024, less than 45 days later, Crestone filed the second amendment to the Lowry cap, which resulted in 90% of Maverick's leasehold being excluded from the Lowry Ranch cap. Thus, we have a
relating to the Western.
Next slide, please. This map shows Maverick's leasehold. The little specks on the previous map are fee mineral owners, real property owners with real property rights. The GC Minerals tract that we're going to discuss today is located in the south half of Section 18. This tract of land extends 660 feet away from the section line and contains 80 acres. The City of Aurora and the E470 Authority are also mineral owners within this tract. 100% of the lots owned by Maverick in the Northwest Corridor were originally within the cap. As a result of Crestone's new cap, amended cap, certain tracts literally fall on the wrong side of the road, and other tracts will have a portion of their ownership reduced because their front or side yards are located outside of the revised cap and are not included in the proposed State Blanco West DSU. Next slide, please. The previous slide showed the location of the GC Minerals leasehold that is adjacent to the State Sunlight DSU. This lease contains 59 acres. At the cap hearing and in district court, Crestone argued that including Maverick's leasehold in the cap was not ripe for hearing. If the commission had ruled to include the south half in the Lowry Ranch cap, it would have added less than 0.25% to the cap total acres. In filings, Crestone refers to Maverick's leasehold as a de minimis interest.
I don't know what that word means either.
Block 4 shows that the south half of 18, if it's included in the DSU, Maverick will have the right to participate in excess of $2.2 million. Hardly de minimis. Next slide, please.
De minimis?
Today, we plan to demonstrate there are no viable alternative surface locations. We are surrounded by Crestone DSUs and development. Crestone's wells will drain Maverick's leasehold. Both drainage and waste will occur. Deviating or drilling the well straight will enhance productivity. And last, the unit should be split into two DSUs. Otherwise, owners on the east side of the DSU are unjustly enriched. Difficulty obtaining surface locations. I do not plan to explain this. It is Crestone's exhibit and demonstrates how hard it is to obtain a surface location in this area. Mr. Harrington shared yesterday, getting a location west of the Aurora Reservoir is highly improbable. I think he may have even used the word impossible. Next slide, please. Yet, even after Wednesday's public comments and Crestone's testimony of how hard it is to obtain a surface location, Crestone has claimed that 7 viable surface locations, today I'll refer to them both as circles and stars, exist both within and outside the cap for Maverick to develop its leases. Let's discuss 3 of the Crestone-supported viable locations. Stephen, can you magnify the map in the upper right-hand corner?
He'll get there.
Can you blow that up on your screen? In the upper right-hand corner. In filings, scoot on over to the right, please. In filings, to confuse everyone, this is the map that Crestone provided. It is an exhibit to this hearing that shows that surface locations exist for Maverick to drill a well from. It's an aerial imagery taken from an outdated 2019 image on the ECMC website. Stephen, can you move to the left upper corner? In the map in the upper left corner, Crestone recommends the 3 circled areas as viable surface locations that Maverick could drill wells from. Again, this is a 2019 map. Stephen, can you go down to the map in the lower left-hand corner? And can you blow that up even bigger? This is a recent Google map with the 3 areas identified. Please remember, I've been trying to figure this out for 21 months. After hearing public comments on Wednesday, yesterday, I woke up early and decided to revisit this area to determine if Crestone's proposed locations were viable. Am I missing something? Is there something I'm not seeing? Starting on the east side, as you look at the map, I drove up to the entrance of the Biney Water Treatment Center, by the City of Aurora Public Safety Center, then to the north entrance of the Aurora Reservoir, by the Arapahoe Park Horse Track, through the Arapahoe County Fairgrounds. I forgot how big the area the fairground encompasses, or that it's a year-round facility. And then I continued west, where I drove by Buffalo Trail Elementary School. I remember it because I got stuck in traffic for about 7 minutes. And then I headed west by the Infinity Middle School. It's not shown on this map, but it's very important. If you see the where the arrow right below the 1 mile pointer is, and just north of there sits the Infinity Middle School. Note the school a little bit to the south of there, Stephen, and the track and field facility. Jumping back to the other areas, if you look closely at the map, Area A is next to E470 and a new apartment building. Area B includes Arapahoe County Fairgrounds Event Center. In addition to the 3 areas shown here, and we saw this map earlier today, as part of Crestone's testimony, Crestone has recommended and provided a map of 4 additional surface locations depicted by star. Stephen, can you zoom in just on that? Keep it on the lower left-hand box. 4 additional surface locations. And these are all depicted by the stars that you saw earlier, in which they recommended that we could develop our leases from. All of the Crestone suggested locations are north and west of the Aurora Reservoir.
They're near people in schools.
What Civitas failed to disclose is that 3 of the 4 new suggested locations are located within a mile of the Infinity Middle School. In addition, 2 of the 4 proposed surface locations that Crestone has recommended for Maverick surface use are situated on Aurora surface. So an on-location surface spill would threaten Aurora water rights via seepage. A surface spill from at least one of the other 2 starred areas would flow towards Aurora water rights. And the 4th location is on an intermittent stream. Why is this important? On Wednesday, Chair Robbins referred to a November 17, 2025 letter received from Marshall Brown, the general manager of Aurora Water, and Jeffrey S. Moore, manager, Arapahoe Energy and Environments Division. An excerpt from the letter includes, in addition to the State Sunlight Longwell site, we have reviewed the State Blanca well site, which is proposed to the northeast of the Aurora Reservoir and east of Aurora's Biney Water Purification Facility. The first location proposed was less than 1,200 feet from the Biney facility. A concern with that location was potential surface vibrations from the drilling activities on the Biney facility and infrastructure. It goes on. We worked with Civitas to request a shift in the location further northeast, which they accommodated. The new site is more than 3,000 feet away from the Biney facility. In the same November 17th letter referenced by Chair Robbins, Aurora acknowledges working with Civitas for 3 years. To this end, the State Sunlight Pad was moved further south and west so that it would topographically be separated from the Aurora Reservoir and Aurora water rights. In addition, one of Aurora's primary concerns is protecting their shallow groundwater and aquifers from contamination from surface spills. An excerpt from the letter includes, and in parens, Aurora is unique because it owns the majority of water rights beneath the city, even though it does not draw significant water from those aquifers. The aquifers below us are extremely important, and we consider them to be our waters of last resort, which could be used primarily if our surface water sources become unavailable. Crestone provided these locations even though they knew that 3 of the 4 starred locations were within a mile of the Infinity Middle School, and the 4th is just outside. They also had full knowledge of Aurora's concerns and the threats to Aurora water rights posed by these suggested locations. In light of the location of the Infinity Middle School, development in the area, and the Aurora letter, Crestone needs to stop the nonsense, be honest, and admit there is not a surface location that Maverick could develop its leasehold from. Stephen, next slide, please. Further to my point, this slide shows Crestone's State Blanco and State Harvard drill pads.
They wanted a monopoly and got greedy.
If Area C would have been a viable location in which Maverick could drill a well, Crestone could have consolidated the State Blanco West pad and the State Harvard pad into a single pad, which would allow the State Blanco West wells to be drilled to the west and the State Harvard DSU wells drilled to the east. Next slide. I shared earlier that Crestone made a mistake. Let's discuss Crestone's attempt to fix their mistake. The contorted DSU setback map shows the 2 proposed DSUs and the various setbacks within the State Sunlight DSU. Ms. Jenkins covered this earlier. Maverick's leasehold is highlighted in yellow. The eastern setback green is 150 feet. The southern setback blue is 330 feet. The northern setback is 330 feet, also blue, for 80% of the northern section line until the setbacks near Maverick's leasehold, where it's expanded to 600 feet. In Crestone's post-hearing statement, Crestone stated that Crestone did what Maverick wanted to protect its leases from, and I put in quotes, hypothetical drainage by using the long-term ECMC non-reduced setback, and yet it is never enough for Maverick, close quotes. We would never use or suggest hypothetical drainage. There is just too much nearby production data that could be utilized. Maverick in no way, shape, or form suggested the 600-foot setback. Maverick's technical testimony will show that the presumptive 600-foot setback does not protect Maverick from drainage and will create waste. Next slide, please. We saw this slide earlier today. This is Crestone's Exhibit A45. It's their proposed well pass. It shows the well pass for 16 3.5-mile east to west wells planned in both units. Note on the right side of the map, the internal well spacing of 640 feet. The internal well spacing is the distance between wells in all wells until the three most northern wells turn south in the last mile of the lateral, when the wells get close to Maverick's leasehold, and the internal well spacing is then reduced to 580 feet. This is because the 330-foot setback has been increased to 600 feet. This makes no sense. Maverick will still be drained and waste will occur. Turning the wells to the south is more difficult. Stay back on the old slide. Turning the wells to the south is more difficult and expensive than drilling straight and results in less recovery. Maverick's proposed solution is easy. Crestone could drill the wells straight, resulting in lower cost, better recovery, and by including Maverick's leasehold, the drainage issue would be resolved. Note the third bullet for the state sunlight DSUs. Crestone's testimony claims 189 feet of perpendicular drainage. If this was accurate, Crestone's proposed 640 feet of internal well spacing would equal approximately 59% of recovery, leaving 41% of the reserves behind. Next slide, please. Crestone is really good at deviating wells. Is Maverick's request to deviate the three most northern wells north or drill straight reasonable? Is it feasible? This is Crestone's blue DSU that shows the well pass. The blue wells are drilled from east to west. Crestone increased the average internal spacing from 620 feet in the eastern part of the DSU to 850 feet in the last mile. Crestone's testimony for the blue unit shows 163 feet of perpendicular drainage. That's 53% recovery, leaving 47% of the reserves behind. Next slide, please. Let's go to Crestone's Eastern Hills DSU. The wells are drilled east to west. In this slide, Crestone deviated, flared the last half mile of the two wells to increase the internal spacing from an average of 630 feet to 1,853 feet to maximize recovery. One of the deviated flared wells is the best performing well of the 8 Eastern Hills wells. This is the original idea Maverick proposed 21 months ago to Crestone in February of 2024. Just a note, Crestone's testimony claims 89 feet of perpendicular drainage. That's 28% recovery, leaving 72% of the reserves behind. Crestone was able to flare the wells to increase production at Eastern Hills. Crestone is doing the exact opposite at State Sunlight. Next slide, please. We're just going to do one more of these. This is Crestone's Sky Ranch DSU. Shows Crestone deviating the wells in the last 2 miles to increase internal well spacing from 595 feet to 725 feet. The State Sunlight DSU is the only DSU that we've found where Crestone is reducing the internal spacing. This is the exact opposite of Maverick's proposal and request. Next slide, please. Has Crestone extended DSUs outside of a cap? The answer is yes. Extending DSUs outside a cap where it benefits Crestone is a common practice for Crestone. They are really good at this. This is the Box Elder cap map. It includes 5 DSUs that were expanded or drilled outside of the Box Elder cap. In the blue unit, that's in the lower left-hand corner, after Crestone successfully acquired a state lease in section 36. Can you highlight that, Stephen? Crestone amended the blue DSU to include the state section. This allowed Crestone to drill 4-mile laterals. Crestone also extended, up in the upper left-hand corner, the Quicksilver DSU, so they could drill 4-mile wells. And on the east side of the cap, the Yellow and the Crow DSUs, so they could drill 3-mile wells. Crestone also acquired, over on the west side, GMT's interest and drilled the 3-mile Invicta wells outside of the Box Elder cap. In all instances, the DSUs were expanded and wells were drilled after cap approval. Next slide, please. The State Sunlight DSU should be 2 separate DSUs. State lands in the east will economically dilute the fee mineral interest owners in the west. Mr. Smith's technical presentation will demonstrate that the fee-owned leasehold in the west is geologically superior to the state leasehold in the east of the proposed DSU. Let's look at the maps. The 3 maps cover the same area. The top map shows the state leases there in sections 22, 23, and 24 in blue, and the fee lands in gray, sections 19, 20, and 21. The middle map shows the state long drill pad and a cartoon of hypothetical well paths for 3.5-mile wells drilled to the west and 2.5-mile wells drilled to the east. This is the only DSU to be approved in the Lowry cap that has varying well lengths for wells drilled in a single DSU. Mr. Smith will also demonstrate that different well lengths have different economic results. The bottom map shows the current leasehold ownership and the associated math that favors the state-owned lands if a single DSU is approved. Let me explain. As shown, based on filed land testimony, Crestone owns 100% of the state lands. That's 1,920 acres in sections 22, 23, and 24. Per filings, Crestone owns 422 net acres of leasehold in sections 20 and 21. Crestone owns no leasehold in section 19. If a single DSU is approved, Crestone would own 61% of the leasehold. If the DSU is split into 2 separate DSUs, that is, so they can drill 3.5 and 2.5-mile wells, Crestone would own 100% of the 2.5-mile wells and only 33% of the 3.5-mile wells. More importantly, the mineral owners, whether they participate in the drilling, they lease their minerals, or allow themselves to be force pooled in the West DSU, would not have to share its higher quality reserve payments with the East owners. And the East owners being Crestone and the state of Colorado.
So many wells.
Next, Tom Smith will present the technical merits of how drainage really works in the Watkins area, how drainage will affect Maverick's leasehold, why waste will occur, why Maverick's leasehold needs to be included in the state sunlight DSU, and why the single DSU should be split into 2 DSUs. Thank you.
Mr. Smith, we'll turn to you right now. Please start just by introducing yourself and providing a little background, and then we'll get into your presentation. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Thomas Smith, Wyoming License PE 5289. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of Maverick Minerals in this ECMC hearing today. I've spent over 40 years as a degreed petroleum engineer, working in various roles for 2 large E&P companies with significant operations in the Rocky Mountain oil and gas basins. I became a registered PE in the state of Wyoming in 1986. Beginning in the late 1990s, I prepared exhibits, testified, and served as an expert witness in similar commission hearings in Wyoming, Utah, and Colorado. And I continue to keep my license active after retiring from Whiting Petroleum in 2018. On to the presentation and the exhibits I will explain and use to support the Maverick Minerals requests from the ECMC commissioners today. Let's talk about volumetric analysis. So volumetric analysis testimony used in drilling and spacing and density applications like that provided by Crestone is a model based on unmeasured assumptions and questionable input that we'll discuss in detail on the next slide. Volumetric analysis in Crestone's testimony assumes uniform drainage from the wellbore out to the perceived end of drainage, i.e. drainage radius. It is used to back out a calculated drainage distance. It is normally used to obtain permits, and once parameters are accepted into the permitting process, engineers simply copy and paste the parameters into their next application. Unrepresentative input parameters and a volumetric analysis should never be used to assess actual drainage distance. This is the wrong tool and method for the job at hand. In contrast, parent-child studies use measured production data and cumulative production data up to the time that is reasonable, and they demonstrate actual drainage profile developed around a parent well. In my testimony today, I will describe in further detail what parent and child wells are and how their production data is used to assess and predict drainage in oil and gas reservoirs. As we've been shown today, Crestone has all the data in Watkins. So if real production data made their case, they would surely show it. Further, as Mr. Herringer just showed at Blue and Eastern Hills DSUs, their development drilling repeatedly demonstrates that they don't believe the drainage distances in their own testimony. We'll talk a little bit about what we call copy and paste engineering and geology. So Maverick has looked at all of Crestone's OGDP engineering testimony in the Watkins area and summarized key information on this slide. And what we found is that engineer 1 at the top apparently believes there's exactly 100 feet of 8% porosity reservoir everywhere in sections or townships 3, 4, and 5 south. This is about 200 square miles. Real geology obviously doesn't look this way. An engineer found a template that was accepted and then used it over and over again for subsequent spacing applications. Engineer 4 at the bottom has thinks there's exactly 200 feet of 5% reservoir all over 4 and 5 south, 64 and 65 west. That's his go-to. Engineers 2 and 3 appear to have just copied some from both engineer 1 and engineer 4. I'd like to point out that the Blanca East DSU shown on this table with 100% of 8% porosity is located directly adjacent to Alamosa, also shown with 200 feet of 5.3% porosity. Does real geology change that like that across a lease line? Absolutely not. Also important to note that State Sunlight Long is shown to have 100 feet of pay. But the cross-section in Crestone's own exhibit, A89, shown earlier today, shows the 6 legacy wells in the proposed OGDP area to have an average of less than 60 feet. It appears that Crestone's engineers and geologists don't talk to each other. In summary, Crestone backs out an inferred drainage distance number by taking average well production and dividing by pore volume, which comes from an assumed recovery factor, and these copy and pasted thickness and porosity numbers that you see here. They obviously put little to no effort into obtaining accurate numbers, but they bank on non-technical people accepting the resulting drainage distance as being meaningful because there are equations involved. Truth of the matter is their volumetric model uses misleading data, which results in a misleading answer. In other words, garbage in equals garbage out. This is not science or a proxy for a parent-child study. So let's move on to what a parent-child study looks like and what the criteria are for an effective parent-child study. So what a parent-child study requires is an older well or wells that have been produced for some time that are an offset to 2 or more newer child wells. Production from the parent well sets up a depletion profile that the newer child wells are drilled into because they come later than the parent child. If the child wells are completed and spaced similarly and produced similarly into the same surface location, the father-child's wells production can then be used in an apples-to-apples comparison to see if there is more depletion in the closer child relative to the farther child. Now, this comparison remains valid only as long as the choke sizes in the child wells are the same and the wells are not disrupted by abnormal events like being hit by a neighboring DSU's frac. The dark blue wells on this map are older parent wells. Many drilled by Conoco when they were HBPing the area, and the 4 shaded DSUs are those that meet the objective criteria described and have been used in this study. And I'll start from the south by looking at the State Bierstadt DSU in T4 South and move north, ending with the Reserve DSU in T3 South. The reasons that other DSUs shown on this slide do not meet these criteria are noted in black. For example, less than a 3/4 length parent well, less than 2 child wells, or a completion or well spacing inconsistency. Next slide. So looking at Last Chance's exhibit, it shows the State Bierstadt production Hume, and Maverick is not alone in recognizing that drainage is in the Watkins area occurs at much greater distances than in rest of Wattenberg due to its different geological history. fact, drainage distance in Watkins is roughly 3 times that observed in most of Wattenberg. Last Chance protested the Sunlight Long OGDP, asking Crestone to drill fewer wells spaced further apart because they believe in longer drainage distance, as does Maverick. Crestone later came to some agreement with Last Chance and got Last Chance to drop their protest. This Cume production plot is Exhibit D4 submitted by Last Chance. It shows that production improves to the farther you get from a parent well at State Bierstadt and demonstrates depletion out to over 2,000 feet. I also want you to note how the separation between the well's production cumes indicated with the black arrow is less early on to the left of the plot and increases with time produced. Look at the next slide. At the State Bierstadt, we'll take a closer look. The only difference is that Maverick recognizes there are parent wells both to the north and south. So we count the distance in our study for effective drainage radius from the northern parent in the northern 3 wells and the distance from the southern parent in the southern 2 wells. The northern wells demonstrated drainage profile out to at least 1,500 feet, and the southern wells demonstrated a drainage profile out to at least 1,090 feet. And you can see where those corrections were made because we recognize additional information and included that in the analysis. In the next slide, we'll look at the rush.
The rush.
And we've looked at this earlier today. The parent well is in the middle of the DSU. And we're going to use 11 months of production data north of the parent well because of a severe frac hit from the Grande pad only 700 feet north of the northernmost rush well, which is the 1A. Because the south side of the DSU has not been developed, you can use 24 months of production data in the south because Crestone, the operator, started using different choke sizes at that time. When I say has not been developed, it has not been developed by offsetting fracs or an operator other than Crestone at this time. So at the Rush North, the 1A, we'll take a closer look, has produced for 30 months on a 36 choke. But 21 months ago, 1C was open from a 30 to a 32 choke, and 23 months ago, 2A was open from a 20 to a 28 choke. Then 2C additionally from a 20 to a 28 choke, and again in March of this year opened to a 32 choke. So there's lots of choke adjustment going on over the life, the entire life, from pretty much day one as you're flowing back your frac job until today. After you have a frac hit and or you have the use of different chokes documented, an apples to apples comparison of pre-existing parent depletion with the child wells is no longer possible. In other words, you can't do a parent-child analysis that has any validity once this happens. The Cume oil plot for the 4 Rush North wells on the upper right demonstrates a drainage profile out to at least 1,925 feet. And the plot for the 3 Rush South wells on the lower right demonstrates a drainage profile out to at least 1,350 feet. Let's go to the next slide and talk about frac hit. So we look at these daily production plots of these Rush North wells. It's been suggested by Crestone that Maverick use all the production data in our parent-child slides or studies. And this slide will demonstrate how absurd that suggestion is. So Rush North is the larger display on the left, and then we have some choke data on Rush South on the right. So let's look on the left, and you have daily graphs for the 4 Rush North wells with time in months on the x-axis and production and daily production on the y-axis. Not cumulative production, but daily production. The closest child well to the parent is number 1 in the lower right. And the farthest child well, which is closest to the Grande frac, is number 4 on the upper left. Gas production is red, oil is green, water is blue. The black vertical line in each of the 4 plots represents the time of the first shut-in preparation for the Grande frac. To the left of the black line on each plot is the production time that we are using to assess drainage from the parent. You can see that the plots look very similar and are an apples-to-apples comparison, with well number 4 producing the most, over 151,000 barrels to that time, well number 3 the second most, and well number 2 the third most, and closest child 1 the least at 133,000 barrels. Now look to the right of the black line on each of the plots. You can see that wells 2, 3, and 4 were all shut in and not producing for a period of time. After they came back online, they produced a lot of water from the Grande frac.
I don't know what this
that
means.
shows hydraulic communication out to this distance.
This is hydraulic communication,
In
actually.
fact, about 100,000 barrels of excess water from the Grande frac was produced by these 3 wells. However, the closest child, number 1, does not show much change across the black line. Clearly, any comparison of the wells on the right side of the black line after the frac is dominated by the shut-ins and frac hits and excess water production and is no longer indicative of previous parent depletion. It should also be noted that Creston used very different sized chokes in these 4 wells during the last 2.5 years since the Grande frac. This is another obvious reason not to use all the production data, as Crestone suggests. Crestone as operator has this data. For them to suggest that all production data should be used in a parent-child depletion study after a frac hit in 2.5 years of different sized chokes is disingenuous at minimum, and if not deliberately deceitful. The plot on the right shows the choke sizes used in 3 Rush South wells. To be totally fair, our study uses only the 24 months before the 4A's choke was changed. Although, even if we use all the available data, the result still shows a strong depletion profile where the closest first child wells is the weakest, having produced almost 135,000 barrels of oil less than the farthest third child. We move on to Lone Tree. And at Lone Tree, the parent well is again in the middle, but in this case, we can't use the southern 3 child wells because there's another parent well to the south, making the middle southern well a second child to both parent wells. So we don't have an unaffected well to compare the closer first child wells to. But for the northern 4 wells, we can use the first 6 months of production because of a frac hit from the Sky Ranch to the north.
I don't know what those mean.
We also know that
I don't even know the wells are on that map.
during rebuttal testimony
Red lines?
that the 1A and 2A had exactly the same choke sizes, while the 1B and 2B were produced differently. Therefore, we will only
Stop
consider
trying to
the
show
1A
people.
in blue and the 2A in purple.
Avi.
Creststone's own daily production exhibit in the upper right shows that the blue line is always above the purple line. So this demonstrates depletion out to 1,370 feet. There's a cum oil plot in the lower right showing the same thing. We'll move on to reserve, our final. At reserve, we only use the first child 2A in pink and the second child 2E in orange because the other 4 wells produced to a different location on the pad and may be subject to different conditions, and all 4 show significant increases in water production after the frac hits from both the Property Reserve and Prosper Farms pads to the south. If you look at Crestone's own cum plot, on the upper right, you can see the 2A and 2E stay parallel to each other before and after the black dashed line, which shows the time of the frac hits, while the 4 southern wells all have reduced slope relative to the 2A and 2E to the right of the dashed line after the neighboring fracks, demonstrating the effect of these offset fracks. The farther second child 2E's production in orange is always above the closest child 2A's in pink, demonstrating parent depletion out to 1,155 feet. If we talk about the reserve ducts, these are drilled uncompleted wells. Creststone's engineering testimony submitted for property reserve incorporates the production data from all the reserve wells and claims a perpendicular drainage distance of 179 feet, implying that the ideal well spacing should be about double the distance, or around 360 feet. Creststone paid millions of dollars to drill and case the 1C and the 1D. The 1C is 435 feet from the parent well. The 1D is 365 feet from the 1C and 370 feet from the 2A. Now, these look to be ideally spaced based on Creststone's volumetric analysis, but Creststone has never completed these wells. Because contrary to their submitted testimony, they believe that these wells are already significantly drained. This clearly is another concrete example of how Creststone's actions contradict the drainage distances claimed in their own submitted engineering testimony. We'll look at the drainage plot on the next slide, and this will essentially pull together all the data that we've talked about today regarding
I'm sure the Creststones like all on a group call together being like, what are we saying?
The thick black line on the left,
how dare they?
In this case, represents the location of a parent well. That's the y-axis. Now the x-axis shows distance from the parent well.
Exercise
also on the y-axis is the oil produced during the time when we have apples to apples conditions. So that meets our criteria.
Still got like
There's
6
a lot
hours
here,
to go.
so let's just focus on the light blue line at the top, which is the Rush South. Now we've got 3 wells there. We've got two child in the 3/4 length parent. Actually, there's 3 wells there, 3 child. So you can see that the 4C at almost 2,000 feet from the parent produced almost 280,000 barrels of oil in 24 months. And again, in the y-axis or the x-axis, that is the distance from the parent. So as we move closer to the parent, the 4A, 1,350 feet, produced almost 260,000 barrels, and the 3C at almost 700 feet from the parent produced 185,000 barrels. Now this means that the 3C lost almost 95,000 barrels of oil to depletion in just the first 24 months of production, and the parent well is just a 3/4 length parent well, 1.5 mile versus a normal 2 mile. A full 2 mile parent would likely have drained more. So each of these colored lines can be viewed in the same way, and all of them slope down and left toward the parent well on the left. And when I say colored lines, it's the other examples that are, lower on the, down to the bottom of the graph. Further, the slope is steeper with more production history. So the upper 2 wells with 22 to 24 months of child production,
what else do I want to get done
much steeper
today?
slopes than the other 4 lines with only 6 to 13 months of production. So one can deduce that the effective drainage from the parent depletion becomes more evident with time and production. And to help you visualize this, what drainage looks to me like is like a solar system gravity model illustrated with a heavy lead ball placed on a latex sheet, and the physics is very analogous. So importantly for this hearing, the gray shaded area represents the position of the Maverick acreage in the south half of 18 at 600 feet to 1,260 feet from Creststone's proposed drilling. In that gray shaded area, take a look and see that. That's very important. So in other words, all the valid data we present here shows that Maverick acreage will be drained without compensation by Creststone's drilling, even with a 600-foot setback. It's also important to note again that the Watkins area has a very different geologic history and that drainage occurs at roughly 3 times the distance that we typically see in the rest of Wattenberg. Okay, now Creststone's Exhibit 89 mistakenly implies that Maverick would support 2,600-foot well spacing because of 300-foot drainage. Maverick never said this and doesn't believe it. This is an erroneous straw man argument that Creststone sets up for the sole purpose of knocking it down. In this exhibit, I have taken the shape of the drainage profile from the previous exhibit and used it to make a cartoon of the depletion profile for 2 adjacent wells, one in red and one in blue. Figure 1 shows that if you had 1,300 feet of drainage, then place the wells 2,600 feet apart, as Creststone erroneously suggests, the middle half of the inner well space would be almost completely undrained. In real world, what operators do, as shown in figure 2, is space wells at approximately half the drainage distance. So both wells can partially drain a little less than half of the reserves in the middle. This leads to more even drainage of the area between the wells. And interestingly, half of 1,300 feet is 650 feet. This is coincidentally very close to the 640 feet spacing that Creststone is proposing for the normal well spacing in state sunlight long DSU. We move on to the next slide. We'll talk about resistivity. In 1984, Smagala showed that resistivity in the Niobrara is related to maturity and productivity.
Niobrara.
This led operators such as EOG to drill the famous Jake Niobrara horizontal discovery well in 2009, kicking off all the drilling that we've seen in the last 15 years. Every geologist in town, several I've worked with in my career, uses this map or one very similar to determine where the Niobrara is economic,
Village of Nebraska?
where it is not,
Don't do
where
that.
it gets edgy. The hotter color on this map shows where the Niobrara is the most productive. Zooming in on the proposed sunlight long OGDP.
Organic rich shale formation in the Rocky Mountain region.
Has a higher resistivity,
primarily targeting oil and natural gas in
orange,
parts of Colorado,
and the
Kansas,
east part
Nebraska,
is
and
starting
Wyoming.
to get edgy. It turns toward the green and gray.
Is access using
This
fracking.
trend of declining productivity to the east is common knowledge. Now, Creststone continues to make Maverick's case with their own geology testimony in Exhibit A67. Next slide. Next slide.
There's also
Which
Village,
shows
Nebraska.
the Niobrara is deeper with associated higher pressure.
Very pretty.
Slightly thicker, meaning more productive in the western side of state.
You okay, dude? Oh, he muted?
Okay, can you hear me?
Now we can.
I lost my microphone there for a minute. So on this slide, we look at it's their slide, which shows deeper and associated higher pressure and slightly thicker, meaning more productive in the western side. This combined with resistivity and a lack of any data provided by Creststone shows a different trend, clearly demonstrating the western side of state sunlight long is most likely more productive than the eastern side. and the east and west sides should absolutely not be pooled together in a single 6-mile-long DSU. The next slide. Talking about common surfaces with separate DSU. So common surface drilling pads with separate DSUs. So in the map on the left side of the exhibit, API gravity is plotted in green on this resistivity map we just looked at. Higher API gravity correlates to higher oil productivity in this area based on maturation.
Typically under a confining layer.
See values of around 41 in yellow and orange areas of the higher
Older grass-rich shale that can be drilled through.
Lower values around 36 in the lower resistivity areas in green to the south.
There can be other things between the confining layer.
That resistivity is in fact correlated to maturity and productivity in this area, just like Smagala noted. We can also see that resistivity and thus expected productivity declines to the east and south in state sunlight long. We can also surmise that Crestone is well aware of the likelihood of declining productivity to the east because of the fact that they have applied for wider 880 feet well spacing, as shown in the state Wetterhorn on this map, immediately to the east of the sunlight long. Crestone historically uses wider spacing in less productive areas that they don't think can economically support normal, more narrow spacing. As an aside, GMT uses 320 acre spacing just to the south and west of sunlight long. So here's evidence of 320 foot spacing. Mr. Cross's earlier question.
Mr. Smith, to clarify, did you mean to say 1320 or 320?
1320, thank you. 1,320 feet. It is also critical to note that every other OGDP in the Lowry Cap that has a central surface location shown with a gray star on this map, with wells drilled east and west from it, divide
Mr. Smith, we lost your microphone again.
His thing died? Hello, hello? You got test, you got talk. Have a backup.
We're still not able to hear him. Do you want to maybe log off and log back on or something? Maybe let's take a few minute break and see if we can get Mr. Smith back up and running. Let's return at 2 o'clock.
Thank you, Chair. That sounds good.
Howdy doody.
Recording stopped.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Smith, did you get your mic fixed? No.
I think the backup here is going to be to do it through the phone. Either
Yeah, maybe you
Zoom
could.
on the phone or
that-
call in and have
Yeah,
it
let's
verbalized through the phone.
let's have him call in. Uh, Mr. Prescott, could you give me and Elias the last four numbers of his phone so we know how to find him?
8224.
8224. All right, so then why don't you instruct him to go ahead and phone in and then we'll get him set up that way.
Yeah, Mr. Smith, if you have the invite or the Zoom information, there should be a dial-in number for you to use, possibly with a code to put in.
Mr. Thomas, are you with us?
Yes, I'll be prepared to allow the phone to speak as soon as we see it in the chat.
All right, let's just all bear with and see if we can get this technology working. Mr. Smith, maybe say testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, that works. What I need you to do though is
Recording in progress.
Mute your computer.
Okay, how about that?
Yeah, that works. Although we're still getting an echo.
I'll go ahead and mute myself, and hopefully if he's the only one that's unmuted, we won't get an echo.
Hold on. Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. So everyone needs to stay muted from here on out during this testimony. Is that fair, Mr. Prescott?
Yeah, I think that's how it'll work the best and avoid any echoes.
Okay, Mr. Smith, you can start back up in your testimony.
Okay. Okay. So we are at, get rid of this. All right, so common surfaces. So GMT uses 320-foot spacing, as Mr. Cross earlier question of Corey, just to the south and west of Sunlight Long. Okay, that's the right slide. It is critical to note that every other OGDP in the Lowry Cap has a central surface location shown with a gray star with wells drills east and west from it, dividing that OGDP into separate east and west DSU pools. The lone exception is the state Sunlight Long. One has to wonder why that is. Next slide. And this is not the first time Crestone has applied for a single long DSU with wells drilled in opposite directions from the central pad. In October of 2024, in the north part of the Watkins area, ECMC approved Crestone's 7-mile-long Aspen North-South OGDP with 4-mile wells going east and 3-mile wells going, or west, rather, and 3-mile wells going east. Since then, in May of this year, the 3-mile wells east and the west Bijou wells immediately south of Aspen have come on production, and just like Sunlight Long, resistivity and depth decreases to the east. In the first 4 months of production available in public records, the western wells have outproduced the eastern wells by almost 30%. So again, higher resistivity and depth results in higher productivity. Only 8 of the Aspen wells have been drilled and they have not yet been completed, but clearly in hindsight, the early Bijou production shows that the Aspen North-South OGDP should have been divided into separate east and west DSUs. Maverick is asking that the same mistake not be made again in state Sunlight Long. It could also be noted that Crestone expected declining production to the east because they have drilled 5 wells to the west at normal 640-foot spacing and only 3 wells to the east at wider 800-foot spacing. Moving to the next slide, we'll talk about lateral length and economics. So as we stated earlier, no operators drilling half-mile laterals because 1-mile laterals are more efficient. Operators only drill 1-mile laterals if they don't have the leases or the room to drill 2-mile laterals for the same reason.
And you're muted.
Even if productivity is equal, there are efficiencies or liabilities inherent to different lateral lengths that make their economics different. As we show here at State La Plata, the state Sunlight's northern neighbor, Crestone's engineering testimony shows that a 3-mile well should pay out 10% more than 2.5-mile wells, even though the 2 parent wells have already drained over 700,000 barrels of oil from where the 3-mile wells will be drilled. This indicates that all being equal, leases in sections with wells of different lateral lengths should not be pooled together. Next slide. And final slide. So The productivity trend that's developed from decline curve analysis is depicted here. So in Exhibit B52, I've summed up all the individual well EURs from Crestone's decline curve analysis in Exhibit A88 for all the 2-mile long DSUs close to the state sunlight long in Watkins. And those CUMES EURs derived from DCA are shown in green. So starting in the southeast, the true DSU EURs add up to a little more than 2 million barrels of oil. You can see that in green above the true DSU. And so moving north and west to the Alamosa West, Crestone expects to produce 20% more than true. And then moving further west at Massive, Crestone expects
I don't think any of this matters from my
25%
point of
more than
view.
true. Further north, Crestone expects
It is fascinating to learn about.
produce 27 more than true. And moving all the way to the northwest, Crestone expects Cottonwood Creek to produce 58%
Hey,
more
it's
than
ultimately
true.
helpful that they're
And finally,
Mavericks
all the way
here.
west and north, Rush is expected to produce 77% more than
to
true.
call out
So it's undeniable that Crestone's own decline curve analysis
Crestone's like
shows a moderate increase
willingness
in
to
production to the north and a
play with
strong
details.
increase in production to the west.
and be greedy. Just
And Crestone rightly claims that this is the best available offset data for performance estimates. And it clearly shows that the state sunlight long OGDP should be divided into separate east and west DSU pools. That ends my testimony. I do have conclusions. And there's 3 conclusions, and Maverick's position is clear and supported by science. I'll repeat that again. Our position is clear and supported by science. As Mr. Herringer showed, there are no viable alternative surface locations. This precludes development of the leases. As my review showed, the state sunlight wells will drain the leases. That means they should be in the unit. Also, as my review showed, the western acreage is much more productive than the eastern acreage. The unit should be divided to avoid taking from western owners and giving to eastern owners.
That concludes Maverick's presentation.
Okay. With that, I believe the Crestone followed by Star has an opportunity for cross-examination. Ms. Jost?
this is the fun part.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Mr. Prescott, could you pull your screen down, please? Thank you so much. I'm going to start with Mr. Herringer. Mr. Herringer, it's nice to see you. I'm going to ask you a few questions regarding your testimony today. If you can please answer these questions as directly as possible.
I think she's
for
third-party
purposes of
legal,
efficiency for the commissioners, that would be great. Would you agree that in order to obtain Maverick's requested
JEO? I
relief,
don't know.
the state sunlight long OGDP application must be approved?
Yes.
Would you agree that the state sunlight long oil and gas location is protective of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources?
I'm not qualified to make that answer.
You would agree that Maverick's petition places the entire state sunlight long oil and gas development plan and state sunlight DSU application at risk, correct?
As proposed.
You would agree that Maverick's offsetting oil and gas leases covers only 59 acres, correct?
That is correct.
You would agree that the OGDP is seeking the development of approximately 7,800 acres of minerals owned by 3,542 non-petitioning interest owners, correct?
I do not know that to be true.
You would agree that Crestone is not a co-lessee with Maverick on any of Maverick's oil and gas leases, correct?
That is correct.
You would agree that when Maverick took the oil and gas leases, it had no agreement with Crestone to develop Maverick leases, correct?
Correct.
You would agree that the first of Maverick's oil and gas leases expires on January 12th, 2026, correct?
The primary term, yes.
You would agree that if Maverick does not extend the primary term to hold the leases for the period of years, then the oil and gas leases would expire, correct?
If not drilled or in a unit.
Okay, you would agree you negotiated Maverick's oil and gas leases to include a no surface occupancy prohibition, correct?
That is correct.
You would agree that Maverick's oil and gas leases were taken after the submission of the Lowry Ranch cap, correct?
The initial cap, yes.
You would agree that Maverick's oil and gas leases were taken before the director's determination of completeness on the Lowry Ranch cap, correct?
Correct.
You would agree that Maverick's oil and gas leases were taken before the formal approval of the Lowry Ranch cap, correct?
Correct.
You would agree that Maverick Mineral Partners is primarily a non-operator mineral owner, correct?
Can you ask that again?
You would agree that Maverick is a non-op, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You would agree that Maverick has limited knowledge of every operator's plans and regulatory obligations when you take a lease, correct?
I'm not sure.
You would agree that Maverick has to make certain assumptions based on those plans and timing when negotiating and taking leases, correct?
I'm not sure.
You would agree that Maverick takes a risk of a lease of non-development if it gets those assumptions around development plans and timings wrong, correct?
That's correct, but that doesn't apply here.
You would agree that it's an inherent risk that some of your leases may not be developed as you expect, correct?
That's correct.
You would agree that operators are bound by local and state regulations and frequently have to adapt their development plans to meet those regulations, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay, and you're familiar with your own B20, correct? Stephen, would you mind pulling up Exhibit B20 since you probably have better access to it? You would agree that Maverick objects to Creststone's 6 mile times 1 mile state sunlight DSU due to perceived changes in productivity from east to west, correct?
Can you ask that again, please?
Sure. Stephen, are you able to pull this
Yeah,
exhibit
can we
up?
pull that up?
B20. It's the Aspen slide. Mr. Herringer, you would agree that Maverick objects to Creststone's 6 mile by 1 mile state sunlight long DSU or state sunlight DSU due to perceived changes in productivity from east to west, correct?
Can you give me a time frame on that, please?
Your petition, Maverick petitioned, and in your claims, you're saying you want the state sunlight DSU split into 2 units, correct?
Correct.
All right. You would agree that Maverick did not petition Creststone's Aspen OGDP, as shown on this slide, that consists of 7 mile times 1 mile drilling and spacing unit with relative rights concerns, correct?
That is correct.
You would agree that Maverick did not petition the Aspen DSU pooling application for the DSU that consists of a 7 mile times 1 mile with relative rights concerns, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you would agree that Maverick elected to participate in the Aspen DSU wells and pick up non-consent interest in the DSU when sent partner elections by Creststone, correct?
Correct.
And you submitted these elections to participate on September 25th, 2025 to Creststone, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that September 25th, 2025 is 4 days before Maverick submitted its petition against the state sunlight DSU 6 mile by 1 mile unit, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that Maverick's approximate capital commitment cost associated with its consent in the Aspen 7 mile by 1 mile is approximately $650,000, correct?
Correct.
You would agree that Maverick's leases are inside other Creststone's operated units in the Watkins area of the DJ Basin, correct?
Correct.
You would agree that Maverick has not petitioned Creststone's drilling and spacing units that have 330-foot reduced setback approved, correct?
Correct.
You would agree that Maverick has not petitioned Creststone's drilling and spacing unit, specifically the Jamiso unit, that has 460 reduced subsurface setbacks approved, correct?
Correct. We didn't get cut out of that one.
You would agree that Maverick has not petitioned Creststone's drilling and spacing unit that has 600-foot statewide subsurface setbacks approved. This is the Invicta unit, correct?
Correct.
You would agree that Maverick has interest in the Jamiso unit, correct?
Correct.
You would agree that the Jamiso unit is offset by the Sky Ranch unit to the south and the Blue unit to the north, correct?
I'd have to look at a map, but I assume that's correct.
If you take my word for it, you would agree
Yes.
that the Sky Ranch unit and the Blue unit have subsurface setbacks less than 1,300 feet, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that Maverick did not object to the Sky Ranch unit or Blue unit applications with subsurface setbacks less than 1,300 feet, correct?
That is correct.
And you would agree that Maverick has interest in the Prosper Farms unit, correct?
Correct.
And you would
She adds
agree
in
that
like
the
a-
Prosper Farms unit is offset by the Prosper 1112
You agree
unit to the
that-
south and the Reserve unit to the north,
We're
correct?
the best.
I'd have to look at a map.
Okay, if you trust me on that, you would agree that Maverick did not object to the Prosper 1112 unit and the Reserve unit applications with a subsurface setback less than 1,300 feet, correct?
Correct.
You would agree that based on Maverick's
your
own
battles.
claims in
You
this
can't battle them
case,
all.
that Maverick could have objected to a total number of wells up to 8 in the Prosper unit, correct?
Correct.
You would agree that Maverick's petition of the State Sunlight Long Oil and Gas Development Plan contradicts Maverick's previous history of accepting reduced setbacks in the Watkins area of the DJ Basin, correct?
Can you ask that one more time?
Sure. So based upon everything you just said and agreed to, you would agree that Maverick's petition of the State Sunlight Long Oil and Gas Development Plan, specifically the State Sunlight DSU, contradicts Maverick's previous history of accepting reduced setbacks in this area, correct?
They're totally unrelated.
You
She tried to
agree
get
that
him.
DSUs can be of finite size, correct?
He was like, nah, different project.
Yes.
You would agree that if the ECMC grants Maverick's request, then there's nothing to present any offsetting mineral owner to petition any offsetting DSU to protest that they be demanded inclusion, correct?
Can you ask that one more time, and could you go
Sure.
a little slower, please?
Sure. Would you agree that if the ECMC grants Maverick's request, then there's nothing to prevent any offsetting mineral owner to any DSU proposed in the DJ Basin to protest that DSU to demand inclusion, correct?
I'm not qualified to answer that question.
Okay, you would agree that Maverick does not operate any wells in Colorado, correct?
That's correct.
You would agree that Maverick is not an operator registered with the ECMC, correct?
That's correct.
You would agree that Maverick could become an operator registered with the ECMC if it should choose to do so, correct?
Correct.
You would agree that Maverick could file its own oil and gas development plan to develop Maverick's own leases, correct?
In general, yes.
You would agree that Maverick can contract with another operator to develop Maverick's leases, correct?
Correct.
You would agree that Maverick has taken no steps to develop its own oil and gas leases, correct?
No, that's not true.
You would agree that Crestone has voluntarily provided no less than 4 alternative locations for a surface location to Maverick as a courtesy to help Maverick develop its own oil and gas leases.
They're not
correct?
good ones.
I think it was 7 that they provided us.
Okay, you would agree that the Lowry Ranch Cap Order 535-1490 does not prohibit Maverick from siting a surface location within the cap boundary, correct?
That's correct.
You would agree that ECMC Rule 314 also does not prohibit Maverick from siting a surface location within the cap boundary, correct?
I believe so.
You would agree that Maverick's Exhibit B26 is using a map that's over a year old, correct?
Can I see that map?
This is the surface location map that you had testified to with respect to Crestone's proposed locations.
Was that
We
the-
don't need to wait till it's up.
I just want to see it before I agree to something. Is that the one that has the middle school? Yeah.
You would agree that Crestone provided an updated Maverick Minerals surface location map as Exhibit A83, correct?
Can I see that? I'm sorry. This is,
Jeff, can you pull up our Exhibit A83 real quick? Mr. Herringer, I'm going to keep going. We can come back to this. You would agree that Maverick has never been through the ECMC OGDP permitting process, correct?
correct.
You would agree that a prudent operator cannot determine surface locations on a morning drive, correct?
No, but he can confirm it, what he's
You
been
would-
working for 2 years.
Okay, you have presented your exhibit B30, your cost exhibit. You would agree that you've provided no documentation or evidence in support of Maverick's quote, leasehold acquisition and legal costs, end quote, claim, correct?
Correct.
You would agree that you've provided no documentation evidence in support of Maverick's quote, lost drilling opportunity within the south half of section 18 excluded, end quote, claim, correct?
That is Mavericks, that is Creststone's numbers. The only thing I did there is I underestimated it.
But you have not provided any hard documentation or evidence for those numbers, correct?
No, I took Creststone's information that's in their filings, $11.8 million a well, and I only calculated 11 million, so the number's actually higher.
You would agree that you provided no documentation or evidence in support of Maverick's quote, State Blanca West DSU lease costs and lost drilling opportunity, end quote, claim, correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree that you're asking the commission and Creststone to just trust you with your speculative numbers, correct?
Which speculative numbers are you talking about?
Your unsupported claims in your Exhibit B30.
Unsupported claims?
Correct.
Well, I got a lot of the numbers are from Creststone, so.
You didn't show your math though, correct?
No, I have not.
Okay. You would agree that Creststone State Blanca Oil and Gas Development Plan application has not reached completeness yet, correct?
Can you ask that one more time?
You would agree that Creststone State Blanca Oil and Gas Development Plan application has not reached completeness, correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree that Creststone State Blanca Oil and Gas Development Plan application is not up for hearing today, correct?
That is correct.
And you would agree that the commission does not determine alleged damages for civil claims, correct?
I'm not qualified to answer that question.
You would agree that Creststone has drilled approximately 90% of the wells in the Watkins area of the DJ Basin, correct?
I can't respond to that. I don't know.
You would agree that Maverick does not control Creststone's subsurface drilling and development plans, correct?
Clearly they don't.
And you would agree that Maverick did not file its exhibits in accordance with the terms of the ECMC hearing officer's binding case management order, correct?
Objection, irrelevance.
Irrelevant. Yeah.
Now I'd like to have Mr. Tom Smith.
Can I make a point on that?
Thank you. I just need Mr. Tom Smith to be promoted. And Mr. Annabelle, I don't need to have that exhibit put up. Thank you.
Did I agree to it?
Hello? You can go off camera and mute. I think we're done with you.
All right,
Mr.
so now
Smith,
we've got
can you
Mr.
hear me okay? Oh, sorry, Chair.
I'm sorry, I'm just making sure we've got the right person. Mr. Smith, you're still on the phone with us, is that right?
Yes.
Great.
Okay, good.
Thank you so much, Mr. Smith. Thank you for your testimony today. Kind of same procedure here. I'm going to ask you a few questions. If you could be as direct as possible for purposes of efficiency, that'd be great. You would agree that Maverick has taken no action to develop its own offsetting 59 acres of oil and gas leases in Section 18, correct?
I'm not privy to what their actions are.
You would agree that there's a difference between pressure transmitted in the subsurface during completion operations and the hydraulically connected drainage area, correct?
No, not necessarily, no.
You would agree that it's not prudent to rely on a single set of resistivity data, correct?
A single set of resistivity data. There is no single set.
You would agree that resistivity data should be analyzed with other resistivity data sets in a geologic area, correct?
No, I don't agree with that.
You would agree that Maverick could develop its acreage using U-shaped wells, correct?
Repeat that?
You would agree that Maverick could develop its acreage using U-shaped wells, correct?
No more so than Creststone could develop its acreage using U-shaped wells.
You would agree that Maverick could develop its acreage using L-shaped wells, correct?
No.
You would agree that the State Harvard 1H pad is an existing location, correct?
I'm not sure where the State Harvard 1H pad is.
You would agree that it's not appropriate to take drainage calculations from one unit development and blindly apply those drainage estimates to another unit development, correct?
Not blindly.
Define drainage calculations. Are you talking about perpendicular
Drainage?
All drainage calculations, sir. The ones you
No,
testified
they're
to.
different.
The ones you
Different. There's a
testified to.
difference. Well, no, I don't agree with that.
Okay. You would agree that if engineering testimony is available for review in a specific unit, then that would be used to, or sorry, then it would be prudent to use that specific engineering testimony in your analysis, correct?
Engineering testimony in a specific unit is good based on where it sits, in relevance to the unit in question.
Okay. You would agree
All
that there's,
data has to be screened.
you would agree that there's 2 Niobrara producers within the sunlight and long drilling and spacing units, correct?
Are they vertical or what direction are they going?
You would agree that there's 2 Niobrara producers within the sunlight and long DSUs, correct? They were on your own exhibits.
I don't know that they're actively producing. I haven't looked at them in depth to discuss them.
Okay, you would agree that production data on these 2 wells is publicly available, correct?
It likely is.
You would agree that your API oil gravity map does not show data from the 2 Niobrara producers within the sunlight long DSUs, correct?
That's correct.
You would agree that Maverick did not use the reserve unit specific engineering testimony on its exhibits, correct?
Would you ask that again?
Would you agree that Maverick did not use reserve unit specific engineering testimony in its analysis?
I'd have to look at that slide again.
Okay. Would you agree that the perpendicular drainage of the 189-foot Maverick references on your exhibit B2 has never been presented by Crestone today or in any exhibits related to the state sunlight DSU?
No.
Would on exhibit B5, we don't need to pull any of these up. They're your own exhibits. You would agree that the Sky Ranch wells deviated to navigate around an existing well, correct?
I don't have that information.
You would agree that the perpendicular drainage on exhibit B7 of 303 feet that you reference on this slide has never been presented by Crestone in its testimony or exhibits as a drainage distance for the proposed 4-mile wells in this development, correct?
I didn't speak to that exhibit, so no.
All right. On exhibit B3, you would agree that the recovery factor is not an assumed parameter, but it's based on actual well performance and oil in place, correct?
Ask that again, and I'd like to see the exhibit you're referencing.
Sure. Stephen, would you be open to pulling up exhibit B3? Thank you so much. Mr. Smith, I'm going to ask you again. I believe it's B3, the volumetric analysis. You would agree that recovery factor is not an assumed parameter, but based on actual well performance and original oil in place, correct?
No.
All right. On exhibit B14, again, I don't think we need this pulled up, but you would agree that you only analyzed 22 months of production history, although the wells have 46 months of publicly available data, correct?
Yeah, and then for a reason stated by me that data wasn't representative and had to be excluded.
You would agree that it's available data though, correct?
It's available data, obviously, yes.
On exhibit 29, the Maverick created figure on that exhibit, this is your exhibit, cites, quote, almost no drainage from 1,300 feet from wells, end quote. Yet Maverick has claimed, quote, high drainage occurs at 1,300 feet as part of its claims, end quote, correct?
I'd have to see that again.
You would agree there's other mineral interests in section 18, correct?
Yes, it appears that way.
You would agree that Maverick's minerals could be developed with those other mineral interests in section 18, correct?
I don't think that's relevant to my testimony.
You would agree that Mavericks minerals are not stranded, correct?
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
You would agree that Maverick did not do its own technical work on the maximum resistivity map presented in Maverick's exhibit, correct?
No one has done all their own work. That's good work. No one has the ability to provide their own best practices, best geology maps.
You would agree that the maximum resistivity map presented in Maverick's exhibits was originally published in a 2014 paper, correct?
I think that's correct, yes.
You would agree this is a regional scale map, correct?
It is a regional scale map, and we zoomed into the important part.
You would agree that Crestone has volumes of its own resistivity data, correct?
Sure, bet you do.
You would agree that Maverick is alleging drainage out to 1,300 feet, correct?
Yes.
You would agree then that if Maverick is right, then hundreds of units in the DJ Niobrara would have correlative rights issues, correct?
Not necessarily.
You would agree that if Maverick is challenging the historic basis of development in the DJ Niobrara using any subsurface setbacks less than 1,300 feet, correct?
No, Wattenberg is totally different than the area in question, which is Watkins. We made that point.
You would agree that Maverick is therefore asserting that every set of engineering testimony in Watkins that has been submitted incorrectly, and only Maverick knows how to calculate drainage since no operator uses your methodology, correct?
Nope.
You would agree that your testimony implies that ECMC's own engineers conducting detailed and technical review of the engineering testimony of DSU applications are not technical people, correct?
No.
You would agree you have a personal interest in the outcome of this matter, correct?
No.
You would agree that you abide by the code of the ethics for registered professional engineers, correct?
100%.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Foote, do you have any cross of these witnesses?
No, thank you.
Mr. Prescott, redirect.
As I recall, redirect occurs after commissioner questions. Is that?
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, that's okay.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for reminding me. Commissioner.
Okay. And Mr. Chair, if you'd like me to put up the presentation at any point, just let me know.
Okay, sounds good. Commissioners, questions for either witness? Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this and going through some of the detail you're providing. I want to touch on a couple things, and the first is, and I didn't get which slide it is. I apologize that you were referencing, but as you were showing within the Watkins area, the different, and specifically the Lowry Ranch cap as well as part of the Box Elder cap, you were talking about some of the different spacing, especially further north and further east. And you said, clearly Civitas understands it's because if the wells are less economic, they don't support normal tighter spacing. Is that correct? So you're saying...
Correct.
So what you're saying is in order to get a normal spacing would be the 600-foot spacing, not something like the 880 that you're talking about.
No, it would be like, yeah, it'd be 8 wells per section, basically.
Okay. And when you talk about it being less economic, that goes into what you're saying with the eastern part of the Watkins area is, as you said, less resistivity, and therefore you're not going to have the same kind of production as the western half of it. Is Maverick's belief that if we were not to adjust the DSU to include Maverick's south half of section 18, that we should still voluntarily split the sunlight and the long DSUs east and west as well, Or is that only really applicable if it includes Maverick's leaseholds?
I'll take that
I think
question.
go ahead.
No, I think they're independent. And it makes sense to have two separate DSUs for all the reasons that we stated. And I would say that that's an independent decision of whether or not Maverick is included.
Okay, and I guess part of the reason I'm curious about this is Ms. Jost was asking some questions that talked about Maverick having leasehold interest in other areas that Crestone has drilled that has had these longer DSUs, including in areas that have the less resistivity, and you didn't object to having the longer DSUs there. And so I guess I'm sort of curious as to why Maverick is concerned with the east versus west, or is it only concerned with the east versus west if you do have some kind of return in the DSU?
Right. I think our position is based on we will get in the unit. And so if we're in the unit, we do not want to have to share with the eastern wells for all the reasons that we stated. Does that answer your question?
It does. So if Maverick wasn't in the unit, it's something you're kind of like, you decide this on your own, commission. We don't really have a position one way or another.
Right, but our position is that we will be in the unit.
Okay.
So the answer is yes.
Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Smith, going back to you again, I want to try and understand a little bit better the drainage. And as you're talking about additional production on the child wells that are further away from the parent, a lot of the maps that we were seeing coming up did not include long step outs, did not include long laterals here. What effect do the longer step outs, the longer laterals have on that drainage as you're talking about it?
Well, you don't really have, there's not enough evidence that you can look at. Typically, when these, the parent-child study, we focused on 2-mile DSUs, right? Because that was kind of the first phase of development in this area. And so you have a data set that you can derive, a substantial data set from and do the analysis. There's just not enough data on a 3.5 mile or a 2.5 mile DSU that had a parent well in it. A lot of these longer DSUs don't have the parent well, just because they're HBP'd by other maybe vertical wells in the case of some of these. So there's just not a big enough data set.
Okay, and that's helpful as well. And I guess, was there enough of a data set to look at with the longer step outs? Because as I was looking through your exhibits, a lot of what you were showing was the well pad being in the middle of a section, and it would just be one section wide drilled. So you're only looking at 1/2 mile laterals at most on the furthest out, and going across there. And so I'm a little curious as to if there was additional data sets that you looked at that included longer old laterals going up to 1 mile or more.
So you're talking about the sale, so basically surface locations either within this DSU or offsetting for topographic or whatever reasons. Yeah, there's really not that much out there. And it shouldn't really be a big difference. If indeed some of these we probably would not have kept them out, because it doesn't really matter what happens up hole for the most part. Once you get in the zone, that's what you're looking at. You're looking at the lateral length in zone. And that's what controls, depletion, production, fumes, EURs, and everything else. So what happens up hole to get you to that point where you're in the zone, it's irrelevant.
Okay, and as you're looking at the estimated ultimate recovery, as you would your conclusion be that as you have the longer laterals, understanding that you didn't have a large enough data set to review, but given that what you're seeing is more production from the further away parents, would that just continue to, would it eventually flatten out, or would it continue to go up as the laterals got longer, as the step outs got longer? Or do you have an opinion on that?
No, I don't really have an opinion, but the furthest away child is going to be the most unaffected, because you're completing these, even though they're longer, it's still the same type of fracture as far as, how far you're reaching out to create stimulated reservoir volume. And that's really something that we haven't brought up in this entire discussion is shale requires fracturing, hydraulic fracturing, and a lot of it to create stimulated reservoir volume. And that's really kind of what Stephen was showing with his fingers the other day in his demonstration about effective drainage. Radiuses and distances is caused by the fracture treatment itself, and you're breaking up the rock. And once you've broken up rock, it has higher permeability than non-broken up rock. So that, again, that's why frac hits are a clear indication of we are breaking up rock. We're hydraulically connecting rock that's very, very far away from the 300-foot modeled frac wing that Crestone was talking about earlier today.
Okay, and I think my last question would be, if there is this additional drainage that occurs as you get further out on the child wells here, why don't our state engineers, our engineering group, why don't they create different setbacks at the edges of DSUs if there is this perceived additional drainage?
Mainly because it would cause waste. You wouldn't be able to fit. There's always an optimal number, most efficient number of wells to place in a DSU. The interwell distance is what you always, when I worked at Whiting, we spent, years and a lot of money trying to figure out what is optimum. And it also depends on the price of oil. I mean, there's a bunch of different factors that aren't geologically controlled or engineering controlled. It's the timing of the wells coming on and what the price of oil is. And obviously the wells come on with a much higher production rate. So a lot of ways shale is about timing, and you're never going to get it completely right. And I think that's why
they want a lot of wells,
not just Crestone, but
because they know public opinion is going to change. And they're trying to get the money now.
We permitted up to 32 wells, and that included the Codell. And so we had 8 in the A, Niobrara A, 8 in the B, 8 in the C, and 8 in the Codell. I mean, just because we wanted, once we went in there and spaced it and got our spacing order, we want to be able to put the permits to work as we needed without having to go back. So it's kind of a one and done. And once you do it, you have the option to fine tune that as, economics and well results continue to tell you that, oh, well, you over drilled that area. You should only maybe do 5 wells. And that's kind of what I've alluded to in some of these later slides is there's evidence of other folks thinking that same way right here in Watkins.
And I guess I do have one final thought. Do you have any opinion based off of your prior drilling experience about
environmental
technical difficulties in either expanding on the proposed well spacing within the DSUs or drilling additional wells to include the Maverick leasehold there?
Well, I saw the diagram that showed, bending to the south versus bending to the north or staying straight. I think it's at that point, you're so far out in the lateral, it's 6s. I mean, you're not even probably going to know, it's minor. It's very minor, and they've shown they've done it up to the north with the flare, like trumpet flare on a couple of those. So it's not no big deal. Everything is always hard until you try it. And we didn't think we could drill 1 mile laterals. Then we figured out, oh, we can do 1.5 mile. Well, heck, let's go 2. I mean, there's U wells being drilled. There's 4 mile laterals in the Bakken, here in the DJ. You know, nothing's impossible. It might cost you a little more money the first time you try it, and rightly so, but eventually it becomes the norm.
So ultimately, your thought process is it's not that we need to drill more wells. It's just at the top there, you could kind of flare out that last toe to make sure that it captures.
100%. That would be, I mean, I don't know anyone that's been in the business as long as I have in this town that would counter that argument. It's absolutely the right way to do it. Include them in the DSU, flare it out a little bit, and you're going to get those reserves anyway. You might as well get them efficiently. That's the key.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Others with questions of the panel? Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you, and thank you for being here. I just have a couple of follow-ups there that I think are pretty simple. I'll start with the one that Commissioner Cross just mentioned, since it's relevant here. If that approach we're taking, deviating northward into Maverick Minerals, I believe you suggested that, they've specifically deviated southward, as they stated, to protect correlative rights. You're stating that's not sufficient, and stating they need to divert northward to more efficiently drain Maverick Minerals. I think you also testified that drainage is reduced with distance from the wellbore. And so help me understand how, if Crestone then deviates away from their own minerals and into Mavericks, wouldn't that arguably potentially reduce the amount of Crestone's own minerals they're producing in favor of producing more Mavericks?
No, because we believe the drainage radius is going to benefit both sides of the equation. So if you take your northernmost lateral and swing it to Crestone at the very end, or to Maverick at the end there, the last to capture the south half, you just swing the other ones, just space them evenly like they've done in some of their DSUs that we presented, and space them evenly, and that's about the best you can do, because it's not an exact science. Maybe the right number of wells is only 6, but you're still going to deviate that most northern one, and then equally space the remaining 5, but it's going to be the one that's going to capture the Maverick Minerals minerals, basically. So you have the edge wells, so the most northern one and the most southern one. Then you space the remainder of whatever you think is most efficient equally between those 2 wells.
Thank you. Yeah, I understand the concept, but that also would be based on the assumption that Crestone isn't proposing the optimal well spacing currently. Is that the assertion?
Well, I don't think they know exactly. They may not drill 8. I mean, they're permitting 8, and I have no reason to say why they shouldn't do that. But when they ultimately drill it, if they don't, it's just a matter of whether they include Maverick at the end or not. That's the tail end of that most northern lateral. So,
understand.
Yeah.
Thank you. And that would largely be based upon the assumption of the 1,300 foot drainage. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
I know you're nodding your head. Yes. Okay. Just a couple of other, I think, simpler questions. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong here, I was taking notes quickly, but I think you answered no to Ms. Jost when she asked whether you could work with the other mineral holders in, I forgot the number of the section that you're in, maybe section 18, I can't remember, to extract those minerals. And I think you answered no. Can you elaborate on why that would be the case?
Well, that really wasn't a question for me. I'm not, I think that would be better answered by Mr. Herringer.
Understood. Any comments, Mr. Herringer?
Yeah, Mr. Ackerman, there's just not a physical location to develop those minerals.
Thank you. Now, my understanding is that you can cite a location somewhere within the cap. So arguably, could you cite a location farther east, similar to what Creststone's doing in drill in?
Boy, I think it'd be really tough, next to impossible.
Okay. All right, thank you. My last question then, and this is for either of you and more for my edification, is I'm not very familiar with these types of agreements and how they usually work with a non-operator. But certainly development of Mavericks minerals by an operator that doesn't wish to do so would cause them to spend a lot of money to do so, right? In production, in construction, in drilling. How does that usually work from a cost share perspective with a non-operator? Can you educate me briefly on that?
Sure. I'm not sure I would agree that it's extra money to them. It's just splitting up the dollars that they're going to spend. We're going to pay our share of the cost, and we're going to get our share of the revenue. But the cost really doesn't change for Creststone. And this is common every day, happens everywhere in almost every unit.
Understand. And so you would pay upfront for a portion of the pad construction, a portion of the drilling, a portion of completions. Is that how that works?
Yes. So what would happen is that our 80 acres would be included, or our net 59 net acres. And then we would pay our pro rata share of all costs, pad, everything else. So we're not asking for a free ride. We are just asking for the right to be included, to pay our shares, to pay our share, and to get our share of the production.
Understood. That's helpful. Thank you. No further questions, Chair.
Others with questions? All right, I'm not seeing further questions. At this time, Mr. Prescott, there's an opportunity for redirect.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Commissioners, for the questions. Mr. Herringer, just a couple follow-ups. There's some questions to you about Maverick's participation in the Aspen unit, the large 7-section unit. Do you recall whether you had the Bijou East and West production data when Maverick was looking at participating in the Aspen?
We did not have that.
Okay, and I believe, and tell me if this is correct, that you saw the Bijou East and West production data, and the West is much better than the East. Was that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then
that's public data.
Thank you. We just heard some questions from Commissioner Ackerman about finding a surface location within the cap, having exhausted the proposed locations from Creststone outside the cap. Are you aware of anything immediately east of Mavericks Minerals that is within the cap?
Can you ask that one more time? I'm sorry.
Let me just ask a better question. Is the Aurora Reservoir immediately east of Mavericks Minerals?
Yes, and if we want to pull up that map and show where the map where we were had the school next to it.
Sure. Let me do a screen share for you. Does this map work for you?
Yeah, and then if you just blow up the lower left map. So the Aurora Reservoir is due east. I do want to say that I had requested that if I could get on the Lowry Ranch and see if there were any other locations. There's a fence there, and there's a do not trespass sign. And I asked Creststone if I could go visit to see if there was anything out there that I was missing. And that request was denied. So the answer is I'm not sure if there's any spots east of the Aurora Reservoir that we could drill that location from.
Are you familiar with the Lowry Ranch cap generally?
Yeah, describe familiar. I gotta be careful.
Well, do you know whether Maverick, if we go down this path, this hypothetical path, that Maverick could find a surface location within the cap from which to develop Maverick's leases in Section 18? Let's just live in this hypothetical world for a minute. Do you know whether Maverick or another operator would be allowed to produce any minerals within the cap?
I don't believe within the cap.
And that's according to commission rules in the order, right?
That's correct.
So if there were a theoretical location somewhere within the cap, say east of the reservoir, would that require someone to drill wells for miles to get out of the cap and start producing them?
Yes.
Would that make any economic sense?
Not that I'm aware of.
And based on your familiarity with Creststone's development plans within the cap, both those that are approved or pending, do you know if there are any locations left after taking into account Creststone's development plans?
I not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Mr. Smith, a couple questions for you. And let me get to, sorry, let me zoom out here. And we talked about some of the child parent studies, and in your questioning from the commissioners, there's some questions about frac hits. Did you obtain any information when you see 1,950 foot frac hit? Does that tell you anything about what drainage is doing?
You bet it does.
Can you expand on that or expound on that? I think it would better answer a question that I heard earlier.
Yeah, so when you have a frac hit, you know you have a frac hit because you are monitoring all the wells that are in jeopardy of being hit by a frac. So you spend all this money and you produce these wells, and now your neighbor decides they're going to go ahead and complete a well that's on the lease line, right? And they have the right to do that. But the best way to avoid that is there's a couple things you can do. You can shut your wells in early that are nearest to the fractured, the one to be fracked. and then you can let those repressure themselves, or you can there's people that will even fill them up with water and hydraulically fill them up, which is not always a real good idea, but it's been done. But frac hits and far field diversion are kind of some new terms that have come out, and a lot of it comes from the Bakken, the Eagle Ford, and other basins that are further along with development. And the whole trick is to avoid a frac hit. And so there's a whole industry out there that is coming up with ways while you're fracking that well to keep the frac contained to the area of the reservoir that is owned by you, for one, sometimes, if you don't own both sides, and also to minimize the damage to offset well. Because sometimes you're going to push fluid. It's like a water flood. You're going to physically move oil into someone else's, wellbore. So you're pushing reserves off your lease into theirs. So they're real. Once you have a frac hit and you have communication that ends up moving a lot of fluid and water and oil to wells that are, 1,500, 1,600, 1,800 feet away from the actual frac well, those don't heal. And so that totally skews any kind of comparative production history in matching and in parent-child relationship studies that you would purport to do in that area.
Okay, and then speaking again to drainage, I want to go to slide 27. I think there's some confusion, and I think this slide helps clear it up. Have you ever seen or experienced drainage occur for some distance, call it 300 feet, and then just stop and go to zero?
Never. Doesn't happen.
Okay. And could you run through this? I think there's still confusion on it as to what actually happens with drainage and, you know, in reality, in the real world, what's happening as you get further away from a well?
It's transitional. I mean, the highest drainage is always going to be where the pressure dropped. It's Darcy's law. That's a fundamental concept in fluid flow in reservoirs. Doesn't matter if it's water or if it's oil or if it's gas. The lowest pressure, excuse me, is at the wellbore that you're producing from. So as you move through rock further away from that wellbore, that effective pressure is minimized. So the molecules of oil from very, very distant from that wellbore, at some point, if they're going to be produced, have to make it all the way from that initial point. Let's just say it's 1,500 feet away. But in this case, let's just say it's 1,350 feet away here. They have to get to that wellbore, otherwise they don't get counted, right? And so, if they don't go to that wellbore, maybe there's a wellbore that's closer, or that was drilled, and now those molecules of oil have the opportunity to go either way, right? So now you've created another pressure sink that says, okay, it's closer, I'm going to go this way. And that's what we talk about with the overlapping in figure 2 on this. It's overlapping drainage, and that's really what you want. That's how you get all those molecules through those wellbores that you spend a lot of money to drill as fast as possible. Because if you just drill the 2 wells and space them at 2,600 feet, as shown on the right side there in figure 1, those molecules never get there, not in our lifetime. So that's why density is very key, because the trade-off is higher recovery on a unit basis out of your reservoir and your block of your DSU at what cost? You know, if you wanted to get every molecule, you'd drill 32 wells, let's say. But would that be economically efficient? No. Would you get more oil? Yeah. Would you get it faster? Yes. So it's always it's the age-old fight. We've been at this for a long time. So.
Thank you. No more questions.
All right. The witnesses are excused. That concludes the case in chief. You can take down the slideshow, and let's take 10 minutes and return at 3:12.
All right. Filters. Remove. Where are we at? In summary, we have heard from a different oil and gas mineral rights holder. It might just be a mineral rights holder, and it happens to be under some of these places, oil and gas. Kind of calling out the greed of the group, trying that they had gone around their mineral rights and left them no, if they wanted to produce their minerals, no legally available options, and the solutions they are presenting the other group, none of them work well or at all. And so there's that party, and there was some cross-examination, and there was some presentation, and the person from the oil and gas drilling pad, what I've been learning is the only reason, and they don't have to necessarily get all these permits though, but the reason you'd get permits and then make 32 wells is because you want to pump oil and gas fast. You get to drill less wells, spread them out, and over in time, get still a good amount back. But the reason they're doing so many wells could be for economic factors, in that they want to pump now and get as much as possible. And this is more my thinking is because oil and gas sees that like different technologies and energies being developed, and they're trying to pump as much profits now, regardless of risks, regardless, they'll go to the legal lines, but they will bring in their own experts who will call and question different things. And fight for this to be developed, and I think they're just getting greedy. I have some more conclusions, but I think I'm gonna wait. I think the cross-examination from the commissioners is interesting. They haven't heard from Save the Aurora. I guess they've heard intro statements from Save the Aurora Reservoir, the community group petitioning. But a lot of their questions for Maverick, and what the Crestone group also tried to be like, hey, this is safe, right? Or like they're not talking about the safety, they're talking more about the economic concerns of this group. Which I guess, because we haven't heard from the petitioner that is the community group, it's hard to have some questions and cross-examination. And the only other call out, I think, is the reason she was going so fast is she only has so much time, I believe. And so, I mean, I think part of it's a tactic. Like, she was going fast to try to trip him up, get him into some questions, ask some easy ones, lay in some more conclusive ones to try to trick you. Talk fast, go fast, be high stress, high energy, make someone slip up. I think ultimately that's actually the better benefit. Well, I mean, he didn't really slip up that much. Neither of them did. They asked if they needed more time or they couldn't understand the question, and were very careful about their answers, but hard to say if they got tripped up. It's so funny that behind the scenes right now, both of those groups are calling each other up, or have their teams when it's probably the group, the Crestone group, and they're like, okay, what do we cross-examine next? Did we catch them in any lies? Is there any evidence they brought up that we can maybe get dismissed or call into question? And I mean, the commissioners, I think they have to do their business in open, so they're just kind of having their break. And I need to step away for a moment because I need a break. I'm trying to get a little bit of work done. I think I've sent out a few. I have done a little bit of work. But it's all very fascinating. I took a hydrogeology class, one of the hardest classes I've ever taken. And it's tricky. There's some science and there's some, I think you brought up at one point, it's part of us figuring out fracking has been we don't exactly know how it works, but people try it and then learn later. Something very American about that. But still messed up. There's a lot of negatively impacted communities that the fracking industry now can benefit from the lessons of. But that doesn't mean they have everything solved, and working to go this fast, working to drill this much. They're pushing for short-term economic gain. And taking away both resources and harming the future environment of future generations and current generations, to be honest. Oil and gas, once it's out, once it's produced, you can only hold on to it for so long before it deteriorates. And if you use it, it's off in the air now. It's in the atmosphere. It's warming our planet. Future generations, if there's changes in environments, in technology, they might have more opportunities, but will they also have the same amount of resources? If they need oil and gas because the winters are really bad and solar and wind don't work as well, will they have resources? As it is now, we are pumping so hard that these areas, these basins of natural gas and oil, won't be options for them. They'll be able to maybe get a small, there might be some left they can go in, re-drill, but we're taking all those resources now, and companies are going gung-ho at the cost of people's health. And I'm excited for the next presentation. I need to go to the restroom. Because of that, we'll hopefully hear some perspectives on the people side of this. We heard it from public testimony, and we're about to hear it here. I'm going to step away. And I'll go here. Filters. Pop. Close. I will be right back.
If the lawyers could visualize, I've got some procedural matters. Thanks, guys. All right. We are done with the case in chief for Crestone and for Maverick. Mr. Foote, you're up next for your case in chief. I calculated you've got more than 2.5 hours of direct testimony per the final pre-hearing order, and we don't got 2.5 hours left in the day. My team has looked, and we plan on taking, going till 5 today and taking the information, and then we will reconvene on Tuesday, the 25th at 9 a.m. First off, just double checking that you all have been aware of that and that works with your calendars, correct? Ms. Jost?
Yes, Chair, that works.
Mr. Foote?
We have been aware. We do have a witness availability issue for the 25th, however.
Yeah, I understand. Let me ask Mr. Prescott if that day works for he and his clients.
We can make it work, yes.
Okay. And yeah, that was one of the things I wanted to ask you about, Mr. Foote. I understand you have a witness availability issue. Is there an ability to make sure you do that witness today?
Yes, we would call him first then.
Okay.
Today.
So maybe what we'll do is have you call him first, and then do cross commissioner questions, redirect, just so that we can, full circle on that witness so that we don't lose the opportunity to need them on Tuesday. Does that work for you? And I know it's a little bit out of place,
fine.
but that's okay.
We can make it work.
All right.
That's probably the only witness we would get to today then, if that's, well, I don't know. I don't want to speak how long cross is going to be or commissioner questions, but if we do get to another witness, then would you anticipate then we would just do cross-examination of that witness, or then would we just start over on Tuesday and do the other 3 witnesses and cross of all 3 of them at that time?
Let's cross that bridge when we get to it a little bit later today, sort of see where we are. We do have set aside the entirety of the 25th. So we've got, a full slate. So we should be able to get through your witnesses that we don't get to today, as well as hopefully move into deliberations. So procedurally, everybody set? Anybody have a concern? Raise your hand. Ms. Jost?
Yeah, I don't have a concern, Chair. I just have a question for Mr. Foote. Mr. Foote, can you let us know what witness that is going to be? Because from my standpoint, We also have a lot of witnesses kind of waiting for your testimony. And if you're not going to put up several of your other witnesses today, I might see if some of those need to be just let go.
Well, we'll be calling Mr. Closter first because he's the one with availability issues on the 25th. And after that,
Okay.
I'm not clear who we would go with next. Just we're gonna have to play that by ear a little bit.
Okay, thank
All right.
you. And then,
Um,
Mr. Chair, could we get a time check before you start on anything?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Thomas, time check.
Yes. Crestone has 2 hours and 10 seconds remaining. Maverick has 32 minutes and 17 remaining. And Star still has 1 hour, 44 minutes, and 32 seconds remaining.
Okay. With that, Mr. Foote, if you want to go ahead and elevate all of your witnesses and have them visualize, we'll go ahead and get them sworn in next.
Yes, they should all be here at this point.
I'll go ahead if that's okay, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead. I only see 3, and I thought you mentioned you might have 5, Mr. Foote.
I have 4.
4. Oh, and I see 4. Numbers work. Go ahead, Mr. Boudreau.
Thank you. Quick question, Mr. Foote. I have Wendy Hanafi on my list. Is she not a witness?
She will not be called.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask each of the witnesses for Star to be visualized. When I call your name, please raise your hand, state your first and last name, and swear to tell the truth. Nate Lyon.
Nathan Lyon, I swear to tell the truth.
Andrew Klooster.
Andrew Closter, I swear to tell the truth.
Shania Stacy.
Shayna Stacy, I swear to tell the truth.
Will Thornton.
William Thornton, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Foote, you can call your first witness.
Great, thank you. We'll first call Mr. Closter. And great, Mr. Closter, I see that you are visualized here. First, I want to ask you a couple of introductory questions. First of all, can you please state your name and first talking about your education and experience that you have, work experience?
Yes, my name is Andrew Closter. I have a Master of Science in Natural Resources and Environment from the University of Michigan School of Natural Resources and Environment, and I also hold a bachelor's degree from the University of Michigan. And I am the Colorado Field Advocate and an optical gas imaging thermographer with Earthworks, and I've been with Earthworks for just about 5.5 years now.
Could you describe what you do as being a thermographer for Earthworks, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So in my role with Earthworks, I kind of occupy an interesting space in our policy work because I both work up front to advance rules and policy and legislation that protects public health and the environment from the negative impacts of oil and gas facilities. But then I also conduct field work using an optical gas imaging camera to assess both voluntary compliance with and enforcement of rules once they are adopted.
And when you talk, you mentioned the OGI camera a little bit. That's your main instrument that you use.
Yeah, so optical gas imaging cameras, and I apologize if this is a review for many of the commissioners, are specially designed infrared cameras that are designed to look at gaseous compounds or visualize these compounds. They're recognized by both the EPA and state regulatory agencies, including the state of Colorado, as one of the more effective tools that's out there for leak detection at oil and gas facilities because of their ability to really effectively and safely visualize hydrocarbon gases. And the camera that I use, that we use at Earthworks, is a FLIR, or forward-looking infrared, that's an acronym, G-series camera, which are cooled infrared cameras that have a filter that only transmits wavelengths of the infrared radiation, the spectrum, that are between 3.2 and 3.4 micrometers. And that's important because that's where hydrocarbon compounds such as methane and other volatile organic compounds, that's where they absorb infrared radiation, which makes them visible to these cameras.
Could you describe your training on this particular camera?
Yeah, absolutely. So all of the thermographers at Earthworks, including myself, are trained and certified through the ITC, or the Infrared Training Center. This is the same training and certification process that regulatory staff at the state of Colorado and at the EPA go through, and it's the same certification and training process that those in the industry who use these cameras for leak detection and repair go through. In addition to that, at Earthworks internally, we have our own training protocol that we have developed. And I have personally now at this point trained around a half a dozen of our staff thermographers and created best practice guides that we use both internally and externally.
So about how long have you been certified to use this instrument?
I've been certified around, it's been about 5 years. I actually just re-upped my certification earlier this year because it has a timeline.
Oh, okay. What is it like? I guess a 5-year timeline you have to continue.
It was 3 years, and I think it's now 4 or 5. I'm certified all the way up through I think early 2030 at this point. They just changed the certification timeline.
And since you've been certified to use the camera, do you have an estimate about how often you've used it over the course of your employment?
Yeah, I mean, I did anticipate some of these questions, so I did grab some numbers from our database before this testimony today. In the state of Colorado specifically, I have, over the course of the last 5.5 years, conducted just over 1,900 surveys of around 850 different oil and gas facilities. That includes upstream, but that also includes waste disposal facilities, midstream facilities. And I've also looked at well pads, upstream facilities, really across the entire life cycle of those facilities, both from pre-production activities, but also well pads that are unplugged or abandoned. And I've also, in conducting those surveys, shared many of those observations, around 300, well, a little over 300 of those observations with compliance and enforcement staff, primarily at the Air Pollution Control Division, just because that's the regulatory agency that regulates air quality compliance, but sometimes with the ECMC as well, when there's possible evidence of noncompliance that might relate to ECMC. And then in addition, it's worth mentioning that I've also conducted field work and used our camera in a variety of states across the country, particular New Mexico, Texas, California, and Pennsylvania, which means that I've looked at well facilities, including steam injection wells in California. I've looked at LNG facilities on the Gulf Coast. So pretty broad perspective on the oil and gas supply chain.
You mentioned your experience using the instrument, the camera in Colorado. Does that include specific parts of the state?
Yeah, I've conducted field work now all across the state of Colorado. I mean, a lot of work focused in the Front Range and then on the Western Slope, particularly in Garfield County, just because those tend to be the Piceance and the DJ are the most active basins. But I've also been down and conducted surveys at well pads in and around Trinidad and the San Juan, and then even out on the Eastern Plains as well.
Have some of those, have you used the camera and observed some facilities that are operated by Civitas and or Crestone?
Yeah, if I'm just kind of counting the facilities owned by subsidiaries of Civitas, and in particular Crestone and Extraction, given where oftentimes where those facilities are located in the Front Range, I've conducted just over 440 surveys of facilities owned by subsidiaries of Civitas and shared 68 instances of possible noncompliance with regulatory staff.
And that's a pretty good segue into asking you about what you have done with regulatory staff, particularly with APCD. And I'm not asking for, episode by episode, but just if you could summarize what you have done with the APCD in particular.
Yeah, well, with the APCD, I work pretty closely with the compliance and enforcement staff. And I'm frequently in conversation with them because of the fact that I am sharing observations with them. And so, this conversation and this kind of collaboration is really meant to refine our process and my methods to ensure that when I'm collecting data out there and then sharing these observations with them, it's something that is useful for their staff to prompt an investigation. But as I mentioned, I'm not just doing this field work. We're also consistently advocating for new regulatory language and rules and policies. And so, I've engaged frequently with the Air Quality Control Commission on numerous Reg 7 rulemakings over the last couple of years, including most recently the rulemaking earlier this year, which I think has been mentioned in some of the testimony already during this hearing, where the Air Quality Control Commission adopted revisions to the pre-production air quality monitoring program And during that rulemaking, we were really encouraged by the collaboration we had with the division in drafting those rules and that rule language, because many of the recommendations from some of the reports that I'm going to talk about in my presentation were ultimately incorporated into the rules that were adopted.
You mentioned earlier that you had also done some work with ECMC staff. Could you talk about that in a little more detail, and or if you've given any kind of presentations to the commission itself?
I don't remember. I mean, Earthworks has engaged with the ECMC on many of the major rulemakings that have occurred over the last couple of years, from mission change to financial assurances, and I think most recently cumulative impacts. I don't recall off the top of my head if I have given testimony when we've been engaged as a party directly to the commission. But we have worked with ECMC staff and the director of the ECMC on some of our observations with our camera and just otherwise observations in the field. Again, when we find issues that might pertain to ECMC rules, oftentimes the things that I'm discovering and observing are much more applicable to the Air Pollution Control Division and Reg 7.
And have you written any kind of reports about the work that you've done with the camera?
Yeah, I did just mention those 2 reports that were also in the pre-hearing statement, and I'll share a little bit more about them in my presentation. There's certified disaster and certified gas lighting are reports that we put out in 2023 and 2024, which I co-authored and collected a lot of the primary evidence for. I've also reviewed and contributed to numerous other reports and publications that Earthworks has put out using our OGI observations in other places that we work, like Texas, Colombia, Ecuador, not just Colorado.
You mentioned earlier in your testimony that you had given some testimony to the Air Quality Control Commission and also worked with the division. Was that regarding specifically Regulation 7?
Primarily, yes. We've also engaged with the commission on a few other regulations, but usually it's pretty specifically when there's revisions to Reg 7.
And how would you describe your level of knowledge when it comes to Regulation 7?
I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but I do have pretty extensive working knowledge of the regulation, at least in terms of how it applies to compliance on the ground, specifically with upstream oil and gas facilities, because that's oftentimes what I'm assessing when I'm out there with the optical gas imaging camera is, once again, the voluntary compliance with Reg 7, but also the enforcement of it in the event that the voluntary compliance falls through.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Closter, and Mr. Chair, I would move at this point to certify Mr. Closter as an expert in air quality monitoring.
Any objection?
I do have a question, Chair, if I may, Mr.
Go
Foote.
ahead.
Mr. Closter, you would agree that you have not provided any written evidence of your certification as a thermographer, correct?
I have not. I have the certification that I could, it's actually saved on my desktop for instances like this. So if anyone wants to see that certification, I could easily submit that.
Yeah, so we have not seen that, Chair. I won't provide any objections to this. I think just a confirmation that if there is a certification that's being stated, it should be in the record. It was not provided with the CV or resume for purposes of today.
Okay, that's noted. We'll go ahead and allow Mr. Closter to be certified as an expert, and you can proceed forward with your testimony, Mr. Closter.
Okay, 1 second. Let me, I believe I'm sharing my screen, right, Mike?
Yes, please.
Okay. Sorry, I just have multiple tabs open. You can all see this, correct?
Yeah, it's not in presentation mode.
Yeah, I'm hopping over there.
Yep.
Good now?
Yep, now you're good.
Perfect. All right. Thank you. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, commissioners. I know it's been a long day already. I'm going to try to be pretty quick as I move through some of these slides. But ultimately, I'm going to be talking about some of our concerns about the draft air quality monitoring and mitigation plan for the Sunlight Long OGDP. But before I dive in, I do just want to be clear, and this is something that we did mention in the pre-hearing statement as well. that we're not really interested in determining whether or not the draft monitoring plan that's proposed complies with every single requirement under Reg 7. Because even if it does, our concern is that the monitoring that has been proposed for the Sunlight Long pad and the monitoring that operators such as Crestone and others have conducted under Reg 7 during the pre-production phase and early production isn't really comprehensive enough to be considered truly health protective. And when we're considering a development like this of such magnitude in close proximity to densely populated neighborhoods, that's one of the factors that we think needs to be weighed and considered in determining whether or not this is the appropriate location for this development. And we believe it is not. We believe that the most health protective measure would be to ensure that this development is moved further away from neighborhoods that could be impacted by emissions from it. So I referenced in the beginning of that testimony 2 reports. They also were referenced and linked in our pre-hearing statement. So I don't want to belabor this point or go over them too much, but I do want to provide just a general overview of some of our findings because I think it will help provide context for a few of the following slides. So these reports we worked on with Oil Change International, another 501c3 nonprofit, and we were looking at certified gas programs, but really more specifically, at least on our end, our concern was the efficacy of continuous emissions monitors that are used to underpin some of the claims in certification programs. And it was just sort of opportunistic in the sense that a lot of these monitors in certification programs are the same monitors that are deployed by operators that are monitoring under the Reg 7 pre-production and early production monitoring requirements. So it gave us an opportunity to look at these monitors in the real world, in a real world scenario, and see how effective they were at detecting hydrocarbon emissions. And so what we did, and these numbers on this slide are actually pulled combined from both reports, just for reference. But over the course of these 2 reports, we conducted 150 surveys using our optical gas imaging camera, 53 different well pads, primarily in the Front Range during pre-production and early production activities. And we also reviewed 135 monthly monitoring reports that were generated from those well pads, from the monitors around those well pads, that corresponded roughly to the timing of our on-the-ground surveys. And the goal here was to compare our observations of hydrocarbon emissions with observations of hydrocarbon emissions by the monitoring technology. On our end, over the course of those 150 surveys, we documented 45 separate instances of hydrocarbon emissions that were traveling beyond the well pad boundaries, whether that was up into the atmosphere over a sound wall that may have been obstructing our view of the pad, or if it was off the well pad boundary and into surrounding areas. In contrast, in looking at the monthly monitoring data being generated, only one of those 45 instances where we had observed hydrocarbon emissions was a monitor, or where those emissions potentially picked up by a monitor. And I don't have time to go into the methodology here. It is outlined in the reports, but I will just say, we were very conservative in making this comparison, and we were really looking for the lowest minimum level of detection, either outlined in an operator's monitoring plan or that we could determine to see whether or not an emission event had been seen or detected by a monitor. It is important to note here that, over the course of these 2 reports, we sort of realized that there was this disconnect between what we were observing and the monitors were potentially detecting, but we couldn't necessarily determine the exact cause. We suspected that data quality and reporting issues potentially contributed to some of this.
It's hard to know what's going on when they freaking have walls up.
Testimony, the Air Quality Control Commission did adopt revisions to Reg 7 earlier this year that hopefully will deal with many of those data quality and reporting issues. And luckily, a lot of that was pulled. Some of those revisions were literally reflected in the recommendations in our report. That was what we were calling for. So it was really encouraging to see that happen. But what wasn't really on the table earlier this year, and is maybe more fundamental to the monitoring program and a lot of these monitoring plans, and something that we suspect is still a very potentially a major culprit in why this occurred,
last presentation
is the
was fascinating
and the way in which it's typically being deployed by operators as they're monitoring. And I'm going to get to that
They
in the
like
next couple of
pinpointed how
slides.
greedy
I
they
just want
were.
to highlight before I move on.
Like
I
they
did
like
pull out of both reports
like,
just for reference.
we'll take
today,
90-something% of
observations,
the area and land,
this bullet point at the end of this,
and
the
you
bottom of the
can
slide
produce
is
in this
just the
one
number
little
of those 45 instances that
one little
apply
chunk.
to facilities owned by Crestone,
Um,
the number that were in Arapahoe County, and then how those line up
and
with our overall findings. We did
and
in,
some of the
looking at
information we
facilities,
get
try
from
to,
geological perspective
take as broad of a sample as we
because
could
of
from
that,
different
but,
operators using different
it was very dense and
monitoring
very long,
technologies and with different
and
monitoring plans.
yeah.
So the technology, it's important to understand how this technology works so you can understand why this might be a factor and why we had this kind of disconnect between our observations and what the monitors were observing. So typically in monitoring during pre-production and early production, what we've seen is operators will deploy 3 to 4 continuous emission monitors around the perimeter of a well pad. Usually if there's sound walls up, they're on the outside of the sound wall. And those monitors can monitor for a variety of different air pollutants. But when they're looking for volatile organic compounds specifically, which are important, those VOCs are a key indicator as to a potential emission event on an oil and gas facility, whether it's from a malfunction or a leak or an intentional release. When these monitors are looking for VOCs, they're often using what are known as photoionization detectors, or PIDs, to measure those compounds. Now, the way that a PID works is you have a UV lamp that ionizes gas molecules that come into close contact with it, and then the monitor measures the charge, the current from those charged molecules to get a sense of the concentration of them in a sample of air. In order for that process to play out in a monitor, those gas molecules have to come into contact, or close contact rather, with that UV lamp. They have to come into contact with the monitor. And so if you have a monitor on the perimeter of a well pad, let's say, and that monitor is not directly downwind of a plume of emissions, that monitor is going to be recording data. You're going to be still getting data that monitor's recording, but that data isn't going to necessarily give you much insight into an emission event that may be occurring that the monitor is just not in contact with. And on the slide, I do have this quick video just to kind of demonstrate this point. This is, we're looking at a source on a pipeline metering station, and those are hydrocarbon emissions coming out of that source. And what is in the foreground now is a handheld PID, actually. And I know you can't see the readings on the screen because the optical gas imaging camera isn't going to allow you to see that. But ultimately, what this is supposed to visualize and demonstrate is how these monitors work. So in order to get a reading from that emission source, and in this case, that was actually a potentially explosive leak that had reached the lower explosive limit of methane, that monitor had to be placed in direct contact with those molecules. Now, take that example and expand it out to a facility the size of a well pad. During pre-production, when you have dozens and dozens of pieces of equipment that have the potential to pollute, you have a surface area that's acres in size, and then you have 3 or 4 monitors placed around the perimeter, and you're hopefully starting to get the picture that there may be instances in which emissions may occur that a monitor may not be able to observe. And in this case, on the right-hand slide, I did include a photo, an aerial photo of a pad during completions. This is actually a pad. This photo is a little bit older, so it's before the Reg 7 requirements were in place. So there was no monitoring around this pad when this photo was taken. But with these ovals, I've just circled a typical kind of arrangement of monitors around pre-production facilities. Again, usually on the outside of the sound wall. But ultimately, you have 4 monitors in place that need to come in direct contact with an emission event in order to potentially observe that emission event. And there's a lot of opportunity for emissions to occur that may or may not ever contact one of those monitors, depending on the duration of the event, the wind direction, and a whole host of other factors. And that's precisely what we found in our reports. And so this is pulled directly from one of our reports. And on the left-hand side of the slide here, this is a looping video, and it's a little challenging when I embed these in slides. The quality isn't always good. But what we're looking at here, and it's a little hard to see as it loops, is a well pad that was transitioning from pre-production completion activities to production. And we're looking at a pretty significant release of hydrocarbon emissions. Again, we're in this case almost a quarter of a mile actually from this facility, so everything looks like it's in miniature. But this was ultimately from an unsealed hatch and a temporary water storage tank. Importantly, and this graphic on the right-hand side of the slide is also pulled directly from our report, and it gives kind of a visualization of the layout here, the scenario. We have the star at the bottom showing where we were located when we observed this release. There's an outline of the well pad, the approximate location of the monitors based on what was in the monitoring plan, and then our best guess as to the size and extent of the plume and the direction it was traveling based on our observation. What we know, importantly, is that in reviewing the monitoring data and in having shared this video with the division and having the division investigate, is that while at least we were observing this emission event, none of the monitors on this pad recorded any sort of elevated readings whatsoever. And it wasn't until hours later in the day, this same day, that one of the monitors on the west side of the pad did record a low response level. It's unclear if the operator responded to that response level and investigated and found this unsealed hatch, or if it was rather when we had shared this video with the division that prompted that. But ultimately, the issue was resolved. However, our concern here, and it's a little hard to see on this graphic on the right, but if you look closely at the left-hand side of this map, the satellite view, you'll see what looks like houses. There's actually an entire residential neighborhood to the west of this well pad, which is located between Fort Collins and Alt in northern Colorado. During the duration of time in which this emission event was occurring, and we don't really know when it started prior to when we started filming. It was ongoing when we started observing this facility. During that duration of time that the operator was unaware that these emissions were occurring and the monitors weren't aware that these emissions were occurring, the folks who live in that neighborhood, the folks who live in those homes, were potentially exposed to harmful pollutants that the operator was unaware of and wasn't able to effectively respond to. And this sort of gap in the monitoring is precisely what we're concerned about when we're talking about our concerns in relation to pads such as the Sunlight Long pads that are going to have homes, densely populated neighborhoods a little over 3,000 feet away, and potentially going to have a similar arrangement of monitors that could lead to gaps in what is found if there are emission events that are occurring. Now, in the interest of time, I actually think I'm going to skip this slide to focus on this one, but I'll kind of talk about them both in concert. And we can always, if there's questions, I can go back to that slide. But they're pretty similar, and they're demonstrating a similar point. Ultimately, when we're talking about monitoring, another thing that's really important to recognize about our concern, and that really kind of exacerbates some of our concerns, is that we're still in a position in Colorado, unfortunately, where there's what I would consider pretty limited still regulatory oversight of the actual emissions that occurred during pre-production. And this is, importantly, not because of some inaction on the part of the Air Quality Control Commission or the Air Pollution Control Division, or even this commission. It's a reflection really of just the fact that the majority of the sources of pollution during the drilling and fracking phase on a well pad are going to be temporary sources. And temporary sources don't go through a typical air permitting process. They don't often have air permits, which means they don't have enforceable limits. And that really curtails the ability of the division to have much jurisdiction over these sources. And I want to share some practical examples of what that means for you all, because that's very technical as an explanation, but there's some practical sort of challenges that creates when we're observing emissions from pre-production facilities and hoping to get to the bottom of what even may be the source of these emissions. So again, I skipped over the last slide, but they're both slides showing different pads owned by Crestone. This one's maybe more relevant anyways, because it's located in Arapahoe County, but both this photo and this video were taken just last year in August of 2024. We're looking from the same vantage point. These were taken simultaneously. On the left-hand side, it's just a photo with a digital camera. Right-hand side, it's like another video with our optical gas imaging camera. And what we see here is a pad during drilling. I did annotate the location of one of the monitors, the air quality monitors on the pad, and you can also kind of see it in the lower right-hand corner of that video. But we see a plume of hydrocarbon emissions that is coming from an unidentified source behind the sound wall. So we're not able to see, what is on the pad behind the sound wall from this vantage point. In this case, now again, the division, because we're talking primarily temporary sources and pads that may not even have air permits yet, has very limited ability to mount much of an investigation at these facilities when we share observations like that with them. In this case, they were able to determine that a possible source here was an open container that was storing drill cuttings. But ultimately, there was no identification of noncompliance with existing regs as part of this investigation, which is pretty much par for the course. And it really brings up an important point here that, and I include here, this is pulled directly from email correspondence with the division inspector in sharing this observation, a summation of kind of the challenge that the division has when looking at emission sources on these facilities is that there really isn't much of a compliance framework that can be applied to temporary sources. And that's a challenge, for any well pad, but in particular, when you have well pads near communities, this lack of ability of the division to take meaningful action if emission events occur is something that is of great concern. And now linking that directly back to, what I just kind of walked through in terms of monitoring, and I'm actually going to this is not a GIF, I'm going to play this video because it takes a little bit to get going. In the first 20 seconds or so, it's a little bit hard to see the emissions unless you're looking kind of closely in this grayscale. But ultimately, this is another pad. This one's owned by Extraction. And this is actually a video just taken last month, photo taken last month. And this is just south of Greeley that this well pad was drilling and is probably still drilling. But ultimately, what we're looking at here is another emissions, hydrocarbon emissions. We can't identify a specific source. It could be coming from the mud fluid circulation system, but it could be coming from another location on the pad and just drifting across our field of view. This was shared with the division. The division did what they could in terms of an initial investigation. Again, they're limited in their ability to really investigate when temporary sources are in play here. And I included another quote from a division inspector sort of reinforcing just this challenge they face. But importantly, and a caveat to this is with the rules that were the new revisions to the rules, the air quality monitoring rules that were just adopted for X7 earlier this year, the division does now have a little bit more oversight over this monitoring data. The challenge still remains that if monitors aren't detecting emission events, then the division doesn't really have any ability to do anything whatsoever. And in this case, we know at least from the initial sort of observation that no alarms, no response levels were triggered at any of the monitors when we observed those emissions. The division is going to review the monitoring report from October when it becomes available. But importantly, these operators have until the end of the following month to submit the monitoring data from the previous month. And so, that report hasn't become available as far as we know. I haven't checked in the last week. But ultimately, the challenge is, by the time the division can review monitoring data that's a month old, an emission event that occurred a month ago, it's really hard for any sort of meaningful follow-up to occur. And once again, even if there was some interesting readings in there, their ability to take any sort of meaningful action is still just limited by the fact that we're talking about emissions from temporary sources.
Chair, thank you. I'm going to put a continuing objection on the record about this. STAR did not disclose any of these exhibits or videos in accordance with our Rule 509 binding case management order. I'm going to register a continuing objection on the record. When they did submit this, it was as a quote hearing presentation on November 10th, and it had no videos and no basically disclosure that these were videos. It was just still pictures on the pages. So again, I would like to just register a continuing objection to these. I think these are well out of compliance with what the hearing officer had said in her October 3rd hearing order, pre-hearing order, and would just like that noted for another violation of STAR on the record. Thank you.
She is the worst.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So first of all, these slideshows were submitted as PDFs. That's what the system would take. And secondly, if this is a violation, then I guess what Crestone did when it presented its drone footage that was noted in one of the first presentations was the same, because we had not seen the drone footage before since the PDF file was submitted by Crestone, just like it was submitted by
Get a better
us. So
system?
we don't think it's an objection, or we don't think it was a violation, but if it was, then I would ask the chair to make a similar finding against Crestone.
All right. I think the lawyers ought to work together, because even if you can only file something in a PDF, if either side's planning on using videos, you can always email it to the other side. So I would encourage that. I will note the continuing objection from Ms. Jost, and we'll let the witness continue with his testimony.
Great,
Yeah.
thank you, Chair.
And sorry, I'll just say too, PDF, when you're embedding some of these like GIFs and videos in a PDF file, it sometimes won't actually autoplay. You'll just get a static image. So that might be part of the contribute. I mean, all of these were embedded in the slideshow as videos and GIFs, but in a PDF format, they're probably not going to autoplay. I'm actually near the end. This is my last slide, so I'll just wrap up relatively quickly here. all of really what this comes down to, what this comes back to in regards to this proposal.
How I understand it is he doesn't have to
fact
accept
that,
the
pre-production
objection.
emissions
He
still
just
occur,
like
both
notes it.
for
I guess
intentional
it's
reasons. We have
still
estimated emissions. We know emissions will occur.
the Mike's
There's also
pushback should be
unintentional things
noted.
that
Yeah,
happen.
you're
There are
right.
malfunctions, there are leaks, there are other potential reasons that emissions may occur. And when those emissions occur, they still pose a threat to public health. And the challenge we're confronted with is that because of the fact that we're still kind of operating in an unfortunately an area in which the division, which is the body that, the Air Pollution Control Division regulates air quality, but when it comes to temporary sources from pre-production, that regulatory oversight is somewhat limited. Even with the addition of the pre-production air quality monitoring program, which has provided the division with useful new information that wasn't available previously, there still are challenges to really getting to the bottom of emission events. And there's, as we've discovered in our own findings, instances in which monitors are not detecting a significant number of emission events. And so,
if you
both
have
these
to
gaps in
rely
regulatory oversight
not
and the
on
gaps in
like
monitoring
facts,
mean
but
that
yeah,
there still is,
procedure,
unfortunately, a lack of accountability oftentimes
you
for emission
are
events that may
just
be occurring
struggling
during
to get
pre-production.
any reason.
And again, in the case of something
get
like
what you
Sunlight
want.
Long, the concerns are that the best really health protective measure that we can take given these factors
What a
is to
job
ensure
to
that
have.
people won't be exposed to harmful pollution. And in this case, that means moving the facility further away from neighborhoods that may be impacted. And that is the conclusion of my testimony.
Did you have anything further for this witness, Mr. Foote?
No, I don't have any further questions, at least on direct.
Okay. All right, Mr. Closter, the attorneys for the other two parties have an opportunity to ask you some questions, and so that's what we'll do next. Ms. Jost, you're recognized.
Great, thank you. Mr. Closter, thank you for your testimony. We're just gonna go through these. On slide 3, you would agree that the left picture is not a Crestone location, correct?
Can I, one second. Do you want me to display the slides since I was sharing
No,
them?
you just testified to them. You would agree
On
that the left
slide
picture on slide 3 is not a Crestone location, correct?
Yes, that is not a Crestone location.
And on slide 3, you would agree that the left picture is on the west slope, correct?
The OGI image of the
Yes.
PID sensor, yeah, that was on the western slope.
And on slide 4, you would agree
Wind
that the Blim well
works
pad
differently.
is in Weld County, Colorado, correct?
Yes.
And on slide 4, you would agree that the Blim well pad is
She
not
asks
operated by Crestone,
easy
correct?
questions and then tries to
And you would agree that there are 0 hydrocarbon
mix
storage
in hard
tanks proposed for
questions,
the
and
State Sunlight Long oil and gas location,
Andrew's
correct?
gonna crush it.
That is my understanding of the BMPs, yes.
And you would agree that the State Sunlight Long oil and gas location will utilize a grid-powered electric drill rig, correct?
That is also my understanding, yes.
And you would agree that the State Sunlight Long oil and gas location production facilities will be electrified, correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
And you would agree that your surveyed well pads have tanks on site, correct?
Not all of them.
And you stated that emissions were evaluated during AQCC's recent rulemaking, correct?
I do not believe I stated that.
You said you participated in a recent rulemaking, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that this was the AQCC rulemaking in February 2025, correct?
Yep.
And you would agree that following that rulemaking, CDPHE recommended different monitoring frequency and methods, correct?
Yes, they did, many of which
Thank
were in
you.
line
You
with
would
our
agree that at the
recommendations.
outcome of that rulemaking, CDPHE did not move to increase state mandated setbacks from residential building units, correct?
That was not on the table for that rulemaking.
And you would agree that Earthworks What We Do on its website provides, quote, ending oil and gas expansion. The fossil fuel industry is rushing to lock in a future for oil and gas with new production pipelines, export terminals, and petrochemical plants. We partner with communities to stop the build out, end quote, correct?
That is on our website, yes.
You would agree that Earthworks is just here to oppose any new oil and gas and natural gas development, correct?
No.
You would agree, or you stated you advocated for changes in the state, correct?
Yes.
Are you a registered lobbyist?
I am not a registered lobbyist, no.
Based on these answers, would you agree that your testimony is biased and inflammatory in nature?
No.
Thank you, Chair. No further questions.
All right, Mr. Prescott, did you have any
I don't
questions?
know what
of
that's
the
supposed
witness?
to help do.
No, thank you, Chair.
All right. couple of questions. So now the commissioners get to ask you questions.
Yep.
So you get like, everybody gets to ask you questions. So thanks for being here. A couple of questions. You indicated at the beginning of your testimony that you had concerns relative to the air monitoring plan.
She like
Did I
alluded to a
get that
bunch of
right?
things.
That's kind of where you were
but he's
going
like
with your
on record,
testimony?
like disagreeing
Were those concerns
or agreeing, but some of them were like
air or safety
maybe it
concerns,
comes back into closing statements.
or were they rule-based concerns, like the plan didn't meet the rules, or either or both?
Yeah, like I said, no, I didn't evaluate it for every possible instance of compliance or
thing.
non-compliance with Reg 7.
I do think she's trying to get people to lower their guard with easy questions.
Really, my concerns were based on just what was being proposed.
That might have some value in a closing statement,
based
like
on the
gotcha.
technology that is proposed to use, the sensor
but then
monitors,
has
which
harder
are very
questions
similar to
mixed
many of
in
the other monitors
that are like
that
actual, like
have been deployed
she knows
by
for sure are
operators that
gotchas.
we've observed both in the collection of the data for these reports and after the fact, and then just the number of monitors. So it was really, again, to that point of the technology that's being deployed and then the number of monitors that are being deployed and what we've observed at many other facilities in terms of the potential for emissions to be missed in that regard.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that is the initial questions that I've got. I'm now going to look around to my fellow commissioners to see if anyone has questions. Commissioner Oath.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Gluster, for being here. Just a couple of questions from me. One is, so in your slides, I think it was slide 2, you had, the number of times that you have observed emissions that were not detected by the air monitors. And then on a following slide or so, you showed, a video or videos of what kind of appear to be, at least visually, and as you characterized as, significant amount of pollutants. But are we able to determine the amount of hydrocarbons by visual representation?
So in the sense, I was using significant in a qualitative sense in that regard. But at the same time, when, when you're using these cameras, there are kind of minimum detection thresholds for distance. For instance, a small leak from, let's say, like a leaking component on a well is not going to be something that's going to be visible from a quarter of a mile away in that, in that instance. Whereas something that, in a case like this, a more pressurized release from a tank is something that may be visible from a quarter of a mile away. There's going to be a lot of factors that play into that in terms of, viewing and weather and whatnot. So I was using significant in a qualitative sense, but these cameras on a base level aren't able to quantify. But that's also important for the consideration of many of these monitors that are being deployed. These continuous emissions monitors also don't typically quantify in a sense of measurement. You can't use them to measure necessarily emissions. Oftentimes they're set up to sort of like they get a sense of concentration, but it's really just it's almost like a fire alarm system. You have different response levels and you want to know if a potential threshold is crossed so you can respond effectively and deal with, any issue that may be present.
Right. Okay, so do we know then of those instances, and I'm sorry, I didn't capture the number in my notes. I think it was maybe 45 or something instances where there were levels that were above either permitting levels or health thresholds, something that would be, really certainly of concern.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like I said, there was I didn't go into the methodology in our reports in terms of what we were looking for when we were looking at the monitors and what was in the monitoring data. We tried to be as conservative as possible because there's a lot of different ways you could try to determine whether or not an emission event was detected by one of these monitors. So what we were using was what operators in their monitoring plans, and importantly, this is before, some of this has been standardized a little bit more post the rulemaking earlier this year. The division and the commission adopted more standardization in terms of response levels. But, when we were looking at each monitoring plan, operators could determine response levels. And so we tried to go with what the operators had determined as their sort of minimum, their lowest response level for a monitor. And then also we looked at any max or mean from those monitors that was, I think, 4 times above like the monthly average. And we tried to, again, have multiple approaches because we wanted to be conservative. We wanted to sort of recognize the fact that, there isn't determining what is a detection from one of these monitors is kind of difficult to say when we're not able to quantify with our camera. But ultimately, our goal here was, again, to really try to find instances in which, you know, we're observing hydrocarbon emissions. And at times like in this, we know that there was this unsealed hatch that this operator had to resolve, which was, you know, resulting in hydrocarbon emissions. You know, were the monitors aware of this emission event when it was ongoing? That was, you know, really our goal was to see whether or not the monitors were even aware of any sort of emissions whatsoever when we were observing those emissions. And again, that C is kind of critical in terms of like what that means in a monitoring sense, because they're not optical, you know, they're not able to actually see an emission event. But that was why we, again, had multiple approaches to figuring out what a detection level might be.
AKA the system as it is currently.
That answers your question.
Bad.
Sorry. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's fair enough. I mean, the purpose or goal, as you stated, is and it's not we're not able to look at these and be able to say, oh, these are concerning us, you know, events. We don't know that. They might be, but it wasn't the purpose. We don't know where the emissions went. We don't know if they rose above. We don't know if they did settle, you know, in neighborhoods. Okay. I guess the last question is, I mean, you started out and acknowledging that you're not trying to opine that whether or not the air monitoring plan is compliant with Reg 7, but have some concerns that based on, you know, the rest of your experience with the cameras, that monitoring in general is not sufficient to capture emissions, but all these changes have been made by the Air Quality Control Commission in monitoring requirements. So is there something that you would recommend be changed or required in terms of monitoring on this location or in this proposed OGDP?
I mean, again, I think, you know, our stance on this proposed OGDP is that the most health protective measure that can be taken is moving it further away from these neighborhoods, because adding one additional monitor still doesn't address these concerns. Adding 2 additional monitors, I mean, there still is kind of a fundamental challenge here with the way in which these kind of low-cost sensors are being deployed and the number of them that are being deployed on these pads to just really truly comprehensively capture what's going on these pads. And so I don't think there's any particular change to the monitoring plan, at least in that part of it. You know, again, I didn't read through in terms of all the compliance. And again, importantly, you know, the revisions that were adopted earlier this year at the commission, the Air Quality Control Commission, were really specifically looking at data reporting and quality issues. And many of those, you know, there were a lot of concerns we had in that regard. And as I mentioned, you know, many of those are good changes to the rules that will hopefully result in, you know, much better kind of quality when it comes to the data that's coming in and how frequently it comes in. And it's kind of standardized the reporting form. So all of that is great, but it doesn't really get at, you know, again, the commission understandably is technology agnostic. They're not going to weigh in on what the best sort of monitoring technologies may be. And so we still have these concerns about, you know, the plan based on the fact that it largely reflects what Crestone has done at other sites that we've monitored and at many of the operators have kind of done in regards to pre-production and early production monitoring. So in our opinion, in my opinion, for this proposal, no, I don't think there's some specific sort of magic bullet in the monitoring sense that could really make this that much more health protective, as much as, you know, considering a location that is further away from these neighborhoods.
Okay, thanks.
Others with questions of the witness? Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just have a couple questions. Thank you for being here. It was, I think, enlightening to see some of these pictures and kind of the depictions of where things were. One of the things that I wanted to ask about was just about what you finished answering, and that was, you know, obviously moving things further away is the best way to protect it. My question is, do you have opinions on the appropriate amount based off of what you've seen? Do you have, going along with what Commissioner Oath said, do you have any kind of data about how far some of these emissions are traveling, and exposure rates on how far they're traveling?
I try not to speculate on like the perfect distance. I mean, my observations, it can be hard to know, and you know, weather, topography, so many things are going to factor into, I mean, even just the volume of a release, you know, depending on the volume, depending on the type of source, hydrocarbon emissions can sometimes settle out really quickly if it's but at times you can again get a plume that you can track across an entire sort of horizon. And so it's hard to really know. I don't have a really specific distance that I would propose in that regard. No.
Okay. And one of the things that I thought was interesting is you talked about a lot of the specific set monitors require contact with the emission to be able to determine an event. Do a lot of the operators in the state also use their own FLIR cameras and similar
I didn't get
type
to my mute button
monitoring
in time.
from within the location to try and
Not bad.
identify potential releases?
Oftentimes, yeah. So I mean, during it's the optical gas imaging cameras are an approved instrument monitoring method for the leak detection and repair program. So like any operator that's doing LDAR on a monthly or more frequent basis is probably deploying cameras. I mean, there's other options too, but I mean, they're one of the again, they were kind of designed as both a time saving and a safety sort of like tool, because someone who's inspecting a facility doesn't have to get exposed to something they don't want to get exposed to determine, oh, there may be a leak on this piece of equipment. So
confirming there's not a thief hatch open.
Yeah, exactly. And so like, I mean, they, most of the operators, especially the larger operators in the state, do have their own LDAR teams with these cameras. I don't know, they're not really deploying them in terms of, or at least I can't state whether or not they're deploying them in a similar way to the sort of pre-production monitoring. I mean, the pre-production monitoring program is kind of meant to be remote, 24/7 monitoring, which, these cameras, at least the kind of handheld OGI cameras that we use, aren't designed for 24/7 remote monitoring. They're designed for handheld. They're designed to have a user using them. So there are other kind of optical kind of like remote monitoring technologies out there. We haven't observed too many of those, at least in our observations of facilities that are doing the pre-production monitoring. It's mostly relying on these continuous emissions monitors, as I said, with photoionization detectors built into them.
Okay, so your testimony isn't trying to say like some of the new laser technologies used to identify things, and that's what should be used. And I think you said towards the end of your testimony, what you really think is probably best is moving those monitors further away from the well site. Did I misunderstand?
Oh, no, I didn't actually say anything to that regard. I mean, I do think there's, conversations we could have, and it was something that we just deliberated a little bit earlier this year with the Air Quality Control Commission and the division as to what the right placement of monitors in, relation to the well pad may be. But that I didn't state anything like that in my testimony.
Okay. Sorry, at the end there, I thought you were trying to say not having it right next to the wall and further away would potentially.
Oh, that was in relation to the well pad itself, the proposed well pad. Yeah. So I mean, again, that's a whole nother conversation we could have about like how best placement of these monitors and proximity to the sources, and as you mentioned, the laser laser optical monitors. I mean, there's a lot of interesting sort of tech out there, but in this case, I was referring specifically to this proposed well pad development and its proximity to the neighborhood.
Okay. So, and I think my final question is similar to what Chair Robbins was saying. It's not necessarily that you're trying to identify a rule violation with respect to the monitoring plan here. You're just saying there's more that can be done to try and ensure public health, safety, welfare.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't reading through that draft monitoring plan to look for any potential like elements of non-compliance with Reg 7, and that wasn't really my intention either. Our concern was really rooted in just the fact that what's being proposed for the monitoring plan isn't all that different than what we've observed at other facilities where we've observed these, emission events that may be not getting detected.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Further questions for the witness? Commissioner Messner?
Thanks for the testimony. Thanks for the information. Just one question. I know that STAR has provided some information in their pre-hearing testimony and opening statements regarding a desire to see the location moved further away from the neighborhood, so essentially moving it to the east. Do you think that the site or the general area that they're proposing would be appropriate in your opinion?
The site that Star is proposing, or
Yes.
I don't actually know if I'm absolutely familiar off the top of my head with the exact site they're proposing. I mean, I know it would mean moving it to the east.
Okay.
But I haven't evaluated, I guess, in terms of everything else, in specific. I mean, my concern is really, again, the proximity to neighborhoods and the desire to see any potential impacts, mitigated by ensuring that folks, aren't exposed to something that they don't want to be exposed to or that could prove harmful to their health.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions of the witness? All right, seeing none, I believe at this point, Mr. Foote, you have an opportunity for redirect.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Closter, I want to just follow up on a question that was, I guess, just asked by Commissioner Messner, which was about, a safer location. In general, is it your testimony that moving the proposed sunlight long location, say, a mile away from where it is now, give or take, would that be, in your opinion, more likely to be protective of public health, safety, and welfare?
Yeah, more protective than the present location, yes. I mean, again, as in my answer to Commissioner Cross, like, I don't necessarily have a set distance in mind when I'm thinking about these things, but further away from residential dwelling units, if it's a mile, that's more protective than the current proposed location, yes.
And let me get to another commissioner question, then I'll move on to Cross. You were asked a question by the commission about the amounts and trying to, I think, quantify the amounts of the emissions. Do you recall that conversation? I guess I'm wondering if you know of a way that the instrument could quantify an amount, or if there's a different way to quantify an amount of emissions release when the monitors that are supposed to detect the release in the first place don't detect it. How are you supposed to quantify it if the monitors don't even detect it?
I mean, quantification is challenging, and oftentimes I, have to correct people because there's a difference between monitoring and measurement. Monitors, again, as I was sort of maybe not explaining the best I could to Commissioner Oath, monitors aren't necessarily quantification instruments. They're meant to kind of give you a sense of concentrations, but you wouldn't use them to really get a sense, for instance, of like, measure methane or total VOCs from a source or from a facility. And so actual quantification is just very, very challenging. I mean, it's one of the just kind of perennial challenges we have. I mean, there's new technology coming online all the time. But you have to also kind of recognize one of the challenges too is that, oftentimes we're not talking about a single compound that's being released. And so, even with many of these monitors in as I mentioned, the PIDs, you're getting kind of a total VOC reading. You're not getting a speciated reading. So, there's always going to be challenges in terms of not just quantifying, but even just speciating that sample and knowing, how much benzene or how much toluene or, whatever potential compound of concern it is within that plume even. So at the moment, there's no really like silver bullet to kind of solving this like lack of true quantification of emission events. It's something that, a lot of technologies coming online. There's the methane satellites that are coming online. There's overflights. You can kind of triangulate and try to start to get a sense of things, but each of the technologies that are kind of currently deployed in the field all have their own drawbacks. The cameras that we use are really powerful for what they do, but they can't quantify and they can't speciate. Overflights and satellites are really powerful, but they oftentimes have a hard time associating emissions to a specific source on a pad, if they can even, kind of get that kind of granular. So there's no real one technology you can employ that's going to answer all your questions in that regard, I guess, is the short answer.
Right, and I guess if a monitor misses the emissions event, which apparently seems to happen quite often, there seems to be no way that you're going to get any kind of data along those lines. Is that fair?
I mean, I think that's one of our, one of the things that concerned us about our findings with the reports is, if an emission event may have been occurring, but none of the monitors recorded any sort of level that would suggest emissions were occurring, then yeah, there may have been no awareness that that emission event had occurred or was occurring. It might have been found in some other way eventually, maybe there, again, in this case, this like unsealed hatch, that might have been eventually observed in some other manner if the monitors never detected it. But if you're relying on a handful of monitors to do some of that remote sensing and they miss an emission event, it's hard to know if that emission event potentially occurs and you just never, again, there's no actual sort of like recording of it ever.
So I want to go back to a couple clarifications from your cross-examination. First, you were being asked some questions about your advocacy in front of the AQCC, particularly regarding Reg 7. I think Ms. Jost had asked a couple questions. You were looking to give a further explanation to one of the questions about your involvement, but she didn't allow you to answer the question fully. So did you want to just talk about that here?
I don't recall specifically what I was attempting to follow up on. I mean, it may have been in relation to this most recent rulemaking. I mean, again, I've testified in front of the Air Quality Control Commission on multiple occasions, usually in regards to Reg 7. And I discussed that earlier in my testimony, so I don't know if I need to rehash that. Okay,
no problem. Couple quick questions from cross-examination again. You were asked some questions about whether or not certain facilities that you monitored had tanks on them or not. Do you recall that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know whether or not emissions can come from other equipment besides tanks on a facility?
Absolutely. And, I've definitely surveyed tankless facilities in addition to tank facilities. And oftentimes, the majority still of the well pads on the Front Range are still facilities that deploy storage tanks in some way. So there are, some of the newer facilities that are tankless in design. But there are other sources of emissions on tankless facilities, even without that. I mean, with the removing storage tanks, you're potentially removing a pretty significant emission source, but you still have separators, you still potentially have enclosed combustion devices, other things that could be sources of emissions.
And I guess the same question in general would be about facilities that are electrified.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what that means. I mean, electrified can be a little bit of a loose term sometimes. I mean, if it's running completely off of grid power, there still may be, I mean, you still have pressurized gas running through equipment on a pad. And so you might not have any fossil fuel combustion to power anything. So that removes, the need for maybe generators or gas powered engines. But you still potentially, if there's a leak or a malfunction in a separator or something, you're still going to have emissions.
Okay, and finally, you were asked, I think towards the end of cross-examination, about whether or not you had participated in any kind of lobbying and had been a registered lobbyist. Are you aware of whether or not one needs to be a lobbyist to participate in a rulemaking?
One does not need to be a lobbyist to participate in a rulemaking. And, again, when we're doing, Earthworks often works with registered lobbyists when we're doing legislative lobbying, but, a lot of our advocacy is not kind of falls, I mean, it's working in front of these commissions or regulators, and so it's not quite in that vein.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Closter, you are excused. Thank you very much for presenting the information to us. It was very helpful. Mr. Foote,
I know it's interesting that they're like
40 minutes left.
They don't trust this commission to be like no on the project, so they're just like arguing for further away.
And I'm not sure if you'd want to handle it the same way, where it would be commissioner questions and cross-examination, and then that witness would be excused. But we could do that way if that's your pleasure.
I mean, all delaying and complicating of it.
30 minutes, some of them are 45, and some of them
is
are
a win. It's not maybe the win we want.
It's Mr. Thornton, but the estimate you may be looking at, that was a pre-hearing statement estimate, and I'm not sure if it's exactly the same as what you're going to see here today.
So it might be less than 30.
With everything combined, it could be.
No. Just the
direct.
You had 30 minutes on direct.
The direct will be less than 30.
All right. Well, then let's go ahead and try to get through with Mr. Thornton, and then that would be the last witness that we would take up today, and then we would reconvene on Tuesday, the 25th at 9 for the remainder of the case. Is that acceptable to you, Mr. Foote?
That's fine.
Okay.
Chair, may I ask for a point of order? So thank you. Because I guess how it's gone the rest of this hearing, we would like to have all of our cross-examination of the remaining witnesses of STAR next Tuesday? Because I can tell you,
Except for Mr. Cluster.
Except for Mr. Cluster. Yeah, of course. Yes. So Mr. Thornton, we would carry on with on Tuesday for purposes of our cross-examination, because I can tell you it is not short.
Okay. I mean, that doesn't bother me. Mr. Foote,
Okay.
do you have a concern with that procedurally?
No, he's available.
Okay. All right. So then we'll hear the direct examination of Mr. Thornton, and then we'll
She just wants more
sort of
time.
cross the bridge on whether we're going to do commissioner questions today or later. So, Mr. Thornton, you are the next witness.
Okay, great. Mr. Thornton, can you please just start off and introduce yourself and let us know where you're currently employed?
Sure, I'm William Thornton. I'm the owner of Thornton Acoustics and Vibrations.
And maybe if you could summarize your education first.
Certainly. So I have a bachelor's in science and mechanical engineering from NC State University, graduating magna cum laude. I have a master's in science and mechanical engineering with a concentration in nonlinear dynamics, acoustics, and vibrations from Purdue University.
Could you go through your, I mean, you mentioned what your current employment is, but could you go through a bit of an employment history?
Certainly. So really, I've grown up in the acoustics and noise control industry. Actually, the firm that I currently own was founded by my father out of the breakup of Gulf Oil back in 1984. So I grew up around this industry, this field. After graduate school, I was briefly employed as a researcher with the Institute for Safe, Quiet, Durable Highways, looking at transportation noise at Purdue University. And then in the next 20 some years, I have been a noise control engineer, a consultant. So I typically provide consulting engineering services to industry, commercial entities, institutional entities.
And in this case, have you provided noise consultation services to save the Aurora Reservoir?
Yes, I have.
Did you do that also for the Lowry Ranch CAP proceeding?
Yes, I also did for the Lowry Ranch CAP.
And could you talk a little bit more about your specific experience in noise mitigation, specifically related to oil and gas operations?
Certainly. So as a noise control engineer, I'm typically employed to work with clients to develop and design quiet facilities across many industries, to develop and design facilities, systems, products, machines that are robust against vibration. And then a lot of the time I am tasked by industrial and commercial clients to diagnose and solve noise and vibration problems. So I think I said that our firm was founded in 1984, the breakup of Gulf Oil. My father took his engineers from Gulf Oil. He ran their noise and vibration group and started a consulting company. So our firm has continued to work in the subsequent 40 years extensively with oil and gas, petrochemical industry. So I frequently work for oil, gas, petrochemical as a noise control engineer, or by dealing with vibration problems where I'm hired by them to help them design quiet facilities. I've had many projects working for equipment manufacturers to help them design quieter equipment, and then also frequently brought in to solve noise or vibration problems, whether it's community noise, environmental noise, noise that affects the process. We routinely run into petrochemical industry where acoustical phenomenon actually in the process can affect the process, not necessarily the community. But like I said, I've continued to work through my professional career more often than not for oil and gas.
Okay, just to be clear though, it's not exclusively oil and gas and petrochemical. Are there other interests that you have?
Certainly. I mean, fundamentally the work, acoustics, vibrations, it's governed by the laws of physics. They're not unique. Internal combustion equipment is not unique to oil and gas. The laws of physics, the problems that are encountered across many industries, many heavy industries, commercial developers, factories. Recently, more often, it's projects that have nothing to do with human beings. The world is more noise and vibration sensitive. I have quite a few projects in the last couple of years with microchip manufacturing facilities, for example, where noise and vibration are a problem because of the scale of the project.
And have you provided any kind of expert testimony in other types of proceedings?
I think collectively in my career, I've provided expert testimony in probably about 45 judicial and quasi-judicial hearings over the years.
And did you provide expert testimony and certified as an expert in the Lowry Ranch CAP proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Have you published any work related to noise mitigation in the past?
I've been an author on multiple referee journal papers dealing with transportation noise.
And do you have any relevant professional affiliations?
I'm a past member of the Acoustical Society of America and the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. Although I'm not an active member of either,
Acoustic Society of America.
Consistently review
I would think you'd be
all of their
in a
professional
band.
journals and stay abreast of conference proceedings in those organizations.
Mr. Chair, at this point, I'd move to certify Mr. Thornton as an expert in noise from oil and gas operations and noise mitigation.
Any objection, Ms. Jost?
Chair, yes, I actually do have an objection here. I'd like to ask a few questions of Mr. Thornton, if I may.
You may.
All right, Mr. Thornton, you are no longer certified by the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, correct?
There's no certification. I was never certified by them.
Okay, and you're no longer a member of the Institute of Noise Control Engineers, correct?
That's correct.
You're no longer a member of the Acoustical Society of America, correct?
Also correct.
And you are aware that in ECMC Order 535-1490, the ECMC found your testimony during the Lowry Ranch CAP as inept and non-credible, correct?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. And I would, Chair, object to any designation as an expert of this. We're welcome to have him as a lay witness, but we do not believe that Mr. Thornton meets the qualification requirements for an expert witness in this matter.
Mr. Foote?
Mr. Chair, expert witnesses, Rule 702, testimony by experts, says that if scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge will assist the trier of fact to understand the evidence or determine a fact and issue, that witness may be qualified as an expert by knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education, and may testify as an expert. And I think Mr. Thornton has laid the foundation for that kind of expertise.
Okay, objection noted. I'm going to let him in as an expert. Let's go ahead and proceed with the testimony.
Thank you. Mr. Thornton, have you prepared a presentation to give the commission in this matter?
I have prepared a very brief high-level presentation, yes.
Okay, please go ahead.
Certainly.
They try to use every little thing they can.
I did try to already share it. I apologize.
You have to read all the rules so that they don't get you on some weird technicality. Not even a correct technicality.
Sure. I'm just clicking through. Okay, are you seeing me in presentation mode?
Yeah.
Okay, so like I said, a brief presentation, high level on community noise impacts. So well established, I think it recognized implicitly in a lot of the ECMC rules that excessive noise will adversely impact the health, safety, and welfare of a community. What's important to point out, however, is that noise impacts, the effect of noise, that deleterious effects on welfare of a community, are not a simple function of only the overall sound pressure level. So simply measuring the sound at a community using dBA, dBc, dBz, what have you, are not the only predictor or not the only metric descriptor that predicts negative outcomes. These overall levels, no matter what weighting we use, are not how we hear. They are also not simply how loud a noise is. Noise in our impact, our perception of noise, is a very strong function of the level, but also the frequency content, the pitches and tones that may be present in the noise, the temporal nature of the noise, impulses, transients, continuous, steady state. So all of these variables come together to really affect how loud sound actually is and how much of an impact it creates on us. So obviously, Colorado has enacted ECMC noise limits using these descriptors, overall sound pressure levels. And they're a great starting point, frankly, more protective than many states across the US, many regulatory bodies across the US. But what's important is merely meeting these nominal overall limits doesn't guarantee the public is adequately protected. I like to use a speed limit analogy here. We have speed limit signs on our highways, our roads. If a driver is meeting the speed limit, that does not guarantee they're safe and not putting the rest of the drivers on the road at risk. They may be drunk or high, texting or distracted. Likewise, merely meeting these overall sound level limits does not guarantee that the noise does not create a deleterious effect on the public welfare. Because in addition to the effects just of the overall level, it's pretty well established in the environmental noise community, community noise, that when we have a relatively quiet environment, simply creating noise above the ambient to some degree will often have strong impacts on the public. So noise can be harmful merely because it increases above the ambient noise levels. So we'll talk a bit about ambient noise studies. So in 2024, I had reviewed an ambient noise study provided by Crestone. Crestone submitted it, and part of the Lowry Ranch cap. And it was clear there were serious technical errors in the report, and that the report clearly produced gross overestimates of the real ambient noise levels in a community such as this. It appeared at the time that study was going to be used to lobby for increased noise limits, basically, above the ECMC rule. Because that appeared to be the direction that things were going, STAR in 2024 commissioned me to perform a longer-term noise study. Now, let's recall that the ECMC rules require 72-hour ambient noise studies, so just 3 days. It's a quick snapshot. I was commissioned to do a longer-term ambient noise study to get boots on the ground and provide real-world data to try to refute the ambient noise levels and conclusions in the ENRG report. What we found, and I'll talk about this, it's in close agreement with the more recent ambient noise study produced by Crestone, but that the noise levels were much lower as expected than those promulgated in the ENRG report. When we're talking about all this, we're talking about how loud, what the ambient noise levels are, what the relative increases may be due to the application at hand. It's important to realize a 5 or 6 decibel increase is clearly perceptible, loudly perceptible. If we have 1,000 people, 950 of them are going to say, yes, it's much louder.
When I manage my stream audio,
5 or 6 decibels. And it doesn't matter
the thing I control, desktop audio and my voice audio, I get a decibel chart.
DBC. If the original level was A and the new level is A,
and it is
5
like
or 6 dB louder, or
almost like
C,
algorithmic.
5 or 6 dB louder,
But
we're going to generally
it's
perceive that as a clearly
that
audible increase.
It's not too loud.
Because sound levels are logarithmic. Our perception of sound is logarithmic.
Sound a little bit on your end.
It's not a simple linear process.
But if I get super loud all of a sudden, it could
so
still
if we turn the level up by 10 decibels, if the ambient is 35, and we introduce fracking
try to be really loud,
10 dB louder, that's going to be perceived as roughly twice as loud, like turning your stereo from 5 to 10. It's actually a little worse than that because typically the ambient noises are a little more bland. They don't have a lot of tonality to them, pure tones, things like that, where the energy is concentrated at specific frequencies.
The constant would be
buzzes, roars,
it'd be bad.
So a lot of times with industrial noise, not just oil and gas, but frequently in oil and gas, because there's often tonality to those noises, fans, blowers, pumps, motors, that 10 dB rule actually underestimates the loudness increase. And it continues. If we create noise that's 20 decibels louder than the ambient, that's going to be roughly 4 times as loud. And this continues. 30 dB is 8 times as loud. So relatively small changes numerically can be very, very large changes in the loudness. When I reviewed the most recent Crestone's ambient noise study produced by Urban, the most recent noise study, the noise modeling, it purported that their facility will increase the noise by roughly 5 to 10 decibels above ambient, depending on the stage and conditions. I tried to review that noise model. It's very opaque. Typically, when we produce noise models, one of the most basic ingredients that we include is a comprehensive list of all the noise sources and an objective rating of how much acoustical energy they produce. So we would typically expect to see in a noise model a table of noise sources and their octave band sound power ratings. That is the most basic input into a noise model. So trying to review that noise model and the accuracy without that information is impossible. There's no way to look behind the curtain. It's worth pointing out the software that was used to develop that noise model, it's about a 30-second process, a couple clicks on the mouse to output that sound power table. It would have been a very simple thing to include. When we're talking about oil and gas noise, or frankly, any other industrial environmental and community noise source, there's really two things we can do, and only two. And I'll talk about why only two, why other things don't work. We can turn down the volume, or we can move those sources further away from people. So we can, the gold standard in acoustical engineering, noise control engineering, is simply to do source noise control. Re-engineer the machines, the noise sources, so that they're quieter, or choose quieter equipment. And the other thing we can do is move the noise source further away from a noise receiver. It's been talked about by Crestone, and it's accurate. I'll reiterate it. Every time we move a noise source twice as far from a noise receiver, we're going to reduce the noise level at the receiver by roughly 6 decibels. It varies with atmospheric conditions. So if we have a pad that is 500 feet from a receiver, if we move it to 1,000 feet, those people, that resident receiver is going to enjoy 6 dB less noise. If we double it again out to 2,000 feet, they're going to enjoy another 6 dB reduction for a total of a 12 dB reduction. I think in Crestone's presentation, it's important to point out that I think there was a question, and the answer was that this doesn't work as well at longer distances. I think that really confused the issue. It works exactly the same at longer distances. We just have to make bigger jumps. If we're already at 2,000 feet, we have to move out to 4,000 feet. But every time we double the distance, we get roughly a 6 dB reduction. I took a look also, I believe there was an alternate location analysis performed by Crestone, and I looked at sites 1 and 3. I now understand that I believe site number 3 is technically not feasible, but simply taking the proposed pad in operation and moving it from the planned site out to alternate site number 1, just due to the distance, just due to the physical extra distance and geometric spreading, it's going to reduce the sound reaching the community by about 7.5 decibels. So simply taking this pad and relocating it is going to go a long way towards reducing. Recall that the Crestone report purported about a 5 or 10 dB increase above ambient. Moving this pad to alternate site 1 is going to go a long way. On the lower end, it's going to more than negate the noise increase. On the higher end, it's almost going to increase the noise. Almost negate the noise increase. So simply moving it away is going to be far more protective of the public health and welfare. And like I said, it's going to be short and high level. That's some of what I have to share.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thornton. That's all the questions that we have at this point.
Okay, noting that the Ms. Jost was going to do cross-examination on the 25th.
And early?
Maybe I'll just quickly ask, Mr. Prescott, did you have any cross here?
I do not. Thank you, though, Chair.
Okay. All right. And then now we have Mr. Thornton, you're available for questions from the commissioners. Looking around the room to see if anyone has initial questions. Okay. I'm not seeing any questions. I might ask one question. On one of your slides, you acknowledge that ECMC has noise limits but that meeting the nominal limits will not guarantee the public is adequately protected. Are you aware of whether the proposed application meets EMC's noise limits?
There's frankly no way to tell. Their modeling and their report is so opaque. They basically have done a model. They haven't shared. So it was mentioned, the phrase was used earlier. You've probably heard it many times in your work in this commission. Garbage in produces garbage out when it comes to modeling. We're all taught this in the engineering and the sciences. So I reviewed their noise report. I reviewed their noise model. It's highly opaque. I cannot see any of the inputs, so I can't tell if they're realistic or comprehensive or not. I do agree that their report, if I take it at face value, purports that their application will meet the ECMC rules, but I have no way to verify that as an independent party.
Okay, thanks.
It's really good he got accepted as a
Seeing no
expert
further
witness.
questions, Mr. Foote, did you want to redirect following that one question?
Mr. Chair, if it's okay with you, I would prefer to redirect after cross-examination.
That's a great, that's a great point. It's late on a Friday. All right, then with that, Mr. Thornton, we would look forward to having you back on starting at 9 a.m. on the 11/25 Tuesday. And
Sure.
then at that point in time, you'll be subject to cross-examination followed by redirect.
Very good.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Anything further from the lawyers this afternoon? Mr. Foote.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is a procedural question. I guess I would bring up now, I'm fairly certain we'll be through the witnesses on Tuesday, and then we would be moving into rebuttal and then closing arguments. And I wanted to ask the chair if we would be able to submit a PowerPoint presentation that would better reflect what we've heard over the course of this case, as opposed to a PowerPoint presentation that we were required to present a week before this hearing about closing. I did submit a PowerPoint presentation for opening and closing, but as this hearing has gone on, I think that it'll be much more helpful for the commission to have an updated PowerPoint presentation that would accompany an update closing argument, because as the hearing has developed, there's issues that have been explored and answers that have been given that have been impossible to predict a week ago when we had to turn into the PowerPoint presentation for closing. So I'd ask for permission, in short, to be able to submit another PowerPoint presentation for closing prior to closing arguments.
What are your thoughts on that, Mr. Prescott?
I'm sorry, I don't know why I keep freezing. I think it makes sense. It's hard to prepare a closing before you hear the evidence.
Sure.
I do have one additional slide that I'd like to incorporate and add to our closing presentation submitted on the 10th. So I guess that means I'm in support of the proposal.
Ms. Jost, thoughts?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm in support of updating the closing presentation slides that were submitted on November 10th. I guess I would just say, Mr. Foote and Mr. Prescott, I assume these are not new arguments you're talking about. You're just asking to update what was already submitted to purposes of representing additional information that was discussed at the hearing, correct? Not new exhibits.
That's correct. It's just, typical closing argument responding to the evidence presented.
Yeah. I would term it as kind of new demonstrative exhibits that's consistent with what we've heard over this 3-day hearing.
Yes.
Is that fair, Mr. Foote?
Yes.
Mr. Prescott, you're good with that?
Yep.
And Ms. Jost, with that clarification?
Sure, that sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, I think that makes a lot of sense. We do want to hear a closing that's reflective of the information that came about during the trial. So I think
pretty
that makes
good.
sense. So to the extent that the final case management order or final pre-hearing
I don't know what they
order,
had to all
is inconsistent
submit.
with this, we've just amended it.
And Mr. Chair, thank you for that. I guess to clarify, would you like in the past I've seen where the closing slideshow would be uploaded onto the e-filing system after the closing arguments are given. Is that, would that be acceptable in this case?
That makes sense to create a record here.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I had procedurally.
All right, anything else procedurally from the lawyers? Ms. Jost?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Couple questions. With respect to Tuesday, just formulating, hello, honey, just formulating kind of thoughts here. And given the time that's left, do we anticipate that this might be done, or should we maybe give a heads up to our experts that there may be an additional day or two of hearings after Tuesday? Is that something we need to consider at all?
I mean, I'm one voice in the room. I don't think so. I mean, it seems to me that we should be able to get through the remaining case in chief from Star and then rebuttals and closings Tuesday. That would be my goal. We've set aside the whole day. I may be juggling some AAG help because they've got some other commitments, but I'm going to have an AAG the whole day. So, yeah, I mean, I think we're going to try to get through this, and including deliberations on Tuesday.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that. I will let all of our witnesses know on that piece. And then just a quick follow-up on the Reservoir B document that Mr. Harrington pulled up earlier today in answer to Commissioner Messner's questions. Commissioner Messner and all the other commissioners, I did upload that to the e-filing system. So you have it along with an email from Rangeview confirming Reservoirs B and C. Commissioner Messner, that's an answer to your question. So we were able to get with them.
Yeah, and we received that filing from
Okay.
Hearings Manager Thomas. Commissioner Messner, did you have a question or a thought?
Yeah, I do just want to confirm something. So I see an email, and it's from Pure Cycle, and so that's Rangeview.
That is, and if we can, could we elevate Dan Harrington real quick? He can explain this relationship, Commissioner Messner, well better than I could.
Almost done.
Apologies. We're just elevating Mr. Harrington now.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Oh, Dan, we can't hear you.
Speak.
I apologize for that. Commissioner Messner, my understanding of this is Rangeview refers to the metro district that covers the water rights over Lowry Ranch and some other infrastructure nearby. And Pure Cycle is the corporation, like the entity that employs the people that work on it. So for the purposes of what we're talking about here, they're the same thing.
The Metro District and the corporation?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Of course.
Chair, thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay, anything further from any of the lawyers today?
No, nothing from Star.
And Mr. Prescott's shaking his head no. Okay, great. Very glad that we got here.
Is
We're
toast.
gonna move to adjourn to 9 a.m. on 11/25, Tuesday of next week. We've set aside the day for that. And with that, that's a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Couple of seconds. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We will see everybody next Tuesday at 9 a.m. Thanks.
Were you watching all day as well? I don't know if you're still here. Let me see if I can see. How do I see? I can see comments easily, but I have to like look over here, I think. Okay. Yeah, that was interesting. I thought we'd know answers today, but I guess I was everything's taking longer. Yeah. The what's the word for it? Epidemiologist they brought in. Were you on in time to catch her? the Civitas epidemiologist, who was like, I think the safe distance away from these facilities is 500 feet. And I don't know of any studies that prove otherwise. Not his exact words, but yeah, she at first I was like, why is she speaking? And I was like, it's a Civitas presentation. And when they like cross-examined her, none of the commissioners asked, like they asked her one question and it was like a softball and she really didn't answer it, and then they just like moved on. And then I like Googled who she was, and there's not much information about her online. But she does have the same last name as someone on the board of Civitas. So yeah. I was like, I wonder what she has to say, and then she was like, I think they just need to be 500 feet away from the science. Anywho, it's Friday. Gotta get down on Friday. Everybody's looking forward to the weekend. You have toast stuff? I'm excited to like actually do start my day type activities like exercise and change and potentially go and talk to real life people. She has like 30 years of work as an epidemiologist, or like at universities, and then her last like 10 years she's worked for a consultancy company out of Europe. So yeah. So you couldn't like call her out, like if he maybe saw that him and her had the same last name, he could have probably asked the question like, do you have any relationship or personal connection to this issue? But Civitas had a bunch of like expert witnesses, my understanding. They had a few at least this morning, and they were presenting besides opening arguments like all yesterday. So it could have just been fatigue. It could have been 9 a.m. He just wasn't thinking about seeing and asking if she has a physical connection. Aerial class sounds awesome. Yeah. Floating through the air. Being in body. Being in a flow state. That's awesome. Yeah. I was thinking and wanting to like stream of like some other fun stuff this week, but then I saw that this was happening, the ECMC hearing, and I was like, let me switch gears. So yeah, have a good weekend. Talk soon. See ya. Love you. Cool. And I think I will also, I want to do some stuff. I will be streaming next week, Tuesday. Let's double check my calendar. We should play that game sometime. We should, yeah. Calendar. Google Calendar. Have some stuff next few days. Tuesday. Have a meeting in the evening. I should probably share that with my team, but able to stream in the day, and I'll try to figure out some days and evenings to stream next week, more fun stuff, or play games with friends online, or I think especially over like the holidays, it's like we might be in different places, but let's still hang out and chat together. I think that sounds fun. Cool. And it's a good reminder to share some stuff with my team. All right, I'm out of here. Onto my day and onto my evening plans, which luckily are like late evening plans. It's like I'm gonna hit by 2 different clubs where like friends are hosting events. So even though it's 5, I have like several hours before I have to leave, and I'm off to do that. We'll touch more next week, and I will eventually make a summary of this whole thing that I want to post. And toodaloo for now.